plural of stimmer. Stenes, plural of stimmi. Stimming, present participle and gerund of stim. Stimler syndrome, a rare autosomal recessive congenital disorder characterized by dwarfism, diabetes, a small head, and hyperlininuria. STEMI, engaging in, characteristic of, or related to stimming. Stimmeter, a device that measures the speed of a golf course's putting green by applying a known force to a golf ball and measuring the distance traveled. Stimpeter, plural of stimpmeter. Stimson, a surname. Stilwas, plural of stim. Stimson, a surname. Stimson aborto, a barangay of Ozamis, Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Stimsons, plural of stimson. Stimulability, the condition of being stimulable. Stimulable, able to be stimulated. Stimulancy, the quality of being stimulating. Stimulant, a substance that acts to increase physiological or nervous activity in the body. Stimulants, plural of stimulant. Stimulatable, able to be stimulated. Stimulate, to encourage into action. Stimulated, in a condition or state of stimulation. Stimulated emission depletion microscope, a scanning laser microscope that uses a short excitation pulse followed by a depletion pulse tuned to an emission line of a fluorescent dye. Stimulated emission depletion microscopes, plural of stimulated emission depletion microscope. Stimulated emission depletion microscopy, microscopy using a stimulated emission depletion microscope. Stimulati, one who is stimulated. Stimulates, plural of stimulati. Stimulator, alternative form of stimulator. Stimulators, plural of stimulator. Stimulates, third person singular simple present indicative of stimulate. Stimulatus, second person singular simple present indicative of stimulate. Stimulateth, third person singular simple present indicative of stimulate. Stimulating, having a manner that stimulates, serving to stimulate. Stimulatingly, in a stimulating manner. Stimulation, a pushing or goading toward action. Stimulations, plural of stimulation. Stimulative, having a stimulating effect. Stimulativeness, the state or quality of being stimulative. Stimulatives, plural of stimulative. Stimulator, a person, device, or substance that stimulates. Stimulators, plural of stimulator. Stimulatory, stimulative, serving to stimulate. Stimulatress, a woman who stimulates. Stimulatrices, plural of stimulatress. Stimulatrix, a female who stimulates. Stimuli, plural of stimulus. Stimulism, the theory of medical practice which regarded life as dependent upon stimulation or excitation and disease as caused by excess or deficiency in the amount of stimulation. Stimulogenous, giving rise to a stimulus. Stimulant, a system of genes that are regulated by the same stimulus. Stimulans, plural of stimulant. Stimulos, covered with stinging hairs. Stimulus, an external phenomenon that has an influence on a system by triggering or modifying an internal phenomenon. For example, a spur or incentive that drives a person to take action or change behavior. Stimulus delta is stimulus that does not reinforce an existing behavior in a subject and causes the subject to employ a new behavior. Stimulus deltas, plural of stimulus delta. Stimulus response time, the amount of time required for an organism to react to an external stimulus, often without conscious thought. Stimulus response times, plural of stimulus response time. Stimuluses, plural of stimulus. Stymie, alternative spelling of stymie. Serie, present participle and gerund of stymie. Stenchar, a river in South Ayrshire Council area, Scotland, that flows into the Firth of Clyde at Ballantrae. Stinchcombe, a surname. Stinchcombes, plural of Stinchcombe. Stindy, a subsidiary of a major film studio that operates in a similar way to independent film studios. Standys, plural of Stindy. Steinbach, a surname from German. Steinbachs, plural of Steinbach. Steiner, a surname. Steiners, plural of Steiner. Asting, storytelling in the context of a tabletop role-playing game, especially one published by White Wolf. Is there a bump left on the skin after having been stung? Sting in the tail, something surprising and unpleasant that concludes a chain of events. Sting like a bee, to deliver a powerful punch. Stingable, capable of being stung. Stingmary, a stingray. Stingnaries, plural of stingmary. Stainbull, the greater weaver Trachinius draco, with a powerful sting on its dorsal fin. Stangles, plural of stingbull. Asthen, to act stingily or parsimoniously. Stingout, to be stingy or miserly. Asthen, having the specified number or kind of sting. Stinged out, simple past and past participle of stinge out. Stinger, the FIM-92 portable infrared homing surface to air missile. Stingerless, having no stinger. Stingers, plural of stinger. Astingeres, plural of stinge. Stinges out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stinge out. Stingmist, second person singular simple present indicative of sting. Stinga, third person singular simple present indicative of sting. Stingfish, any of several species of scorpion fish. Stingfishes, plural of stingfish. Stingy, comparative form of stingy, more stingy. Stingious, superlative form of stingy, most stingy. Stingily, in a stingy manner. Stinginess, the property of being stingy, a lack of generosity, excessive parsimony. Stingnesses, plural of stinginess. Stinging, having the capacity to sting. Stinging catfish. Heterobnus fossilis, a catfish of India and Southeast Asia. Stinging catfishes, plural of stinging catfish. Stinging nettle, a nettle, any of the species of genus Urtica that cause painful short-term skin irritation, especially Urtica dioica, originally Eurasian, now naturalized elsewhere. Stinging nettles, plural of stinging nettle. Stinging out, present participle and gerund of sting out. Stingingly, in a stinging way. Stinginess, the quality of being stinging. Stingings, plural of stinging. Stingless, having no sting. Stingless bee, a bee that does not sting. Stingless bees, plural of stingless bee. Stingless nettle, synonym of fen nettle. Stingless nettles, plural of stingless nettle. Stinglessness, absence of a sting. Stingui, a surname. Stinguis, plural of stingly. Stanley, a surname. Stanleys, plural of stingly. Stengo, any strong beer. Stingproof, resistant to being stung. Stingray, any of various large venomous rays of the orders Rajiformes and Myliobatiformes, having a barbed, whip-like tail. Stingrays, plural of stingray. Stings, plural of sting. Stings in tails, plural of sting in the tail. Stings in the tail, plural of sting in the tail. Stingy, unwilling to spend, give, or share, ungenerous, mean. Stingy nettle, alternative form of stinging nettle. Stingy nettles, plural of stingy nettle. Aesthetic, to have a strong bad smell. Stink a buzzard off a gut wagon. Alternative form of stink a dog off a gut wagon. Stink a dog off a gut wagon. To smell extremely bad. Stink a skunk off a gut wagon. Alternative form of stink a dog off a gut wagon. Stink ant, synonym of odorous house ant. Stink ants, plural of stink ant. Stink badger, either of the species of mammals in the Mydaus genus, native to Southeast Asia, resembling a badger in appearance, but more closely related to skunks. Stink badgers, plural of stink badger. Stink bean, a tree Peccia speciosa that produces edible beans. Stink beans, plural of stink bean. Stink beetle, any of various beetles that produce a foul odor. Stink beetles, plural of stink beetle. Stink bomb, alternative form of stink bomb. Stink bombs, plural of stink bomb. Stink bug, alternative spelling of stink bug. Stink bugs, plural of stink bug. Stink cedar, the California nutmeg tree Torreya californica. Stink cedars, plural of stink cedar. Stink eye, an unpleasant look as in a gaze. Stink eyes, plural of stink eye. Stink face, a humiliating wrestling move in which a wrestler rubs their exposed buttocks in their opponent's face. Stink faces, plural of stink face. Stink fighting, an aggressive behavior among male lemurs in which the animal impregnates its tail with strong-smelling secretions from the antebrachial and brachial glands and waves it at rivals. Stink like a mackerel. To reek, to smell terrible. Stink like a mackerel in the moonlight. Synonym of stink like a mackerel. Stink like a mackerel in the sun. Synonym of stink like a mackerel. Stink like a polecat. To have a bad smell, mostly referring to human body odor. Stink line. One of multiple, usually wavy, lines in a drawing emanating from something to indicate that it smells bad. Stink lines. Plural of stink line. Stink on ice. To be of very poor quality, even repulsive. Stink out. To cause to stink, to fill with stench. Stink pretty. Perfume. Stink to high heaven. To have a very strong and unpleasant smell. Stink trap. Synonym of stench trap. Stink traps. Plural of stink trap. Stink up. To cause to stink. Stink bomb. Alternative form of stink bomb. Stink bombs. Plural of stink bomb. Stink gas. As a bank. Stink gas. Plural of stink cat. Stink eye. Alternative form of stink eye. Stinker. Someone who smells badly, a stinker. Stinkage. Unpleasant smell. Stinker. Any of various malodorous animals. Stinkards. Plural of stinkard. Stinkaroo. Alternative spelling of stinkaroo. Stinkaroos. Plural of stinkaroo. Stengas. Plural of stinka. Stink bag. And objectionable person. Stink bags. Plural of stink bag. Stink bait. A form of bait composed of malodorous ingredients designed to attract fish, primarily catfish, that hunt by scent. Stink baits. Plural of stink bait. Stink ball. A composition of substances which in combustion emit a suffocating odor, formerly used in naval warfare. Stink balls. Plural of stink ball. Stinkbird. The Hoatzin. Stinkbirds. Plural of stinkbird. Stink bomb. A device that produces a burst of unpleasant odors, used as a weapon or a prank. Stink bombs. Plural of stink bomb. Stinkbur. Any of several insects, usually shield-shaped, possessing a gland that produces a foul-smelling liquid, usually containing aldehydes, which they use to discourage predators. Stinkbugs. Plural of stinkbur. Stinkbush. Star anise plant. Stinkbushes. Plural of stinkbush. Stinkat. Alternative spelling of stinkcat. Stinkcat. Plural of stinkcat. Stingtap. Hydrogen sulfide when it builds up in an enclosed space such as a mine. Stinked. Simple past and past participle of stink. Stinker. One who stinks. Stinker rubber. Someone or something that causes the surrounding area to smell bad. Stinker rubbers. Plural of stinker rubber. Stinkerum. The state or sphere of stinkers. Contemptible behavior. Stinkeroo. Something bad, contemptible, or of otherwise low quality. Stinkeroos. Plural of stinkeroo. Stinkers. Plural of stinker. The stinkest. Second person singular simple present indicative of stink. Stinka. third person singular simple present indicative of stink. Stink eye, alternative form of stink eye. Stinkfest, a very bad smelling place or situation. Stinkfests, plural of stinkfest. Stinkgrass, a summer annual grass, Eragrostes sicilianensis, regarded as a weed in lawns. Stinkgrasses, plural of stinkgrass. Stinkhole, a filthy, squalid place. Stinkholes, plural of stinkhole. Stinkhorn, any fungus of the order Phallales which produce a foul-scented, rod-shaped mushroom. Stinkhorns, plural of stinkhorn. Stinkhouse, any offensively unclean building. Stinkhouses, plural of stinkhouse. Stinky, comparative form of stinky, more stinky. Stinkies, plural of stinky. Stinkiest, superlative form of stinky, most stinky. Stink, in a stinky way. Stinkin, stinking. Stinkiness, the state or condition of being stinky. Stinking, having a pungent smell. Stinking a buzzard off a gut wagon. Present participle and gerund of stink a buzzard off a gut wagon. Stinking a dog off a gut wagon. Present participle and gerund of stink a dog off a gut wagon. Stinking a skunk off a gut wagon. Present participle and gerund of stink a skunk off a gut wagon. Stinking acacia, synonym of jam the tree Acacia acuminata. Stinking acacias, plural of stinking acacia. Stinking badger, Teledumidaus javanensis. Stinking badgers, plural of stinking badger. Stinking bishop, a pear of a variety bred near Dymock in Gloucestershire, England, primarily for perry. Stinking bishops, plural of stinking bishop. Stinking cedar, the plant Torreya taxifolia. Stinking corpse lilies, plural of stinking corpse lily. Stinking corpse lily, the plant Rafflesia arnoldii. Stinking goosefoot, a plant of species Chenopodium vulvaria, native to the Mediterranean region and widely invasive. Stinking gum, synonym of Asafoetida. Stinking hawk's beard, a roadside hawk's beard Crepes foetida. Stinking hellebore, synonym of bear's foot. Stinking hellebores, plural of stinking hellebore. Stinking iris, Iris foetidissima, a species of iris of Western Europe whose leaves give off a beefy smell when crushed or bruised. Stinking irises, plural of stinking iris. Stinking juniper, synonym of foetid juniper. Stinking like a mackerel, present participle and gerund of stink like a mackerel. Stinking like a polecat, present participle and gerund of stink like a polecat. Stinking nightshade, synonym of henbane. Stinking nightshades, plural of stinking nightshade. Stinking on ice, present participle and gerund of stink on ice. Stinking out, present participle and gerund of stink out. Stinking rich, synonym of filthy rich. Stinking to high heaven, present participle and gerund of stink to high heaven. Stinking toe, the edible fruit of Hymenaea curbaril. Stinking toes, plural of stinking toe. Stinking up, present participle and gerund of stink up. Stinkingly, in a stinking way. Stinkingness, the quality of being stinking. Stinkings, plural of stinking. Stenkus, that does not stink, that lacks a bad smell. Stenko, druck. Stinkamale, the University of London. Stinkometer, a device that measures bad smell. Stinkometers, plural of stinkometer. Stinked pie, an annoying, bad or undesirable person. Stinked pots, plural of stink pot. Thens, plural of stink. Stinks a buzzard off a gut wagon. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink a buzzard off a gut wagon. Stinks a dog off a gut wagon. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink a dog off a gut wagon. Stinks a skunk off a gut wagon. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink a skunk off a gut wagon. Stinks like a mackerel. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink like a mackerel. Stinks like a polecat. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink like a polecat. Stinks on ice. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink on ice. Stinks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink out. Stinks to high heaven. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink to high heaven. Stinks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of stink up. Stink some. Characterized or marked by stinkiness. Stinkstone, one of the varieties of calcite, barite, and feldspar that emit a fetid odor on being struck. Stinkstones, plural of stinkstone. Stick, simple past and past participle of stink. Stinkweed, tree of heaven Ailanthus altissima. Stinkweeds, plural of stinkweed. Stankwood, any of several not closely related trees whose wood has an unpleasant smell, but especially Acacia bullata, a South African tree yielding hard, heavy wood. Stankwoods, plural of stinkwood. Stinkor, the plant Detrichia graveolens. Stinky, a village in Kramatorsk Raion, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Stinky bean, synonym of stink bean, the tree Pargia speciosa or edible beans it produces. Stinky beans, plural of stinky bean. Stinky pinkies, plural of stinky pinky. Stinky pinky. Synonym of hink pink. Stinky squid. Pseudocolus fusiformis, a species of stinkhorn mushroom with a fetid odor and three or four upright arms which are connected at the top, hence the name. Stinky squids, plural of stinky squid. Stinky stick, a cigarette. Stinky sticks, plural of stinky stick. Stinky tofu, a form of fermented tofu known for its strong odor, usually sold as street food in Asia. Este, a town in Washburn County, Wisconsin, United States. Stat, a surname. Stats, plural of stinet. Stensford, a village and civil parish northeast of Dorchester, Dorset, England. A West Grid Ref SY 7191. Stinson. A surname. Stinson Beach, a census-designated place in Marin County, California, United States. Stinsons, plural of Stinson. Attempt, to stop an action. Cease, desist. Stented, constrained, restrained, confined. Stentedly, in a constrained manner, with restraint or sacrifice. Stentedness, the state of being stinted. Stenter, someone or something that stints. Stenters, plural of stinter. Stinte, third person singular simple present indicative of stint. Stinting, present participle and gerund of stint. Stintingly, sparingly, meanly, without generosity. Stintings, plural of stinting. Stintless, without stint or restraint. As thence, plural of stint. Stinty, stinted, constrained. A Russian ironic, but ostensibly earnest parody associated with the Soviet era. To stipulate. A city in eastern North Macedonia. Stera, any grass of the genus Stipa. Steparin, a glycoprotein present in sea cucumber dermis that aggregates collagen fibrils. Steras, plural of steep. Stepate, pressed together, crowded. Stide, the stem of a mushroom, kelp, etc. Stiped, having a stipe of a specified kind. Stibel, a stipule associated with a leaflet rather than a complete leaf. Stipeless, of or pertaining to mushrooms or other types of fungus that have no stipe or stem. Stapella, alternative form of stipel. Stipally, plural of stipella. Stipeler, of, relating to, or constituting a stipel. Stipulate, having stipels. Stipels, plural of stipel. Stipend, a regular fixed payment made to someone, especially a clergyman, judge, soldier, or teacher for services provided by them as salary. Stipendary, of or pertaining to a stipend. Stipended, simple past and past participle of stipend. Stipendiaries, plural of stipendiary. Stipendiary, receiving a stipend. Stipendate, to provide someone with a stipend or salary to pay, support, or fund. Stipendated, simple past and past participle of stipendiate. Stipendates, third person singular simple present indicative of stipendiate. Stipendating, present participle and gerund of stipendiate. Stipending, present participle and gerund of stipend. Stipendium, scholarship, stipend. Stipendless, having no stipend. Stipends, plural of stipend. Stiper Stones, a high ridge in Shropshire, England. Stipes, a surname from Dutch. Stipeles, plural of stipes. Titty, any spider in the family Stiphidae. Titty, plural of Stiphidae. Stipiform, stalk-shaped. Stipitate, possessing a stalk. Stipitately, in a stipitate manner. Stipitatic acid, a metabolite of Penicillium stipitatum, C8H6O5. Stebites, plural of stipes. Stipitiform, having the shape of a stalk. Stipitapellas, the cuticle of the stipe. A surname. Ithut, simple past and past participle of stip. Stebbing, present participle and gerund of stip. Stefal, the use of small dots that give the appearance of shading, the dots thus used. Stepple sealing, synonym of popcorn sealing. Steppled, simple past and past participle of stipple. Stepler, an artist who uses the technique of stippling. Stiplers, plural of stippler. Stepples, plural of stipple. Stepplefret, any of the tropical birds in the genus Epinecrophila, found in Central and South America. Steppling, present participle and gerund of stipple. Stepplings, plural of stippling. Stepwe, having a stipple pattern. Ethevus, plural of stip. Ethevus, plural of step. Steptic, archaic form of stiptic. Steptics, plural of stiptic. Stebula, a stipule. Stipulable, capable of being stipulated. Stipulacious, stipular of or relating to stipules. Stipule, plural of stipula. Stipular, of, relating to, or constituting a stipule. Stipulary, of or pertaining to stipules. Stipular. Stipules, plural of stipula. Stipulatable, capable of being stipulated. Stipulate, to require something as a condition of a contract or agreement. Stipulated, required as a condition of a contract or agreement. Stipulatedly, in a way that has been stipulated. Stipulately, in a stipulate manner. Stipulates, third person singular simple present indicative of stipulate. Stipulating, present participle and gerund of stipulate. Stipulation, the act of stipulating, a contracting or bargaining, an agreement. Stipulational, of or pertaining to stipulation. Stipulationally, in a stipulational manner. Stipulations, plural of stipulation. Stipulative, relating to a stipulation. Stipulative definition, a definition in which a new or extant term is given a new meaning for the purposes of argument or discussion in a given context. Stipulative definitions, plural of stipulative definition. Stipulativeness, the state or quality of being stipulative. Stipulator, a person who stipulates. Stipulators, plural of stipulator. Stipulatory, serving to stipulate. Stebule, a basal appendage of a typical leaf of a flowering plant, usually appearing paired beside the petiole, although sometimes absent or highly modified. Stebuled, having stipules leaf appendages. Stipules, plural of stipule. Stipuliferous, bearing stipules. Stipuliform, resembling a stipule. Stipulode, a single-celled organ present in one or more rows in the branchlets of algae of the genus Chara. Stipulodes, plural of stipulode. Stipulae, plural of stipula. IBR, acronym of short-term interest rate, often referring to a short-term interest rate future or option. TVR, to disturb the relative position of the particles of a liquid or similar by passing an object through it. Stir bar, a short magnetic bar with a covering of, usually, Teflon, used with a magnetic stirrer in laboratory work to stir a chemical solution. Stir bars, plural of stir bar. Stir crazy, alternative form of stir crazy. Stir fries, plural of stir fry. Stir fry, alternative spelling of stir fry. Stir fries, plural of stir fry. Stir one's stumps, to get going, to move one's legs in walking or running. Stir plate, a flat magnetic stirrer. Stir plates, plural of stir plate. Stir shit, to deliberately cause trouble. Stir someone's blood, to rouse the spirits of. Stir their embers, synonym of fan the flames. Stir the pot, to cause unrest or dissent. Stir up, to arouse or excite passion or action, etc. Stir up a hornet's nest, to do or say something that causes a lot of trouble or controversy. Stir up the animals, to cause public discontent or controversy. Stir crazy, of a prisoner mentally unbalanced due to prolonged incarceration. Stir fry, simple past and past participle of stir fry. Stir-fried ice cream, synonym of rolled ice cream. Stir-fried ice creams, plural of stir-fried ice cream. Stir-fries, plural of stir-fry. Stir-fry, to fry quickly in hot oil whilst constantly stirring, especially in a wok or similar pan. Stir-frying, present participle and gerund of stir-fry. Stir-fries, plural of stir-fry. Stir-up Sunday, the last Sunday before the season of Advent, on which families traditionally gather in their kitchens to prepare Christmas pudding. Stir-about, porridge. Stir-abouts, plural of stir-about. Stirado, a type of Italian baguette bread. Stir bar, alternative form of stir bar. Stir bars, plural of stir bar. Sturchley, a settlement in Sturchley and Brookside Parish, Telford and Wrekin Borough, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7006. Sturchley and Brookside, a civil parish in Telford and Wrekin, Shropshire, England, that includes the named places. Steyerwalt, a surname. Steyerwalts, plural of Steyerwalt. Stir-free, simple past and past participle of stir-free. Stir-freeze, plural of stir-free. Stir-free, alternative spelling of stir-fry. Stir-free, present participle and gerund of stir-free. Stir-freeze, plural of stir-free. To, alternative form of styria. Sede, adorned with icicles or resembling icicles. Therius, resembling icicles. Stiripentol, an anticonvulsant drug used in the treatment of epilepsy. Thur, a yearling cow, a young bullock or heifer. Berks, plural of stirk. Stirless, motionless, still. Stirlessly, in a stirless manner. Stirlessness, lack of motion, stillness. Sterling, a place name. Sterling City, a census-designated place in Budd County, California, United States. Stirling engine, a heat engine of the external combustion piston engine type. Stirling engines, plural of Stirling engine. Stirling number of the first kind. Stirling number of the second kind. The number of ways to partition a set of n objects into k non-empty subsets, denoted by S and K. Stirling numbers, plural of Stirling number. Stirling numbers of the second kind, plural of Stirling number of the second kind. Stirling partition number, synonym of Stirling number of the second kind. Stirling partition numbers, plural of Stirling partition number. Stirling range poison, the plant Gastrolobium velutinum. Stirling's approximation, an accurate approximation for factorials. Stirling's formula, synonym of Stirling's approximation. Stirling Rawdon, a township in Hastings County, Ontario, Canada. Stirlingshire, a historical county and registration county of Scotland, based in Stirling. The historic county was absorbed into Central Region in 1975. Stirner, a surname. Stirneresque, reminiscent of the works of the German philosopher Max Stirner 1806-1856. Stirneria, relating to or characteristic of the German philosopher Max Stirner 1806-1856. Stirnerism, the philosophy of Max Stirner credited as a major influence in the development of nihilism, existentialism, postmodernism, and anarchism. Stirnerists, of or pertaining to the philosopher Max Stirner or his ideas. Stirnerists, plural of Stirnerists. Sternways, a surname from German. Sternweises, plural of Sternways. Stiricani, an antherhythmic drug. Stir, a line descended from a single ancestor. Stirp, plural of stirps. Stirpicult, a child born through stirpiculture. Stirpicults, plural of stirpicult. Stirpicultural, of or relating to stirpiculture or the period of the one at a stirpiculture. Stirpiculture, the breeding of special stocks or races, eugenics. Stirpiculturist, one who practices stirpiculture. Stirpiculturists, plural of stirpiculturists. Stirplate, alternative form of stirplate. Stirplates, plural of stirplate. Spurps, a branch of a family. Stir, simple past and past participle of stir. Stirrable, able to be stirred. Stirred, the act of stirring. Stir, simple past and past participle of stir. Stirred curd cheese, synonym of granular cheese. Stirred curd cheeses, plural of stirred curd cheese. Stirred shit, simple past and past participle of stir shit. Stirred someone's blood, simple past and past participle of stir someone's blood. Stirred the embers, simple past and past participle of stir the embers. Stirred the pot, simple past and past participle of stir the pot. Stirred up, simple past and past participle of stir up. Stirred up the animals, simple past and past participle of stir up the animals. Stirred curd cheese, alternative spelling of stirred curd cheese. Stirred curd cheeses, plural of stirred curd cheese. Estura, a device used to stir. Cardinal types include wood or plastic strips for beverages and magnetic objects that react to a spinning magnet nearby for chemistry beakers. Stir up, one who creates a stir or stirs up trouble. Stirras, plural of stirra. Stirs up, plural of stirra. Stirrest. Second person singular simple present indicative of stir. Stirra. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir. Stir. Pronunciation spelling of stirring. Stirring. Invigorating or inspiring. Stirring shit. Present participle and gerund of stir shit. Stirring someone's blood. Present participle and gerund of stir someone's blood. Stirring the embers. Present participle and gerund of stir the embers. Stirring the pot. Present participle and gerund of stir the pot. Stirring up. Present participle and gerund of stir up. Stirring up the animals. Present participle and gerund of stir up the animals. Stirring me. In a stirring manner. Stirrings, plural of stirring. Stira, a surname. Stirrup bone, the smallest bone in the human body. It is situated in the ear and passes vibrations from the anvil to cochlea. Stirrup bones, plural of stirrup bone. Stirrup cup, a parting drink taken after mounting one's horse. Stirrup cups, plural of stirrup cup. Stirrup iron, the metal hoop on a stirrup in which a horse rider's foot is inserted when mounted in the saddle. Stirrup irons, plural of stirrup iron. Stirrup jar, a pottery vessel, sometimes decorated, intended to hold oil or wine. Stirrup jars, plural of stirrup jar. Stirrup leather, the strap of leather that supports a stirrup. Stirrup leathers, plural of stirrup leather. Stirrup leggings. Synonym of stirrup pants. Stirrup pants, close-fitting women's pants/trousers that taper at the ankle similar to leggings, but with the material extending to a band or strap under the arch of the foot. Stirrup pump, a small hand-operated pump with a stirrup-shaped base that was placed in a bucket of water, allowing a small hose to direct a stream onto minor fires. Stirrup pumps, plural of stirrup pump. Stirrup stocking, a type of stocking with no foot, just a strap passing under the foot. Stirrup stockings, plural of stirrup stocking. Stirrup strap, synonym of stirrup leather. Stirrup straps, plural of stirrup strap. Stirrup vase, Synonym of stirrup jar. Stirrup vases. Plural of stirrup vase. The third. Having stirrups. Stirrupless. Without stirrups. Stirrup-like. Resembling or characteristic of a stirrup. Stirrups. Plural of stirrup. Stir. Plural of stir. Stirs. Plural of stir. Stir shit. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir shit. Stirs someone's blood. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir someone's blood. Stirs the embers. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir the embers. Stirs the pot. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir the pot. Stirs up. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir up. Stirs up the animals. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir up the animals. Sty. Plural of SDI. State. Alternative spelling of stushy. Stays. Plural of stishy. Stishovite. A fine-grained mineral of CO2 that is a polymorphic form of quartz formed under very high pressure. Stishovites. Plural of stishovite. Stiste. A trigonal hexagonal scale nohedral light gray mineral containing antimony and tin. The initialism of sees to it that. Stetter. A municipality of Croatia. That. A single pass of a needle in sewing, the loop or turn of the thread thus made. Stitch aloft. To sew something, usually a shoe such that the stitches are visible instead of covered. Stitch and bitch. A group that meets for knitting and chat, is session of their pastime. Stitch in the ditch. The quilt making technique of stitching within the patchwork seams. Stitch together. To make something by combining disparate components. Stitch up. To join or close by sewing. Stitch back. Strong beer. Stitch up. An act designed to maliciously or dishonestly incriminate someone. Stitch ups. Plural of stitch up. Stitchable. Capable of being stitched. Stitch back. Strong ale. Stitchber. Noti Yamastes cincta, a rare honeyeater-like bird endemic to parts of New Zealand. Stitchbirds. Plural of stitchbird. Stitchcraft. The craft of stitching. Itched. Simple past and past participle of stitch. Stitched aloft. Simple past and past participle of stitch aloft. Stitch together. Simple past and past participle of stitch together. Stitched up. Simple past and past participle of stitch up. Stitched up like a kipper. Cheated or exploited, treated unfairly. Stitcho. A kind of hair found intermixed in the wool of some breeds of sheep. Stitcher. One who stitches. Stitchery is plural of stitchery. Stitchers. Plural of stitcher. Stitchery. Fine work done by stitching. Stitches. Plural of stitch. Stitches aloft. Third person singular simple present indicative of stitch aloft. Stitches together. Third person singular simple present indicative of stitch together. Stitches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of stitch up. Stitching. Stitches, collectively. Stitching aloft. Present participle and gerund of stitch aloft. Stitching together. Present participle and gerund of stitch together. Stitching up. Present participle and gerund of stitch up. Stitchings. Plural of stitching. Stitchos. Without stitches. Stitchli. Resembling or characteristic of a stitched stabbing pain. Etched. Simple past and past participle of stitch. Stitchwer. Work produced by stitching. Stitchwort. A kind of chickweed, Rablera hollistia. Stitchorts. Plural of stitchwort. Steitler. A surname. Steitlers. Plural of Steitler. Steitli. A surname from German. Steitlis. Plural of Steitli. Steitz. A surname from German. Steitizes. Plural of Steitz. A surname. Stitty. Simple past and past participle of stithy. Stevies. Plural of stithy. Tithes. Plural of stith. Stivy. Enamel. Tivy. Present participle and gerund of stithy. A surname. That. Plural of stit. Stit. Stetsaw. A surname. Stetzels. Plural of Stitzel. Stioka. A village and commune of Timis County, Romania. Sty. The floating dust in a flour mill caused by the operation of grinding. Stied. Simple past and past participle of stive. Styre. A surname. Stiders. Plural of stiver. Stiverson. A surname. Stiversons. Plural of Stiverson. Stives. Stews have brothel. Stiving. Present participle and gerund of stive. Steva. A steering pivot turn, a type of rapid turn in alpine skiing. A turn that starts as a skid and transitions to a carve. Stevats. Plural of stiva. Styri. Close stuff. Stifling. Stiwanism. A form of African feminism focusing on the institutionalized structures that oppress women as a result of colonial and neocolonial history. Stiwanis. A proponent of Stiwanism. Stiwanis. Plural of Stiwanis. Alternative spelling of Styx. Stixwood. A small village in Stixwood and Woodhall Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1766. Stixwood and Woodhall. A civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. The plural of stizzy. Stizzy. A stash box, a box used to store a stash of something, especially illicit narcotics. SDJ. Abbreviation of St. John's. SDJus. A surname from French. SDJus. Plural of SDJus. SDK. Abbreviation of stack. SDL. Initialism of studio transmitter link. SALD. Initialism of sponsored top-level domain. SALD. Plural of STLV. SALV. Initialism of simian T lymphotropic virus. SALV. Plural of STLV. SAN. Initialism of scanning tunneling microscope. SNMBH. Abbreviation of stellar mass black hole. SNMBH. Plural of SNMBH. SAMFR. Abbreviation of steam fitter. SAMFR. Plural of SDMFR. SDML. Initialism of synchronous TELEP markup language, a TELEP adding language for mobile device content developed in Japan. SDM. Plural of SDM. SDM. Initialism of subthalamic nucleus. SDM. Abbreviation of station. SDN. Alternative spelling of SDN. SANS. Plural of SDN, stations. SANS. Plural of SDN. The acronym of surfaced orbit. The pronunciation spelling of store. The in ancient Greece, a walkway with a roof supported by colonnades, often with a wall on one side, specifically the Great Hall in Athens. The plural of stoa. Stode. Alternative form of stoge. Stoge. Alternative form of stogie, a cigar. Stogies. Plural of stogie. Stoe. Plural of stoa. Stoke. To stop, to choke. Stoked. Simple past and past participle of stoke. Stoking. Present participle and gerund of stoke. Stokes. Third person singular simple present indicative of stoke. Stow. Obsolete form of stole garment consisting of a decorated band worn on the back of the neck, each end hanging over the chest. Stow. Obsolete form of stole garment consisting of a decorated band worn on the back of the neck, each end hanging over the chest. Stoles. Plural of stow. Stoles. Plural of stow. Stoles. Plural of stoa. That. Mustela erminia, the ermine or short-tailed weasel, a mustelid native to Eurasia and North America, distinguished from the least weasel by its larger size and longer tail with a prominent black tip. That. A surname. Stode. Druck. Stoder. A beautiful girl or woman. Stoters. Plural of stoter. Stouts. Plural of stout. Stoatli. Resembling or characteristic of a stout. Stouts. Plural of stout. Staude. Resembling or characteristic of a stout. Ta. A stick, twig, or peg, especially in roofing or matting. Stobar. Acronym of short takeoff but arrested recovery. Stobar. A surname. Stelba. A surname. Stobas. Plural of stoba. Stab. A surname. Stab. Simple past and past participle of sta. Stans. Plural of sta. Stabbing. Present participle and gerund of sta. Staben. A Tibetan surname. Stauber. A surname. Staubers. Plural of Stober. Staba. a syllable or word, etc., inserted into Vedic chant as an embellishment to aid the flow. Stabdas, plural of stabha. Stovey, a surname. Stovey pole, a pole for supporting power lines consisting of a tapered slab of concrete bracketed by steel joists. Stobie poles. Plural of Stobie pole. Stobies, plural of Stobie. Stobo, a small settlement on the River Tweed, Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Peeblesshire OS Grid Ref NT 1837. Stanes, plural of Sta. Stabswood, a small village in Widdrington Station and Stabswood Parish, Northumberland, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2394. Staka, a laybout or good for nothing. Stakas, plural of staka. Stake, archaic form of stockade. Stockade, simple past and past participle of stockade. Stockades, plural of stockade. Stockading, present participle and gerund of stockade. Staccato, a stab with a pointed weapon. Staccatos, plural of staccato. Staccatos, plural of staccato. Staccata, alternative form of staccato. Staccatas, plural of staccata. Stochastic, random, randomly determined. Stochastic calculus, a branch of mathematics that operates on stochastic processes. Stochastic differential equation, a type of differential equation in which one or more of the terms is a stochastic process resulting in a solution which is itself a stochastic process. Stochastic differential equations, plural of stochastic differential equation. Stochastic matrices, plural of stochastic matrix. Stochastic matrix, a matrix having the property that the entries in each column are non-negative, real, and sum to 1. Stochastic parrot, a language model that uses artificial intelligence to generate seemingly coherent or contextually relevant text but does not truly understand the meaning of the language it is processing. Stochastic parrots, plural of stochastic parrot. Stochastic process, a function that maps elements of an index set to elements of a collection of random variables, historically, a collection of random variables indexed by a set of numbers usually regarded as points in time. Stochastic processes, plural of stochastic process. Stochastic terror, synonym of stochastic terrorism. Stochastic terrorism, the use of mass public communication, usually against a particular individual or group, which. Stochastic terrorists, one who commits stochastic terrorism. Stochastic terrorists, plural of stochastic terrorist. Stochastical, alternative form of stochastic. Stochastically, in a stochastic manner, by means of a process involving a randomly determined sequence of events. Stochasticism, the condition of being stochastic. Stochasticities, plural of stochasticity. Stochasticity, the quality of lacking any predictable order or plan. Stochastics, the branch of statistics that deals with stochastic systems. Stochastization, Conversion to stochastic form. Stochastizations. Plural of stochastization. Stoichiometry. Alternative spelling of stoichiometric. Stoichiometry. Alternative spelling of stoichiometry. Stoichus. Very drunk. Intoxicated. Tda. A village and civil parish in Chelmsford District, Essex, England, United Kingdom. A West Grid Ref TQ 6998. Stock account. An account on a merchant's ledger, one side of which shows the original capital or stock and the additions thereto by accumulation or contribution, the other side showing the amounts withdrawn. Stock accounts. Plural of stock account. Stock and trade. Alternative form of stock and trade. Stock animal. One of the animals that make up livestock. Stock animals. Plural of stock animal. Stock ball. The type of ball such as an off-break that a particular bowler most frequently bowls. Stock balls. Plural of stock ball. Stock bowler. A bowler whose role is to restrict scoring rather than to take wickets. Stock bowlers. Plural of stock bowler. Stock boy. Alternative form of stock boy. Stock boys. Plural of stock boy. Stock bubble. A type of economic bubble occurring in stock markets when market participants drive stock prices above their value in relation to some system of stock valuation. Stock bubbles. Plural of stock bubble. Stock car. A racing car, such as those sanctioned by NASCAR and ARCA, nominally or notionally based on one of the regular production models available for purchase by the public. Stock cars. Plural of stock car. Stock certificate. A paper certifying its bearer's ownership of shares in a certain quantity in a corporation. Stock certificates. Plural of stock certificate. Stock character. Any fictional character drawn from some stereotype who is instantly recognizable. Stock characters. Plural of stock character. Stock companies. Plural of stock company. Stock company. An incorporated company, the capital of which is represented by marketable shares having a certain equal par value. Stock control. Synonym of inventory management. Stock cube. A Boolean cube. Stock cubes. Plural of stock cube. Stock dove. A pigeon of species Columba onas, found in much of Europe, in the family Columbidae. Stock doves. Plural of stock doe. Stock down. To sow as plowed land with grass seed. Stock exchange. A building that trades stocks in of companies for money and vice versa. Stock exchanges. Plural of stock exchange. Stock footage. Generic film or video footage prepared for sale for use in films. Stock horse. A horse trained to work well with livestock, especially cattle. Stock horses. Plural of stock horse. Stock in trade. Alternative spelling of stock in trade. Stock knowledge. Retained information in one's mind despite not studying. Stock lending. Synonym of securities lending. Stock lists. Alternative form of stock list. Stock lists. Plural of stock lists. Stock loan. A loan structure using free trading stock or in some cases restricted stock as collateral. Stock loans, plural of stock loan. Stock lock, a lock enclosed in a wooden case and attached to the face of a door. Stock locks, plural of stock lock. Stock market, a market for the trading of company stock. Stock market crash, a sudden dramatic decline of stock prices across a significant cross-section of a stock market. Stock market crashes, plural of stock market crash. Stock market index, a measure that is calculated as a weighted average of the prices of a defined range of stocks. Stock market indexes, plural of stock market index. Stock market indices, plural of stock market index. Stock markets, plural of stock market. Stock melon, synonym of citron melon. Stock melons, plural of stock melon. Stock of record, a stock held by a registered stockholder on a given date. Stock option, a right to buy stock shares in a particular company at a specified price within a specified time period. Stock options, plural of stock option. Stock out, synonym of sell out of an item. Stock outs, plural of stock out. Stock photo, a photograph of a generic subject that is specified for a potential future need. Stock photos, plural of stock photo. Stock phrase, a phrase frequently or habitually used by a person or group and thus associated with them. Stock phrases, plural of stock phrase. Stock picker, alternative spelling of stock picker. Stock pickers, plural of stock picker. Stock pigeon, a pigeon of species Columbonas of Western Eurasia. Stock pigeons, plural of stock pigeon. Stock pond, an artificial pond used for watering livestock. Stock pot, a mass-produced plastic container of a standard size and shape containing a gelatinous builin. Stock pots, plural of stock pot. Stock price, a stock's fluctuating price on the relevant financial market where its type is traded. Stock prices, plural of stock price. Stock prod, synonym of cattle prod. Stock prods, plural of stock prod. Stock promoter, a person who encourages others to purchase shares in publicly traded companies, often dealing with penny stocks and associated with unethical schemes. Stock promoters, plural of stock promoter. Stock room, alternative form of stock room. Stock rooms, plural of stock room. Stock sheath, a strong card, typically black, with firm clear plastic strips placed horizontally, used to store or display stamps. Stock sheets, plural of stock sheet. Stock split, an event wherein a company that has previously issued shares of stock increases the number of shares while reducing the value of each share accordingly. Stock splits, plural of stock split. Stock still, alternative form of stock still. Stock symbol, synonym of stock ticker symbol. Stock symbols, plural of stock symbol. Stock tackle, tackle used in hoisting an anchor on board ship to keep its stock clear of the ship's side. Stock theater, synonym of summer stock. Stock theaters, plural of stock theater. Stock ticker, a device used primarily in the 20th century which printed prices and volumes of stock trades on paper tape as the data became available. Stock ticker symbol, a unique series of letters assigned to a company or other security for trading purposes. Stock ticker symbols. Plural of stock ticker symbol. Stock tickers, plural of stock ticker. Stock up, to acquire or increase stock or inventory. Stock variable, a variable whose value depends on an instant rather than on a period of time. Stock variables, plural of stock variable. Stock vehicle, a vehicle that is kept and maintained to legal specifications. Stock vehicles, plural of stock vehicle. Stock video, synonym of stock footage. Stock videos, plural of stock video. Stock and trade, alternative form of stock and trade. Stock bow, crossbow. Stock bows, plural of stock bow. Stock boy, alternative form of stock boy. Stock boys, plural of stock boy. Stock gilliflower, any of the herbaceous or half-shrubby plants in the genus Matthiola of the family Cruciferae having their flowers in racemes and generally beautiful and fragrant stalks. Stock gilliflowers, plural of stock gilliflower. Stock and trade, merchandise and other necessary supplies kept on hand in order to conduct business. Stock jobber, alternative form of stock jobber. Stock jobbers, plural of stock jobber. Stock keeping unit, a unique code for a distinct saleable item, product, or service for record keeping and sales tracking purposes. Stock keeping units, plural of stock keeping unit. Stock out, alternative form of stock out. Stock outs, plural of stock out. Stock picker, alternative spelling of stock picker. Stock pickers, plural of stock picker. Stock still, very still, motionless. Stop take, alternative spelling of stock take. Stock takes, plural of stock take. Stock ticker symbol, alternative form of stock ticker symbol. Stock ticker symbols, plural of stock ticker symbol. Stock up, the act or an instance of stocking up. Stock ups, plural of stock up. Stock bon, able to be stocked or kept on hand for sale, etc. Stockade, an enclosure protected by a wall of wooden posts. Stockaded, simple past and past participle of stockade. Stockades, plural of stockade. Stockading, present participle and gerund of stockade. Staccato, archaic form of stockade. Staccatos, plural of staccato. Staccatos, plural of staccato. Stockage, stock, a supply of goods stored for later use. Stockages, plural of stockage. Stocker, a surname. Stockards, plural of stock. Stocketeer, a stockbroker who operates fraudulently. Stocketeers, plural of stocketeer. Stockboy, Storage book used by stamp collectors for storage of postage stamps placed in pockets, on pages, for easy viewing. Stock books, plural of stockbook. Stock boy, a young stockman raising livestock. Stock boys, plural of stock boy. Stock reader, a person who breeds and raises livestock. Stock readers, plural of stock reader. Stock reading, the breeding and rearing of livestock. Stockbridge, a place in the United Kingdom. Stockbroker, a person who buys and sells shares stock on a stock exchange on behalf of clients. May also provide investment advice and or company information depending on the level of service offered or chosen by the client. Stock brokerage, stock broking. Stock brokerages, plural of stock brokerage. Stock brokers, plural of stockbroker. Stockbroking, the profession of a stockbroker. Stockbury, a village and civil parish in Maidstone Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8461. Stock car, alternative form of stock car. Stock cars, plural of stock car. Stockcross, a village in Speen Parish, West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4368. Stockdale, a surname from Old English. Stockdales, plural of Stockdale. Stockdale Watt, a small village in Dalston Parish, City of Carlisle District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 3845. Stockdillager, obsolete form of sockdillager. Stockdillagers, plural of stockdillager. Stockdoe, a common European wild pigeon columba ones. Stockdoes, plural of stockdoe. Stock, simple past and past participle of stock. Stocked down, simple past and past participle of stock down. Stocked up, simple past and past participle of stock up. Stockin, plural of stock. Stockins, plural of stockin, multiple pairs of stockin. Stalker, a surname. Stalkers, plural of stalker. Stalkers, a surname. Stockards, plural of stockard. Stocka, third person singular simple present indicative of stock. Stocka, a surname from Middle English. Stockus, plural of stocket. Stock fee, feed for livestock. The stockfish, a cod or similar fish having been cut open and cured in the open air without salt. Stockfishes, plural of stockfish. Stockfishmonger, a seller of stockfish. Stockfishmongers, plural of stockfishmonger. Stockford, a habitational surname from Old English. Stockgirl, a typically young woman who works in a stockroom performing duties such as unpacking boxes, placing items on store shelves, etc. Stockgirls, plural of stockgirl. Stockgrower, a person who raises livestock, a stockman. Stockgrowers, plural of stockgrower. Stockhammer, a surname. Stockhammer, a surname. Stockhams, plural of Stockham. Stockhausen, a surname from German. Stockhausenesque, reminiscent of the work of Karl-Heinz Stockhausen 1928-2007, German composer. Stockhausens, plural of Stockhausen. Stockholder, one who owns stock. Stockholders, plural of stockholder. Stockholding, an ownership interest in one or more companies' stock. Stockholdings, plural of stockholding. Stockholm, a municipality, the capital and largest city of Sweden, the county seat of Stockholm County, Sweden. Stockholm effect, alternative form of Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome, a psychological condition in which a hostage emotionally bonds to their captor. Stockholm syndrome, suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndromes, third-person singular simple present indicative of Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndroming, present participle and gerund of Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm tar, a high-grade pine tar used as a wood preservative. Stockholm tars, plural of Stockholm tar. Stockholmed, simple past and past participle of Stockholm. Stockholmer, someone from Stockholm in Sweden. Stockholmers, plural of Stockholmer. Stockholming, present participle and gerund of Stockholm. Stockholms, third person singular simple present indicative of Stockholm. Stockhorn, an old musical instrument, the pibborn. Stockhorns, plural of Stockhorn. Stocky, a surname. Stuffy, comparative form of stocky, more stocky. Stackius, superlative form of stocky, most stocky. Stockily, in a stocky manner. Stocking, pronunciation spelling of stocking. Stockins, plural of stockin, pronunciation spelling of stockings. Stocking, us, the state or quality of being stacky. Stockinette, an elastic textile fabric imitating knitting of which stockings, undergarments, etc. are made. Stockinettes, plural of stockinette. Stockaya, alternative form of stockinette. Stockinette stitch, a type of knitting consisting of only knit stitches or only purl stitches. Stockinettes, plural of stockinette. Stocking, a surname. Stocking cap, a knitted woolen cap, often with a tassel. Stocking caps, plural of stocking cap. Stocking down, present participle and gerund of stock down. Stocking filler, a small present given at Christmas to go in a stocking. Stocking fillers, plural of stocking filler. Stocking frame, knitting machine used to manufacture hosiery. Stocking frames, plural of stocking frame. Stocking stuffer, a small, relatively inexpensive Christmas present suitable for placing in a child's stocking, which was traditionally hung by a fireplace on Christmas Eve in anticipation that Santa Claus would fill it with gifts. Stocking stuffers, plural of stocking stuffer. Stocking up, present participle and gerund of stock up. Stocking feet, plural of stocking foot. Stocking filler, alternative form of stocking filler. Stocking fillers, plural of stocking filler. Stocking foot, the part of socks, stockings, hosiery, or other flexible footwear that surrounds the foot. Stocking stuffer, alternative spelling of stocking stuffer. Stocking stuffers, plural of stocking stuffer. Stockinged, wearing stockings. Stockinger, a surname. Stockingers, plural of stockinger. Stocking feet, plural of stocking foot. Stocking foot, alternative form of stocking foot. Stockingford, a suburb of Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3291. Stockingful, the amount that can fit in a stocking. Stockingfuls, plural of stockingful. Stockingless, not wearing stockings. Stocking maker, someone who makes stockings. Stocking makers, plural of stocking maker. Stockings, plural of stocking. Stocksful, plural of stockingful. Stockish, like a stock, stupid, blockish. Stockishly, stupidly. Stockishness, stupidity. Stockus, a retailer or distributor who has stocks of a certain type of item for sale. Stockus, plural of stockus. Stock jobber, a stock exchange worker who deals only with brokers. Stock jobbers, plural of stock jobber. Stock jobbing, making markets in equity securities, dealing in stocks and shares. Stock jobbings, plural of stock jobbing. Stock judging, the evaluation of livestock in competitions. Stockkeeper, a keeper of stock or cattle, a herdsman. Stockkeepers, plural of stockkeeper. Stockheaving, stock control. Stock lending, alternative form of stock lending. Stockless, being without stock in various senses. Stocklessness, absence of stock. Stopway, a place name. Stockley Hamlet, a hamlet in Okehampton Hamlets Parish, West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 6195. Stockleys, plural of Stockley. Stockly, resembling a stock capital raised through shares or stocks or some aspect of stock trading. Stockless, an inventory of items that are currently stocked. Stocklists, plural of stockless. Stock law, alternative form of stock law. Stocklocks, plural of stocklock. Stockman, a surname. Stockmanship, the role or skills of a stockman. Stock market, alternative form of stock market. Stock markets, plural of stock market, an alternative form of stock market. Stockman, plural of stockman. Stockout, an instance of an item being out of stock, the situation where an order cannot be fulfilled from current inventory. Stockouts, plural of stockout. Stock people, plural of stockperson. Stockperson, a stockman or stockwoman. Stockpersons, plural of stockperson. Stockfish, obsolete form of stockfish. Stockpicker, an investor or investment advisor who selects or recommends corporate shares for purchase. Stockpickers, plural of stockpicker. Stockpile, a supply, especially a large one, of something kept for future use, specifically in case the cost of the item increases or if there is shortage. Stockpiled, simple past and past participle of stockpile. Stockpiler, one who stockpiles. Stockpilers, plural of stockpiler. Stockpiles, plural of stockpile. Stockpiling, the process of building up a stockpile. Stockpilings, plural of stockpiling. Stockport, a market town and metropolitan borough of Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8990. Stockports, plural of stockport. Stock pie, a large pot, such as is used for making stock or for cooking large amounts of soup. Stock pots, plural of stock pot. Stockbrew, resistant to the passage of livestock. Stock raiser, one who raises livestock. Stock raisers, plural of stock raiser. Stock raising, the raising of livestock. Stock rider, a cowboy. Stock riders, plural of stock rider. Stockroom, a room where a store keeps its stock of merchandise. Stockrooms, plural of stockroom. Ducks, a surname. Stocks down, third person singular simple present indicative of stock down. Stocks in trade, plural of stock in trade. Stocks of record, plural of stock of record. Stocks up, third person singular simple present indicative of stock up. Stocksbridge, a town and civil parish with a town council in the Metropolitan Borough of Sheffield, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2798. Stocksaled, a village and civil parish in southern Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 0561. Stocksmore, a village in Kirkburton Parish, Kirklees Borough, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1810. Stockstill, a surname. Stockstills, plural of Stockstill. Stocksund, a suburb in metropolitan Stockholm, Sweden. Stockthe, the process of making an inventory of stock in a store or other location. Stocktaker, one who stocktakes. Stocktakers, plural of stocktaker. Stocktakes, plural of stocktake. Stocktaking, the act of taking an inventory of merchandise, etc. Stocktakings, plural of stocktaking. Stockton, a place name. Stockton Heath, a suburban area and civil parish in Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6186. Stockton on the Forest, a village and civil parish in the City of York District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 6555. Stockton-on-Tees, a market town in County Durham, England, known as Stockton for short, formerly a metropolitan borough and merged into the county borough of Teesside between 1968 and 1974. Stocktonian, of war relating to Stockton, California in the United States. Stocktonians, plural of Stocktonian. Stocktons, plural of Stockton. Stock up, alternative form of stock up. Stock ups, plural of stock up. Stockwell, a village, the county seat of Frontier County, Nebraska, United States. Stockwatering, the provision of water to livestock. Stockwell, a place name. Stockwells, plural of Stockwell. Stockwhip, an Australian whip made of a long, tapered length of flexible, plated leather with a stiff handle, used when mustering cattle. Stockwhip, simple past and past participle of stockwhip. Stockwhipping, present participle and gerund of stockwhip. Stockwhips, plural of stockwhip. Stockwoman, a female stockman. Stockwomen, plural of stockwoman. Stockwood, a surname. Stockware, a system of working in ore, etc. when it lies not in strata or veins, but in solid masses, so as to be worked in chambers or stories. Stock worker, a person who handles, receives, sends, records, and sees stock goods. Stock workers, plural of stock worker. Stockworks, plural of stockwork. Stocky, sturdy, solidly built, heavy and compact. Stockyard, an enclosed yard with pens, sheds, etc. or stables where livestock is kept temporarily before being slaughtered, treated, sold, or shipped, etc. Stockyards, plural of stockyard. Stockweller, a surname. Stockwellers, plural of stockweller. Alternative form of stod. Stoddard, a surname originating as an occupation for a standard bearer. Stoddard County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Bloomfield. Stoddard Solvent, White Spirit. Stoddart, a surname. Stoddart, plural of Stoddart. Stoddy, to stuff, to cram. Stoddy, simple past and past participle of stodge. Stodger, a surname. Stodgers, plural of stodger. Stodgery, stodge, stodginess. Stodges, a surname. Stodio, a surname. Stodils, plural of stodgil. Stade, comparative form of stodgy, more stodgy. Stadius, superlative form of stodgy, most stodgy. Stoduli, in a stodgy manner. Stodginess, the state or quality of being stodgy. Stodginesses, plural of stodginess. Stodgy, present participle and gerund of stodge. Stodgy, dull, old-fashioned. Stedola, a surname. Stedolas, plural of Stedola. Stody, a small village and civil parish served by Stody with Hunworth Parish Council in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 0535. Stoichology. Alternative form of stoichology. Stokdal. A surname. Stokels, plural of Stokel. Stover. A surname. Stobers, plural of Stoker. Stoher. A surname. Stohes, plural of Stoher. Stove. A richer Brussels variant of Stampot. Stonesti. A commune of Arges County, Romania. Stop. A raised veranda in front of a house. Stopes, plural of Stope. Stour. A small coastal settlement in western Sutherland, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref and C0328. Stauffer. A surname from Dutch. Stauffer. A surname. Staffers, plural of Stauffer. Stoffregen. A surname from German. Stoffregions, plural of Stoffregen. Stavko. A surname from Slovak. Stavkos, plural of Stavko. Stover. A village in Barwick Parish, South Somerset District, Somerset, England, south of Yeovil OS Grid Ref ST 5613. To sty. To bog down, to cause to be stuck in mud. Stoga. A type of cigar popular in the United States in the latter half of the 19th century. Stoga boot. A type of sturdy work boot, a brogan. Stoga boots, plural of stoga boot. Stodas, plural of stoga. Stadil, a surname. Stadils, plural of Stagdil. Stagden, a surname. Thode, a cigarette. Stoges, plural of stoge. Stogie, alternative form of stogie. Stogies, plural of stogie. Stod, simple past and past participle of star. Stogas, plural of stoggy. Starting, present participle and gerund of star. Sty, the wood pigeon. Stogie, a cigar. Stogies, plural of stogie. Stodner, a surname. Stodners, plural of Stodner. Stogs, third person singular simple present indicative of star. Stogsville, a surname. Stogstills, plural of Stockstill. Stodhumber, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District, and before that in West Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD0937. Stoggersey, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District OS Grid Ref SD2043. Stovey, alternative spelling of Stogie. Stowe, a surname from German. Stoles, plural of Stoll. Stower, a surname. Stowes, plural of Stower. Stowasser, a type of leather covering for the lower leg. Stowassers, plural of Stowasser. Stoiberite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing copper, oxygen, and vanadium. Stowe, Alternative letter case form of Stoic. Stoica, a surname from Romanian. Stoical, enduring pain and hardship without showing feeling or complaint. Stoically, in a manner that endures pain and hardship without outwardly showing suffering or expressing complaint. Stoiconus, the quality of being stoical, stoicism. Stoicus, plural of stoica. Stoic, abbreviation of stoichiometry. Stoic denotes that the inscription it annotates contains the specified number of letters per row. Stoicheton, an epigraphical form in which the letters are arranged as rows and columns within a grid arrangement. Stoichetons, plural of stoicheton. Stoichiometry, alternative spelling of stoichiometric. Stoichiometry, alternative spelling of stoichiometry. Stoichiometry, misspelling of stoichiometry. Stoichiochemical, stoichiometric. Stoichiological, of or relating to the science of stoichology. Stoichology, the part of physiology that deals with the elements or principles composing animal tissues. Stoichiometric, of or relating to stoichiometry. Stoichiometrical, alternative form of stoichiometric. Stoichiometrically, a stoichiometric manner. Stoichiometries, plural of stoichiometry. Stoichiometry, the study and calculation of quantitative measurable relationships of the reactants and products in chemical reactions, chemical equations. Stoichiometry, misspelling of stoichiometric. Stoichiometry, misspelling of stoichiometry. Stoicism, a school of philosophy popularized during the Roman Empire that emphasized reason as a means of understanding the natural state of things, or logos, and as a means of freeing oneself from emotional distress. Stoicisms, plural of stoicism. Stoices, a proponent of stoicism. Stoices, plural of stoicis. Stoicity, stoicism. Stoicize, to make something stoical. Stoicize, simple past and past participle of stoicize. Stoicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stoicize. Stoicizing, present participle and gerund of stoicize. Is like obsolete form of stoic. Dithois, plural of stoi. Stoically, misspelling of stoically. Stoics, plural of stoic. Stoilesti, a commune of Valsia County, Romania. Stoina, a village and commune of Gorj County, Romania. Swearing, alternative form of storing. Swarens, plural of swaren. Stadion, a transliteration of the Macedonian male given name Est or Cyrillic letter 458a and Stadion. Stadionoski, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Est or Cyrillic letter 458a and Osk is Stadionoski. Stadionov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Est Oya and Ove. Stajanov. Stajanave, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Stojanovics, plural of Stojanovic. Stojanovski, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Estel. O Cyrillic letter 458a and ove sk is Stojanovski. Stakavian, the most widespread dialect of Serbo-Croatian, which is used as the dialectal basis for the standard Bosnian, Croatian, Montenegrin, and Serbian versions of the language. The word what is usually rendered as sto, whence the name. Stakavian, alternative form of Stakavian. Thuk, ellipsis of Stoke-on-Trent, a city in Staffordshire, England. Stoke-Albany, a village and civil parish in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Kettering District, Westgrid Ref SB 8087. Stoke Bruin, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in South Northamptonshire District, Westgrid Ref SB 7449. Stoke Cannon, a village and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England, Westgrid Ref SX 9398. Stoke Climsland, a village and civil parish in East Cornwall, England, Westgrid Ref SX 3674. Stoke Dabernon, a small village in Elmbridge Borough, Surrey, England, Westgrid Ref TQ 1258. Stoke Doyle, a village and civil parish served by Pilton, Stoke Doyle and Waddenhoe Parish Council in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in East Northamptonshire District, Westgrid Ref TL 0286. Stoke Edith, a small village and civil parish east of Hereford, Herefordshire, England, Westgrid Ref SO 6040. Stoke Ferry, a village and civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, Westgrid Ref TL 7099. Stoke Fleming, a village and civil parish in South Hams District, south of Dartmouth, Devon, England, Westgrid Ref SX 8648. Stoke Gabriel, a village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England, Westgrid Ref SX 8457. Stoke Gifford, a village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England, Westgrid Ref SD 6279. Stoke Hammond, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, Westgrid Ref SB 8829. Stoke Holy Cross, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, Westgrid Ref TG 2301. Stoke Lyne, a village and civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England, Westgrid Ref SB 5628. Stoke Manville, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District, Westgrid Ref SB 8310. Stoke Newington, a suburban area and former borough of London in Borough of Hackney, Greater London, England. Stoke-on-Tern, a village in Stoke-upon-Tern Parish, Northeast Shropshire, England, Westgrid Ref SJ 6428. Stoke Orchard, a village and civil parish served by Stoke Orchard and Treddington Parish Council in Tewkesbury Borough, Gloucestershire, England, Westgrid Ref SO 9228. Stoke Piro, a locality on Exmoor in Lucan Parish, Somerset, England, Westgrid Ref SS 8743. Stoke Poges, a large village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, formerly in South Bucks District, Westgrid Ref SU 9884. Stoke Prior, a village in Ford and Stoke Prior Parish, southeast of Leominster, Herefordshire, England OS Grid Ref SO 5256. Stoke Rockford, a small village and civil parish served by Stoke Rockford and Easton Parish Council and South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 9127. Stoke St Gregory, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District and Taunton Deane District OS Grid Ref SD 3427. Stoke St Mary, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District OS Grid Ref SD 2622. Stoke St Michael, a village and civil parish in Mendip District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref SD 6646. Stoke sub Hamden, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD 4717. Stoke Trister, a village and civil parish served by Stoke Trister with Bayford Parish Council in South Somerset District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref SD 7328. Stoke upon Tern, a civil parish in northeast Shropshire, England, which includes the village of Stoke-on-Tern. Stoke Works, a locality next to Stoke Prior in Stoke Parish, Bromsgrove District, Worcestershire, England OS Grid Ref SO 9466. Stoke by Clare, a village and civil parish in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in St Edmundsbury District OS Grid Ref TL 7443. Stoke by Nayland, a village and civil parish in Baberg District, Suffolk, England OS Grid Ref TL 9836. Stoke-on-Trent, the largest city in Staffordshire, England, also known as Stoke. Stoked, simple past and past participle of Stoke. Stokeham, a small village and civil parish served by Hedon-cum-Upton, Grove and Stokeham Parish Council in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 7876. Stokehold, a chamber where a ship's furnaces are stoked. Stokeholds, plural of stokehold. Stokehole, the aperture through which a furnace is fed or tended. Stokeholes, plural of stokehole. Stopely, a surname. Stopleys, plural of Stokely. Stokenchurch, a village and civil parish situated in the Chilterns in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Wycombe District OS Grid Ref SU 7696. Stokenham, a village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SX 8042. Stoker, a surname. Stoker fire, of the firebox or furnace of a steam boiler, fed with coal by a mechanical stoker. Stoker, of or relating to Bram Stoker 1847-1912, Irish novelist and short story writer, best known for his 1897 Gothic novel Dracula. Stokerless, without a stoker. Stobers, plural of stoker. Stokes, a surname. Stokes Bay, a bay in Gosport Borough, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 5998. Stokes County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Danbury. Stokes-Adams attack, synonym of Adams-Stokes attack. Stokes-Adams attacks, plural of Stokes-Adams attack. Stokes-Adams syndrome, synonym of Adams-Stokes syndrome. Stokesay, a small village and castle in Craven Arms Parish, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Refso 4381. Stokesia. Any of the plants in the genus Stokesia. Stokesias, plural of Stokesia. Stokesi. An orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and tin. Stokeslet. The primary Green's function of Stokes flow associated with a singular point force embedded in a Stokes flow. Stokeslets, plural of Stokeslet. Stokesley, a small market town and civil parish with a town council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District. OS Grid Ref NZ 5208. Stokedy, Stoke Newington. Stokedy, a person from Stoke-on-Trent, England. Stokies, plural of Stokey. Stoking, present participle and gerund of Stoke. Stokings, plural of Stoking. Stiklasa, a surname from Czech. Stiklasas, plural of Stiklasa. Stockley, a surname. Stockleys, plural of Stockley. Stiklosa, a surname from Polish. Stiklosas, plural of Stiklosa. Stocko notation, a written notation for sign language based on the Latin alphabet. Stockrus, synonym of Kenneth the plant Hibiscus cannabinus. Stockall, a small, informal syndicate of people who regularly contribute money to a shared fund of savings. Stockles, plural of Stockville. Stockgrass, alternative form of stockfish, shallow water, Cape hake. Stockises, plural of stockus. Stock, acronym of short takeoff and landing, an aircraft that needs a shorter minimum horizontal distance to accelerate in order to ascend into the air than typical fixed-wing types. Stola, the traditional garment of women in ancient Rome, corresponding to the toga worn by men. Stale, plural of stola. Stolarski, a surname from Polish. Stolarskis, plural of Stolarski. Stolars, a surname from Polish. Stolarses, plural of Stolars. Stolas, plural of Stola. Stalber, a surname from German. Stalders, plural of Stalber. Stalber, a parasitic phytoplasma, the plant disease caused by this. Stow, simple past of steel. Stole at glance, simple past of steel at glance. Stole march, simple past of steel a march. Stole away, simple past of steal away. Stole fee, a fee or donation made to a priest who officiates at her rite. Stole fees, plural of stole fee. Stole someone's heart, simple past and past participle of steal someone's heart. Stole someone's identity, simple past of steal someone's identity. Stole someone's thunder, simple past of steal someone's thunder. Stole a scene, simple past of steal the scene. Stole the show, simple past of steal the show. Stolfy, alternative spelling of Stolfy. Stolfies, plural of Stolfy. Stove, having or wearing a stole. Stole-like, resembling or characteristic of a stole garment. Stolen, past participle of steal. Stolen a glance, past participle of steal a glance. Stolen a march. Past participle of steal a march. Stolen away. Past participle of steal away. Stolen base. A play where a runner on any base runs to the next base, usually while the pitcher pitches to a batter. Such a runner is liable to be put out if tagged with the ball while not in contact with any base. Stolen bases. Plural of stolen base. Stolen generation. Collectively, those Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who, as children who were removed from their families by government agencies or church missions between approximately 1869 and officially 1969. Stolen generations. Plural of stolen generation. Stolen goods. Any goods or other property that have been obtained, carried off, or abstracted by means of a crime. Stolen one's thunder. Past participle of steal one's thunder. Stolen shot. A shot or sequence filmed without the permission of those depicted. Stolen someone's identity. Past participle of steal someone's identity. Stolen someone's thunder. Past participle of steal someone's thunder. Stolen the scene. Past participle of steal the scene. Stolen the show. Past participle of steal the show. Stolen valor. An instance of a person falsely claiming to have served in the military, or of a member of the military falsely claiming to have served in ways they did not. Stolenness. Quality of being stolen. Stolens. Plural of stolen. Stoles. Plural of stole. Stolvis. Second person singular simple past indicative of steal. Stalford. A small coastal village in Staughrsey Parish, Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District OS Grid Ref SD 2245. Stowaway. Acronym of Stranger Originated Life Insurance. Stowaway. Stolichnaya vodka. Stolichnaya. A brand of vodka made of wheat and rye grain. Stolichnayas. Plural of Stolichnaya. Stolichny salad. A variation of Elvier salad. Stolichny salads. Plural of Stolichny salad. Stolixkis mountain vole. A species of rodent, Alticola stolixcanus, found in the Himalayan region. Stolixkis mountain voles. Plural of Stolixkis mountain vole. Stolid. Having or revealing little emotion or sensibility. Stollider. Comparative form of stolid, more stolid. Stolidus. Superlative form of stolid, most stolid. Stolidities. Plural of stolidity. Stolidity. The property of being stolid, unemotionality. Stolidly. In a stolid manner. Stolidness. The quality of being stolid. Stolida branch. Any of the Stolida branchia. Stolida branch. Plural of Stolida branch. Stalin. A city in Brest Oblast, Belarus. Stalkjer. A two-wheeled cart used in Norway, having a front seat for two people and a rear seat for the driver. Stalkjeres. Plural of Stalkjera. Stow. A surname. Stow. A surname. Stollen. A traditional German cake eaten at Christmas time, made with nuts, raisins, and other dried fruits. Stolens. Plural of stolen. Stover. A surname. Stovers, plural of stolar. Stollery. A surname. Stoles, plural of stole. Stolis, plural of stoli. Stoles, plural of stole. Stoli, alternative spelling of stoli. Stone, obsolete form of stolen. Stone, past participle of steel. Stalnizny Pradešku, a village and commune of Iași County, Romania. Stalnici, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Stalme, a Polish pantler. Stalniks, plural of stalnik. Stolo, a stolen car. Stalon, a shoot that grows along the ground and produces roots at its nodes. A runner. Stalonal, relating to a stallon. Stalinate, stalloniferous. Stallone, relating to a stallon. Stallonifera, any coral of suborder Stallonifera. Stalloniferan, any octocurl of the suborder Stallonifera. Stalloniferans, plural of Stalloniferan. Stalloniferum, any of a group of cytotoxic steroids present in the soft coral Clavularia viridis. Stalloniferones, plural of Stalloniferone. Stalloniferous, producing stallons or suckers. Stalloniferously, in a stalloniferous manner. Stalloniform, resembling a stallon. Stallonly, resembling or characteristic of a stallon. Stallons, plural of stallon. Stalovaya, a basic utilitarian cafeteria in Soviet Russia. Stalovayas, plural of Stalovaya. Stalp, a surname. Stolperstein, alternative letter case form of Stolperstein. Stolperstein, plural of Stolperstein. Stolpersteins, plural of Stolperstein. STOL port, an airport designed for stall or short field operations. STOL ports, plural of STOL port. Stalps, plural of stall. Stolt, a surname from Swedish. Adult, a surname. Stoltenberg, a surname. Stoltenbergs, plural of Stoltenberg. Stoltz, plural of Stolt. Stoltman, a surname from German. Stoltmans, plural of Stoltman. Stoltz, plural of Stolt. Stoltz, a surname. Stoltis, plural of Stoltz. Stoltes, a surname. Stoltzfuses, plural of Stoltzfus. Stalopins necktie, MS. Stalzai, a tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing lead, oxygen, and tungsten. Stoma, one of the tiny pores in the epidermis of a leaf or stem through which gases and water vapor pass. Stoma bag, synonym of colostomy bag. Stoma bags, plural of stoma bag. Stoma, an organ in animals that stores food in the process of digestion. Stomach ache, alternative spelling of stomachache. Stomach aches, plural of stomach ache. Stomach acid, synonym of gastric acid. Stomach acids, plural of stomach acid. Stomach balloon, synonym of gastric balloon. Stomach balloons, plural of stomach balloon. Stomach bug, something such as a germ that causes intestinal distress, particularly vomiting. Stomach bugs, plural of stomach bug. Stomach cancer, cancer of the stomach S. Stomach crunch, a crunch abdominal exercise. Stomach crunches, plural of stomach crunch. Stomach flu, gastroenteritis. Stomach flus, plural of stomach flu. Stomach lining, a layer of tissue on the inside of stomach. Stomach linings, plural of stomach lining. Stomach oil, the light oil composed of neutral dietary lipids found in the proventriculus of birds in the order Procellariiformes. Stomach oils, plural of stomach oil. Stomach pump, a syringe with a flexible tube for withdrawing fluids from the stomach or injecting them into it. Stomach pumps, plural of stomach pump. Stomach staggers, the distension of an animal's, usually a horse stomach, with food or gas, resulting in indigestion and sometimes death. Stomach sweetbread, synonym of sweetbread of the pancreas. Stomach sweetbreads, plural of stomach sweetbread. Stomach ulcer, synonym of peptic ulcer. Stomach ulcers, plural of stomach ulcer. Stomach vacuum, synonym of vacuum exercise. Stomach vacuums, plural of stomach vacuum. Stomach worm, a common roundworm, Ascaris lumbricoides, sometimes found in the human intestine and rarely in the stomach. Stomach worms, plural of stomach worm. Stomachache, rare spelling of stomachache. Stomach aches, plural of stomachache. Stomach churning, sickening or disgusting. Stomach churningly, in a stomach churning manner. Stomach turning, sickening or disgusting. Stomach turningly, in a stomach turning manner. Stomachable, tolerable, capable of being stomached, not so distasteful as to be unacceptable. Stomachache, a pain in the abdomen often caused by indigestion, in which the pain is usually lower than the stomach and related to the intestines. Stomachaches, plural of stomachache. Stomachache, involving or characteristic of a stomachache. Stomacha, of or relating to the stomach, gastric. Stomachals, plural of stomachache. Stomach, misspelling of stomach. Stomached, simple past and past participle of stomach. Stomacher, a type of men's waistcoat. Stomachers, plural of stomacher. Stomachus, plural of stomach. Stomachful, enough to fill one's stomach. Stomachfuls, plural of stomachful. Stomachic, of or relating to the stomach. Stomachico, stomachic. Stomachically, in terms of or by means of the stomach. Stomachic, obsolete form of stomachic. Stomachex, plural of stomachic. Stomaching, nauseating, sickening. Stomachings, plural of stomaching. Stomachless, without a stomach. Stomachlessness, lack of a stomach. Stomach-like, resembling or characteristic of a stomach. Stomachus, bitter, resentful. Stomachs, plural of stomach. Stomachs full, plural of stomachful. Stomachi, obstinate, sullen. Haughty. Stomach, archaic form of stomach. Stomach, simple past and past participle of stomach. Stomaching, present participle and gerund of stomach. Stomachs, plural of stomach. Stomal, of or relating to a stoma. Stomaplasties, plural of stomoplasty. Stomoplasty, repair or reconstruction of a stoma. Stomapod, any of the Stomapoda, a formerly used order of crustaceans corresponding to order Stomatopoda of mantis shrimp. Stomapods, plural of stomapod. Stomas, plural of stoma. Stomata, plural of stoma. Stomato, relating to or containing is stoma. Stomatalgia, pain in the mouth. Stoma. Stomatolid, any gastropod in the family Stomatolidae, now considered to be the trochid subfamily Stomatolini. Stomatolids, plural of stomatolid. Stomates, plural of stomate. Stomatic, stomao. Stomatics, plural of stomatic. Stomatiferous, having or producing stomata. Stomatin, an erythrocyte membrane protein. Stomatins, plural of stomatin. Stomatidic, relating to stomatitis. Stomatidides, plural of stomatitis. Stomatitis, an inflammation of parts of the mucous membrane that lines the mouth. Stomatitis areata migrans, a disorder characterized by continuously changing red patchy lesions on the buccal stomata dysodia. Migratory mucositis, ectopic geographic tongue. Stomatidizes, plural of stomatitis. Stomato, stomatocyte, erythrocyte with an oval or rectangular central pallor. Stomatocytes, plural of stomatocyte. Stomatocytic, relating to stomatocytes. Stomatocytogenic, relating to the production of stomatocytes. Stomatocytosis, plural of stomatocytosis. Stomatocytosis, any of various conditions causing the outer membranes of red blood cells to leak sodium and potassium ions. Stomatidia, plural of stomatidium. Stomatidium, alternative form of stomatium. Stomato, any of the stomatoda. Stomatodia, plural of stomatodium. Stomatodes, plural of stomato. Stomatidium, alternative form of stomatidium. Stomatodynia, synonym of glossodynia. Stomatodysodia, bad breath, halitosis. Stomatogastric, of or pertaining to the mouth and the stomach. Stomatogenesis, the formation and development of stomata. Stomatogenic, relating to stomatogenesis. Stomatognathic, relating to the mouth and jaw. Stomatointestinal, relating to the mouth and the intestines. Stomatologic, stomatological. Stomatological, relating to stomatology. Stomatologically, with reference to stomatological matters. Stomatologists, a practitioner of stomatology. Stomatologists, plural of stomatologists. Stomatology, the study of the mouth and its disorders and diseases, increasingly called oral medicine in current usage. Stomatopathies, plural of stomatopathy. Stomatopathy, any disease of the mouth. Stomatoplasty, of or pertaining to stomatoplasty. Stomatoplasties, plural of stomatoplasty. Stomatoplasty, the operation of forming a mouth where the aperture has been contracted or deformed. Stomatopod, a member of the Stomatopoda order of marine crustaceans, Amanteus shrimp. Stomatopodus, of or relating to the Stomatopoda. Stomatopods, plural of stomatopod. Stomatopirosis, synonym of glossopirosis. Stomatoragia, bleeding from the mouth. Stomatoscope, an apparatus for examining the interior of the mouth consisting of a small light on the end of a stick. Stomatoscopes, plural of stomatoscope. Stomatos, alternative form of stomatus. Stomatossuchid, any extinct crocodilomorph of the family Stomatossuchidae. Stomatossuchids, plural of stomatossuchid. Stomatotide, misspelling of somatotide. Stomatus, having a stoma, or by means of a stoma. Stoma, a surname. Stomas, plural of stomba. Stomia, plural of stomium. Stoma, relating to the stomium. Stomiata, a fish of the family Stomiatidae. Stomiatids, plural of Stomiata. Stomiatidae, relating to or characteristic of fish of the family Stomiatidae. Stoma, stoma. Stomachs, plural of stomach. Stoma, any member of the family Stomidae of deep-sea rayfin fish, including the barbel dragonfishes, stereators, and lucijaws. Stomiads, plural of stomiae. Stomiiform, or from the order Stomiiforms of rayfin fish. Stomiiforms, plural of stomiiform. Stomium, the region of a sporangium where dehiscence takes place. Stomacord, a buccal diverticulum in the proboscis of hemichordates. Stomacords, plural of stomacord. Stomadea, plural of stomatium. Stomatale, alternative form of stomatal. Stomatium, alternative spelling of stomatium. Stomodia, plural of stomatium. Stomable, of or pertaining to is stomatium. Stomatally, in a stomatal manner or direction. Stomatium, a depression on the ectoderm of a developing embryo that becomes the mouth. Stomatiums, plural of stomatium. Stomatium, obsolete form of stomatium. Stomacein, any of the type stomaci. Stomaceins, plural of stomacein. Sta, to severely beat someone physically or figuratively. Stomp clap hey, a type of indie folk that enjoyed some popularity around the late 2000s and early 2010s. Stomp for, to cheer on or support. Stomp off, to depart in an angry mood. Stomp on, to severely defeat. Stomp out, to extinguish something by stomping or stepping forcefully on it, used with intangible objects. Stomp pad, a snowboard component for use removing snow from the bottoms of boots, typically a metal or plastic plate attached to the top of the snowboard between the bindings. Stomp pads, plural of stomp pad. Stomp rocket, a flying toy rocket powered by the release of compressed air. Stomp rockets, plural of stomp rocket. Stomp box, a simple percussion instrument consisting of a small wooden box placed under the foot, which is tapped or stamped on rhythmically to produce a sound similar to that of a bass drum. Stomp boxes, plural of stomp box. Stomped, simple past and past participle of stomp. Stomped for, simple past and past participle of stomp for. Stomped off, simple past and past participle of stomp off. Stomped on, simple past and past participle of stomp on. Stomped out, simple past and past participle of stomp out. Stomper, one who stomps. Stompers, plural of stomper. Stompi, a cigarette butt. Stompy, comparative form of stompy, more stompy. Stompies, plural of stompi. Stompiest, superlative form of stompy, most stompy. Stompy, in a stompy manner. Stompin, pronunciation, spelling of stomping. Stomping, present participle and gerund of stomp. Stomping for, present participle and gerund of stomp for. Stomping ground, synonym of stamping ground. Stomping grounds, plural of stomping ground. Stomping off, present participle and gerund of stomp off. Stomping on, present participle and gerund of stomp on. Stomping out, present participle and gerund of stomp out. Stompingly, in a stomping manner. Stompings, plural of stomping. Stomps, plural of stomp. Stumps for, third person singular simple present indicative of stump for. Stomps off, third person singular simple present indicative of stump off. Stomps on, third person singular simple present indicative of stomp on. Stomps out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stomp out. Stombe, a stomping style of dance or music appropriate to such a dance. Idan, a municipality of Croatia. Stoneaston, a village and civil parish in Mendip district, Somerset, England. OS grid ref ST 6253. Stonewall, punishable by stoning. Isdan, stop, halt, hindrance. Isdans, plural of ston. Stone, a hard earthen substance that can form rocks, especially such substance when regarded as a building material. Stone Age, a broad prehistoric period during which humans widely used stone for tool making. Stone Age. Alternative letter case form of Stone Age. Stone Age die, synonym of paleo diet. Stone babies. Plural of stone baby. Stone baby. Lithopian. Stone boiling, a primitive method of boiling water or milk by dropping hot stones into it. Stone bow, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See stone bow, a bow made of stone. A sculpture. Stone bows, plural of stone bow. Stone bramble, a plant species of the genus Rubus, Rubus saxatilis. Stone brambles, plural of stone bramble. Stone brash, a soil made up of finely broken rock. Stone brashes, plural of stone brash. Stone broke, synonym of broke, without any money. Stone bubble, the point in a poker tournament where after one more player is eliminated, all players will be guaranteed prize money, but the eliminated player receives no prize money. Stone bubble, simple past and past participle of stone bubble. Stone bubbles, plural of stone bubble. Stone bubbling, present participle and gerund of stone bubble. Stone butch, a butch lesbian who does not want to be sexually touched by her partner. Stone butches, plural of stone butch. Stone canal, a duct commonly lined with calcareous material forming part of the water vascular system. Stone canals, plural of stone canal. Stone cell, synonym of sclerate. Stone cells, plural of stone cell. Stone centipede, any member of the Lithobiomorpha, a group of anamorphic centipedes. Stone centipedes, plural of stone centipede. Stone circle, a prehistoric monument consisting of standing stones arranged in a circle. Stone circles, plural of stone circle. Stone coal, mineral coal as opposed to charcoal. Stone cold, very cold, lacking any semblance of warmth. Stone colic, a colic attributed to the presence of kidney stones. Stone colics, plural of stone colic. Stone coral, stony coral. Stone corals, plural of stone coral. Stone County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Mountain View. It was named after natural stone formations. Stone crab, a Florida stone crab. Stone crabs, plural of stone crab. Stone cream, a traditional dessert of thickened sweetened cream, served with fruit or preserves. Stone cress, any of the flowering plants of the genus Aethiuma. Stone cresses, plural of stone cress. Stone cross, a number of places in England. Stone curlew, any of several species of large terrestrial birds in the family Burranidae. Stone curlews, plural of stone curlew. Stone dead, utterly dead. Stone deaf, utterly deaf. Stone editor, an editor who works with the compositor at the imposing stone to determine how material will be laid out on the page. Stone editors, plural of stone editor. Stone falcon, a hawk of species Echipternissus eurasian sparrowhawk, which builds its nest among the rocks. Stone falcons, plural of stone falcon. Stonefish, alternative form of stonefish. Stonefishes, plural of stonefish. Stone frigate, a shore establishment of the Royal Navy and some Commonwealth navies. Stone frigates, plural of stone frigate. Stone fruit, any fruit with a soft fleshy exterior surrounding a hard pit or stone containing the seed. Stone fruits, plural of stone fruit. Stone ghost, the code name for an intelligence sharing network between the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. Stone hammer, a hammer formed with a face at one end and a thick, blunt edge parallel with the handle at the other, used for breaking stone. Stone hammers, plural of stone hammer. Stone in Oxney, a village in Stone-cum-Ebony Parish, Ashford District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9427. Stone jar, a prison. Stone jugs, plural of stone jar. Stone napper, one who naps stone. Stone nappers, plural of stone napper. Stone loach, Barbitula, a species of ray-finned fish in the family Nemoshalidae or subfamily Nemoshalinae in family Balatoridae hill stream loaches. Stone loaches, plural of stone loach. Stone man syndrome, synonym of fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Stone martin, Martsfoina, beach martin. Stone martins, plural of stone martin. Stone massage, a form of massage using cold or water heated stones to apply pressure and heat to the body. Stone massages, plural of stone massage. Stone me, exclamation of complete surprise. Stone Mills, a township in Lennox and Addington County, Ontario, Canada. Stone mint, Cunilla Mariana. Stone mints, plural of stone mint. Stone money, large circular limestone disc. Stone mint, Cunilla Mariana. Stone mints, plural of stone mint. Stone money, large circular limestone discs used as a form of currency by the Yepes people. Stone Mountain, a mountain in Appalachians, DeKalb County, Georgia, United States, a quartz monzonite Monadnock former Pluton igneous intrusion containing the world's largest bas relief of 3 Confederate leaders on horseback. Stone mulching, the practice of covering plant roots with stone in the manner of a mulch. Stone naked, completely naked. Stone of the philosophers, alternative form of philosopher's stone. Stone oil, rock oil, naphtha. Stone paper, a type of paper manufactured from calcium carbonate mixed with a high-density polyethylene bonding agent. Stone papers, plural of stone paper. Stone parsley, any of several flowering herbs in the Apiaceae family. Stone pastes, fritware. Stone pastes, plural of stone pastes. Stone pine, a pine of species Pinus pinea, native of southern Europe. Stone pines, plural of stone pine. Stone plover, stone curlew. Stone plovers, plural of stone plover. Stone sheep. Ovistalis stonei, a sheep native to northern British Columbia. Stone skiffing, synonym of ducks and drakes. Stone skimming, synonym of ducks and drakes. Stone skipping, synonym of ducks and drakes. Stone soup, a traditional Portuguese thick soup, sopa de pedra, typically made with pork and vegetables. Stone space, a topological space constructed from a Boolean algebra whose points are ultrafilters on the algebra. Stone spaces, plural of stone space. Stone sub, clipped compound of stone subadditor. Stone subadditor, a subadditor having a similar role to that of the stone editor. Stone subadditors, plural of stone subadditor. Stone subs, plural of stone sub. Stone tape theory, the idea that ghosts and hauntings are analogous to tape recordings and that electrical mental impressions released during emotional or traumatic events can somehow be stored in stone and other materials and replayed under certain conditions. Stone the crows, generalized expression of surprise or amazement or just for emphasis. Stone wall, a wall made from stone. Stone walled, simple past and past participle of stone wall. Stone walling, present participle and gerund of stone wall. Stone walls, plural of stone wall. Stone with Bishopstone and Hartwell, a civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale district. Stone xylophone, a musical instrument, a lithophone consisting of pieces of stone as sounding bars that produce tuned sounds when struck, like a xylophone. Stone xylophones, plural of stone xylophone. Stone's cast, stone's throw. Stone's representation theorem, a theorem stating that every Boolean algebra is isomorphic to a certain field of sets. Stone's shot, stone's throw. Stone's throw, a short distance, roughly equivalent to how far a person can throw a stone. Stone's throws, plural of stone's throw. Stone Age, belonging in the Stone Age. Stone blind, completely blind. Stone bow, alternative form of stone bow. Stone bows, plural of stone bow. Stone broke, alternative form of stone broke. Stone-Chech compactification, a technique for constructing a universal map from a topological space to a compact Hausdorff space. Stone-Chech compactifications, plural of Stone-Chech compactification. Stone cold, completely cold. Stone cold fox, a very sexually attractive person. Stone cold foxes. plural of stone cold fox. Stone cold sober, completely sober, having no alcohol at all in one's system. Stonecombe Ebony, a civil parish in southern Ashford District, Kent, England. Stone Curlew, alternative spelling of stone curlew. Stone curlews, plural of stone curlew. Stone dead, alternative form of stone dead. Stone deaf, completely deaf. Stone face, synonym of stony faced. Stone fence, a mixed drink of cider with either rum, brandy, bourbon, or rye. Stone fences, plural of stone fence. Stonefish, alternative form of stonefish. Stone fishes, plural of stonefish. Stone ginger, ginger beer. Stone hard, alternative form of stone hard. Stone hearted, alternative form of stone hearted. Stone heartedly, alternative form of stone heartedly. Stone heartedness, alternative form of stone heartedness. Stone horse, astallen. Stone horses, plural of stone horse. Stone napper, alternative form of stone napper. Stone nappers, plural of stone napper. Stone lilies, plural of stone lily. Stone lily, synonym of encrignite. Stone mint, alternative form of stone mint. Stone pastes, a mixture of clay and frit used to create ceramics. Stone pastes, plural of stone pastes. Stone rag, the lichen Parmelia saxatilis traditionally used in dyeing. Stone raw, alternative form of stone rag type of lichen. Stone snipe, a common North American bird, the greater yellowlegs, greater telltale, or long-legged tattler Tringa melanolica. Stone snipes, plural of stone snipe. Stone still, as still as a stone, perfectly still or silent, motionless. Stone throwing, the action of throwing one or more stones, often as a form of aggression or assault, or with the intention of causing damage. Stonewall, alternative spelling of stonewall. Stone-Weierstrass theorem, a generalization of the Weierstrass approximation theorem. Stonia, a hamlet in Wimbledon Parish, Fanland District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4593. Stonedack, a surname. Stonedacks, plural of stoneback. Stonebake, baked on a stone surface. Stoneneck, an English surname. Stonebasher, any of a number of fish. Stonedashers, plural of stonebasher. Stoneback Down, a civil parish served by Upper Nidderdale Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Harrogate District. Stoneback Up, a civil parish served by Upper Nidderdale Parish Council in Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. Stonebird, the yellowlegs or stone snipe. Stonebirds, plural of stonebird. Stonedler, a machine that automatically lifts and packs the sleepers of a railway with small grade ballast, which is blown under the sleepers to level the track. Stoneblowers, plural of stone blower. Stone blowing. The use of a stone blower to level the sleepers of a railway track. Stoneboat. A kind of sled for moving heavy objects. Stoneboats. Plural of stoneboat. Stonebound. Bounded by stone. Stonebow. A kind of crossbow used for shooting stones. Stonebows. Plural of stonebow. Stonebreaker. A surname. Stonebreakers. Plural of stonebreaker. Stonebush. A subsoil made up of small stones or finely broken rock. Stonebrushes. Plural of stonebrush. Stonebreak. The meadow saxifrage. Stonebreaker. A laborer who breaks stone. Stonebreakers. Plural of stonebreaker. Stonebreaks. Plural of stonebreak. Stonebridge. A place in England. Stonebrood. A disease of honeybees caused by aspergillus fungi that cover the larvae with a hard layer of powdery spores. Stonebroom. A village in Shirland and Higham Parish, Northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4159. Stonebuck. Alternative form of Steinbach. Stonebucks. Plural of stonebuck. Stonebuilt. Built from stone. Stoneburner. A surname. Stoneburners. Plural of stoneburner. Stonecast. A short distance, a stone's throw. Stonecasts. Plural of stonecasts. Stonetat. A species of catfish, Nautilus flavus. Stonecatcher. Something that catches or traps stones. Stonecatchers. Plural of stonecatcher. Stonecats. Plural of stonecat. Stonechat. Any of various small Old World passerine birds of the genus Saxicola that feed on insects. Stonechats. Plural of stonechat. Stonechatter. Stonechat. Stonechatters. Plural of stonechatter. Stone cipher. A surname from German. Stone ciphers. Plural of stone cipher. Stoneclink. Stone chat. Stoneclinks. Plural of stoneclink. Stone cold. Alternative spelling of stone cold. Stonecraft. The art or skill of working in stone. Stonecrafter. One who engages in stonecraft. Stonecrafters. Plural of stonecrafter. Stonecrafts. Plural of stonecraft. Stonecress. Alternative form of stonecress. Stonecresses. Plural of stonecress. Stonecrop. Any of various succulent plant of the Crassulaceae family, native to temperate zones, especially in genus Sedum. Stonecrops. Plural of stonecrop. Stonecutter. Somebody who cuts, carves, or dresses stone. Stonecutters. Plural of stonecutter. Stonecutting. The hewing or dressing of stone. Stonecuttings. Plural of stonecutting. Stonecipher. A surname from German. Stone. Simple past and past participle of stone. Stoned ape theory. The idea that Homo sapiens evolved around and adapted to the ingestion of magic mushrooms, increasing the species' empathetic communication and sparking the cognitive revolution. Stone delf. A stone or rock quarry. Stone delves, plural of stone delf. Stonedly, as though stoned. Stoneness. The quality of on aeon drugs. Stonedresser. A person employed to cut or sharpen stones, for example for milling. Stonedressers, plural of stonedresser. Stonedressing. The cutting or sharpening of stones, for example for milling. Stoneface. Having a cold and emotionless facial expression. Stonefall. The fall of loose stones from a natural surface. Stonefalls, plural of stonefall. Stonefish. A venomous tropical marine fish resembling a piece of rock of the genus Synancia found in the Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. Stonefishes, plural of stonefish. Stoneflies, plural of stonefly. Stonefly, any of the freshwater aquatic insects in the order Plecoptera. Stonefruit, alternative form of stone fruit. Stonefruits, plural of stonefruit. Stonegall, alternative form of staniel. Stonedalls, plural of stoneball. Stonegate, a village in Ticehurst Parish, Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6628. Stone ground, a flour, ground with millstones rather than steel rollers. Stoneham, a habitational surname from locations. Stonehams, plural of stoneham. Stonehard, hard as stone. Stonehatch. The ringed plover. Stonehatches, plural of stonehatch. Stonehaven, a coastal town in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. It was the county town of Kincardineshire until 1975. OS Grid Ref No 8786. Stonehead, a user of recreational drugs, a stoner. Stoneheads, plural of stonehead. Stonehearted, synonym of hard-hearted. Stoneheartedly, in a stone-hearted manner, coldly and pitilessly. Stoneheartedness, the state or quality of being stone-hearted, remorselessness, lack of pity or compassion. Stonehenge, an ancient group of standing stones on Salisbury Plain in Amesbury Parish, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1242. Stonehawker, a surname from German. Stonehawkers, plural of stonehawker. Stone-horse, alternative form of stone horse. Stone-horses, plural of stone-horse. Stonehouse, a habitational surname. Stonehouses, plural of stonehouse. Stoneking, a surname from German. Stonekings, plural of stoneking. Stoneknapper, alternative form of stone napper. Stoneknappers, plural of stoneknapper. Stonelayer, a construction worker who places stones. Stone layers, plural of stone layer. Stone laying, the ceremonial placement of the foundation stone of a building. Stonemae, a community in Bracebridge District Municipality of Muskoka, Ontario, Canada. Stoneless, without stone or stones all senses. Stonelessness, lack of stones. Stonely, resembling stone or a stone. Stonelore, knowledge or study of stone. Stoneleigh, a hamlet in Kimbolton Parish, Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1067. Stoneman, a surname. Stonemans, plural of stoneman. Stonemartin, alternative form of stone martin. Stonemartins, plural of stonemartin. Stonemason, one who works in stone. Stonemason's hammer, a hammer with a flat face and a chisel-shaped blade for chipping off pieces of stone. Stonemasonry, the work or art of a stonemason. Stonemasons, plural of stonemason. Stomule, rock flower. Stoneman, plural of stoneman. Stonen, consisting or made of stone. Stoneness, willingness to give sexual pleasure but not to receive it. Stone pastes, fritware. Stone pastes, plural of stone pastes. Stonepit, a quarry. Stonepits, plural of stonepit. Stoneproof, resistant to being broken by stones. Stoner, a surname. Stoner metal, synonym of stoner rock. Stoner rock, a subgenre of heavy metal which combines it with elements of psychedelic rock and acid rock. Stoner rocker, someone who plays or is a fan of stoner rock. Stoner rockers, plural of stoner rocker. Stoneware, alternative form of stone rag. Stonerific, characteristic of stoners or recreational drug users. Stonerly, resembling or characteristic of a stoner cannabis user. Stone rock, a surname. Stone rocks, plural of stone rock. Stone roller, an American minnow, Campostoma anomalum. Stone rollers, plural of stone roller. Stonert, Palinsonia canadensis, a perennial medicinal herb in the mint family with a very hard root. Stoners, plural of stoner. Stone runner, the ringed plover. Stone runners, plural of stone runner. Stones, a surname. Stones of the philosophers, plural of stone of the philosophers. Stone seed, any plant of the genus Lithospermum, herbs having a fruit composed of 4 stony nutlets. Stone seeds, plural of stone seed. Stone setting, the art of securely setting or attaching gemstones into jewelry. Stone settings, plural of stone setting. Stone shot, a stone used as a projectile. Stone shots, plural of stone shot. Stone cipher, a surname from German. Stone ciphers, plural of stone cipher. Stone nests, second person singular simple present indicative of stone. Stone's throw, alternative form of stone's throw. Stone street, a surname. Stone streets, plural of stone street. Stonesy, resembling or characteristic of the Rolling Stones, an English rock band formed in London in 1962. Stone throwing, alternative form of stone throwing. Stonewall, alternative letter case form of Stonewall alcoholic drink. Stonewall attack, a closed game system in chess, characterized by white developing pawns to d4 and e3, bishop to d3, knight to d2, and then completing the Stonewall structure by playing pawns to c3 and f4. Stonewall County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Espermont. Stonewalled, simple past and past participle of stonewall. Stonewaller, one who stonewalls. Stonewallers, plural of stonewaller. Stonewalling, present participle and gerund of stonewall. Stonewallings, plural of stonewalling. Stonewalls, plural of stonewall. Stoneware, a type of pottery that is fired at a high temperature and is dense, opaque, and non-porous. Stonewares, plural of stoneware. Stonewash, a stonewashed effect on clothing. Stonewash, of cloth or clothing, having been tumbled with stones in order to soften the fabric. Stonewashes, third person singular simple present indicative of stonewash. Stonewashing, present participle and gerund of stonewash. Stoneway, a grooved roadway with sets allowing horses to haul heavy loads. Stoneways, plural of stoneway. Stoneweed, any plant of the genus Lithospermum, herbs having a fruit composed of 4 stony nutlets. Stoneware, constructions made of stone. Stoneworker, one who produces stonework. Stoneworkers, plural of stoneworker. Stoneworking. Stoneware, stoneworks, plural of stoneware. Stoneware, any of various complex algae of the family Characeae, known for being branched and having enclosed egg cells. Stoneworts, plural of stonewort. Stonewrie, mason. Stonewrights, plural of stonewright. Stoney, a member of the Nakota, a First Nation related to the Sioux living in Western Canada, especially in southern Alberta. Stony Stanton, a village and civil parish in Blaby District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4994. Stoneyard, a yard where quarried stone is processed. Stoneyards, plural of stoneyard. Stoneycombe, a locality including a limestone quarry mostly in Ippleton Parish, Tambridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8667. Stony, plural of stony. Istha, a surname. Istange, a surname. Stangers, plural of stange. Stongs, plural of stong. Stonehawker, a surname. Stonehawkers, plural of stonehawker. Stony, a surname. Stowier, comparative form of stony, more stony. Stoniest, superlative form of stony, most stony. Stonify, simple past and past participle of stonify. Stonifies, third person singular simple present indicative of stonify. Stonify, To petrify as a mineral, to harden. Stonifying, present participle and gerund of stonify. Stonewe, in a stony manner. Stonimus, the state or quality of being stony. Stoninus, plural of stoniness. Stoning, lapidation. Punishment by throwing stones, usually resulting in death. Stonings, plural of stoning. Stonington, a town and borough of New London County, Connecticut, United States. Astonish, characteristically like stone, stony. Astonish, simple past and past participle of stonish. Stonishes, third person singular simple present indicative of stonish. Stonishing, present participle and gerund of stonish. Stonishment, obsolete form of astonishment. Stock, a heavy artillery bombardment. Stock, simple past and past participle of stonk. Stonker, something highly impressive. Stonker, simple past and past participle of stonker. Stonkering, present participle and gerund of stonker. Stonkers, plural of stonker. Stonking, impressively large, exciting. Stunkingly, to an impressive extent or degree, vary. Ithaux, plural of stonk. Stonington, the city of Stonington, a local government area in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Stonistoxin, a toxin related to perforin. Present in Stonefish. Stone, the ship of characters Steve Rogers, Captain America, and Tony Stark, Iron Man from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Stony Broke, alternative form of broke, without any money. Stony Coral, a scleractinian coral. Stony corals, plural of stony coral. Stomy iron, alternative spelling of stony iron. Stony Plain, a town in Alberta, Canada, the center of Parkland County. Stony Stratford, a suburban town and civil parish with a town council in Milton Keynes Borough, Buckinghamshire, England. OS grid ref SB 7940. Stony Broke, alternative form of stony broke. Stony face, showing no or little expression of emotion, poker-faced. Stony-hearted, alternative form of stony-hearted. Stony-heartedly, in a stony-hearted manner, pitilessly. Stony-heartedness, alternative form of stony-heartedness. Stomy iron, having approximately equal parts iron and silicates. Stonifer, a census-designated place in Colusa County, California, United States. Stony-hearted, cruel, compassionless, discompassionate, as if having a heart made of stone. Stony-heartedness, the state or quality of being stony-hearted, remorselessness, cruelty, or pitilessness. Simple past and past participle of stand. Stood a chance. Simple past and past participle of stand a chance. Stood and delivered. Simple past and past participle of stand and deliver. Stood apart. Simple past and past participle of stand apart. Stood around. Simple past and past participle of stand around. Stood aside. Simple past and past participle of stand aside. Stood at attention. Simple past and past participle of stand at attention. Stood back. Simple past and past participle of stand back. Stood behind. Simple past and past participle of stand behind. Stood between. Simple past and past participle of stand between. Stood by. Simple past and past participle of stand by. Stood corrected. Simple past and past participle of stand corrected. Stood down. Simple past and past participle of stand down. Stood fast. Simple past and past participle of stand fast. Stood fire. Simple past and past participle of stand fire. Stood firm. Simple past and past participle of stand firm. Stood for. Simple past and past participle of stand for. Stood from under. Simple past and past participle of stand from under. Stood in. Simple past and past participle of stand in. Stood in for. Simple past and past participle of stand in for. Stood in one's own light. Simple past and past participle of stand in one's own light. Stood in someone's shoes. Simple past and past participle of stand in someone's shoes. Stood in the gap. Simple past and past participle of stand in the gap. Stood in the gate. Simple past and past participle of stand in the gate. Stood off. Simple past and past participle of stand off. Stood on. Simple past and past participle of stand on. Stood on business. Simple past and past participle of stand on business. Stood on ceremony. Simple past and past participle of stand on ceremony. Stood on its own. Simple past and past participle of stand on its own. Stood on one's head. Simple past and past participle of stand on one's head. Stood on one's own 2 feet. Simple past and past participle of stand on one's own 2 feet. Stood on someone's shoulders. Simple past and past participle of stand on someone's shoulders. Stood on the shoulders of. Simple past and past participle of stand on the shoulders of. Stood on the shoulders of giants. Simple past and past participle of stand on the shoulders of giants. Stood one's ground. Simple past and past participle of stand one's ground. Stood one's hand. Simple past and past participle of stand one's hand. Stood one's lick law. Simple past and past participle of stand up to one's lick law. Stood out. Simple past and past participle of stand out. Stood out like dog's balls. Simple past and past participle of stand out like dog's balls. Stood over. Simple past and past participle of stand over. Stood pat. Simple past and past participle of stand pat. Stood shilly shally. Simple past and past participle of stand shilly shally. Stood still. Simple past and past participle of stand still. Stood tall. Simple past and past participle of stand tall. Stood the test of time. Simple past and past participle of stand the test of time. Stood to. Simple past and past participle of stand to. Stood to reason. Simple past and past participle of stand to reason. Stood together. Simple past and past participle of stand together. Stood tree. Simple past and past participle of stand treat. Stood trial. Simple past and past participle of stand trial. Stood under. Simple past and past participle of stand under. Stood up. Simple past and past participle of stand up. Stood up against. Simple past and past participle of stand up against. Stood up and been counted. Past participle of stand up and be counted. Stood up and was counted. Simple past of stand up and be counted. Stood up for. Simple past and past participle of stand up for. Stood up to. Simple past and past participle of stand up to. Stood up to be counted. Simple past and past participle of stand up to be counted. Stood up with. Simple past and past participle of stand up with. Stood with. Simple past and past participle of stand with. Obsolete form of stood. Studden. Past participle of stand. Studest. Second person singular simple past indicative of stand. Studies. Contraction of let's do this. Studley. A surname. That it. Second person singular simple past indicative of stand. Thurne. One who knowingly allows himself or herself to be used for another's profit. Edu. Sturdy. Simple past and past participle of stooge. Sturges. Plural of stooge. Stooging. Present participle and gerund of stooge. Ugh. A pile or bundle, especially of straw. Ugh. Simple past and past participle of stuck. If over. One who stooks as. Stokers. Plural of stoker. Tithuki. A surname. Stookies. Plural of stooky. Tithuki. Plaster of Paris. Stoties. Plural of stoky. Stoking. Present participle and gerund of stuck. Plural of stuck. Stuxberry. A surname. Stuxberries. Plural of Stuxberry. Is there a seat, especially for one person and without armrests? Stool of easement. A stool upon which to ease one's bowels, a commode, a chamber pot. Stool of repentance. Synonym of cuddistool seat in Scottish churches where offenders sat for public rebuke by the minister. Stool pigeon. A pigeon tied to a stool by a piece of twine, used as a decoy to entice free-flying birds to the ground to be shot or trapped. Stool pigeons. Plural of stool pigeon. Stool softener. Any medication used to introduce water and slash or fat to the contents of the patient's intestines, making those contents more likely to pass out in the feces. Stool softeners. Plural of stool softener. Stew ball. An old country game, similar in some respects to cricket and rounders, and chiefly played by young men or women at Eastertide. Stew balls. Plural of stew ball. Stew ball. Alternative form of stool ball. Is there an obsolete spelling of stool? Stowed. Simple past and past participle of stew. Those. Plural of stew. Stew. A stool pigeon. Stoolies. Plural of stoolie. Stooling, present participle and gerund of stool. Stoolings, plural of stooling. Stoolless, without a stool. Stooli, resembling or characteristic of a stool type of seat. Stool making, the manufacture of stools. Stoos, plural of stool. Stools of easement, plural of stool of easement. Stools of repentance, plural of stool of repentance. Stooey. Alternative spelling of stooly. Is there an alternative form of stum? Is doon simple past and past participle of stoom. Stooming, present participle and gerund of stoom. There is third person singular simple present indicative of stoom. Stu, elongated form of stop. A stooping, bent position of the body. Stoop and roop, completely. Stoop ball, alternative spelling of stoop ball. Stoop labor, labor regularly performed in a stooped or squatting position, usually referring to agricultural labor involving the planting, cultivation, or harvesting of crops. Stoop work, alternative form of stoop work. Stoop ball, a game played by bouncing a ball off a step or stoop. Archaic form of stoop entrance porch. Simple past and past participle of stoop. Stooter, a person who stoops. Stooters, plural of stooper. Idubus, plural of stoop. Idubus, second person singular simple present indicative of stoop. Stope, third person singular simple present indicative of stoop. Stupid, I dialect spelling of stupid, used as an emphatic form of the word. Stupiter, comparative form of stupid, more stupid. Stupidus, superlative form of stupid, most stupid. Stooping, bending the body forward in a submissive or weak manner. Stupidly, with a stooping posture. Stoopings, plural of stooping. Stoopless, not requiring the worker to stoop from a standing position. Idurus, plural of stoop. Idurut, simple past and past participle of stoop. Stoop were unskilled agricultural labor that involves stooping to reach low-growing plants. Stoopy, prone to stooping or being bent. Stor, to move, stir. Storeworm, alternative letter case form of storeworm. Storeworm, a giant sea serpent or sea dragon in Orcadian folklore which had putrid breath, probably an Orkney version of Jörmungandr. Storeworms, plural of storeworm. Storeworms, plural of storeworm. Store, simple past and past participle of store. Storing, present participle and gerund of store. Stores, third person singular simple present indicative of store. Storeworm, alternative form of storeworm. Storeworms, plural of storeworm. Story, nadi, sduhi, the disruption caused by a disagreement or misunderstanding. Sdushi, plural of stushi. Idu, obsolete spelling of stove. Stewers, plural of stew. Ithers, To borrow money at low to no interest for the purpose of making a profit by depositing it for higher interest. There's simple past and past participle of stews. Stoother, a person who makes a profit by stoozing. Stoothers, plural of stoozer. Third person singular simple present indicative of stews. Stoozing, present participle and gerund of stews. To cease moving. Stop and chop. A facemulsification technique in which the nucleus is grooved and divided into halves. Divide and conquer before being chopped. Stop and frisked. Synonym of stop and search. Stop and frisks. Plural of stop and frisked. Stop and run. Eduan. Stop and search. Alternative form of stop and search. Stop and smell the flowers. Alternative form of stop and smell the roses. Stop and smell the roses. To relax, to take time out of one's busy schedule to enjoy or appreciate the beauty of life. Stop at nothing. To take any measures to do or achieve something, especially if it involves great risk or danger. To do everything in one's power. Stop, be. The molding screwed to the inner side of a window frame on the face of the pulley style, completing the groove in which the inner sash is to slide. Stop beads, plural of stop bead. Stop board, alternative form of stopboard. Stop boards, plural of stop board. Stop by, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See stop by. Stop clock, synonym of stopwatch. Stop clocks, plural of stop clock. Stop cock, alternative form of stopcock. Stop cocks, plural of stopcock. Stop codon, a sequence of 3 RNA nucleotides A, C, G, or U that instruct the synthesis or translation of a protein to stop. The 3-letter stop codon sequences have been given names. UAG is amber, UGA is opal, and UAA is ochre. Stop cold, to halt suddenly and completely. Stop dead, to stop suddenly. Stop down, to decrease the aperture of a photographic lens, moving from an f/stop represented by a lower number to an f/stop represented by a higher number. Stop error, synonym of blue screen of death. Stop errors, plural of stop error. Stop in, to make a brief visit to a place while passing. Stop into, to briefly visit. Stop it tells the listener to stop doing something, often an annoying but harmless activity aimed at the speaker. Stop lamp, a brake light. Stop lamps, plural of stop lamp. Stop Lee, to be killed by a bullet from a gun. Stop light, alternative form of stoplight. Stop light, plural of stop light. Stop lists, a list of words or other data items which, for some special reason, should be ignored or bypassed by a particular data processing operation. Stop lists, plural of stop lists. Stop log, alternative form of stop log. Stop logs, plural of stop log. Stop loss, alternative Alternative form of stop loss. Stop loss order. A conditional order placed with a stockbroker or similar to close one's position if the market drops or rises in some cases to a specified price level. Stop loss orders. Plural of stop loss order. Stop losses. Plural of stop loss. Stop motion. Alternative form of stop motion. Stop motions. Plural of stop motion. Stop off. To make a short visit somewhere on the way to another place, either same day or overnight. Stop order. Synonym of stop loss order. Stop orders. Plural of stop order. Stop out. To use an acid-resistant liquid stop out to cover the parts of a surface that should not be bitten. Stop over. To interrupt one's journey for a short, sometimes overnight stay, to stop off. Stop plank. Any of a set of planks used to form a sort of dam in certain hydraulic works, particularly in canals, as a temporary measure following a major leak. Stop planks. Plural of stop plank. Stop press. The event or news article important enough to delay or interrupt the print or require a reprint of a publication, particularly of a newspaper edition. Stop set. A break in broadcasting for announcements and advertising. Stop sets. Plural of stop set. Stop short. To come to a sudden and unexpected stop, particularly while speaking or driving a vehicle. Stop sign. A sign by the side of a road or street, often at an intersection, instructing vehicle drivers to stop. Stop signs. Plural of stop sign. Stop someone in their tracks. To prevent someone from continuing along a path or way, literal or figurative, he has begun going along. Stop someone's clock. To kill someone. Stop squark. A squark, which is the hypothetical supersymmetric partner of a top quark. Stop squarks. Plural of stop squark. Stop street. Alternative form of stop street. Stop streets. Plural of stop street. Stop the bleeding. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See stop the bleeding. Stop the car. When giving directions to a person, for example, a taxi driver indicates that he or she should stop the vehicle. Stop the job. To completely stop all traffic. Stop the lights. An interjection expressing exasperation or incredulity or to illustrate the humor in a situation. Stop the presses. An exclamation used to introduce especially new, important, surprising, or recent developments. Stop thief. Used to call attention to the fact that one is being robbed and to request aid in stopping the thief. Stop thrusts. Coup d'arrêt. Stock thrusts. Plural of stop thrusts. Stop to smell the roses. Alternative form of stop and smell the roses. Stop traffic. To attract astonished admiration, especially by being stunningly physically attractive. Stop two gaps with one bush. Synonym of kill two birds with one stone. Stop a. To fill a hole or cavity or block an opening or passage, as with a plug. Stop valve. A valve that may be turned to regulate the flow of fluid through a pipe, especially water through a mains supply. Stop valves. Plural of stop valve. Stop word. A word, usually one of a series in a stop list, that is ignored when searches are conducted on a database, search engine, etc. Stop words. Plural of stop word. Stop, drop, and roll. A safety technique to be used by a person who is on fire, halting one's movements, dropping to the ground, then rolling. Stop action. A film technique in which still frames depicting successive positions are displayed to create the illusion of movement. Stop and frisk. Synonym of stop and search. Stop and frisks. Plural of stop and frisk. Stop and go. Alternative form of stop go. Stop and go penalties. Plural of stop and go penalty. Stop and go penalty. A type of in-race penalty sanction against a driver or a team for in-race infractions, which results in a driver having to leave the track and make a pit stop without servicing the car. Stop and gas. Plural of stop and go. Stop and search. Of or pertaining to laws or policing practices found in some jurisdictions, which permit a law enforcement officer to temporarily detain and search a member of the public based on the officer's suspicions. Stop and searches. Plural of stop and search. Stopgap. Alternative form of stopgap. Stopapt. Simple past and past participle of stopgap. Alternative form of stopgap. Stopgapping. Present participle and gerund of stopgap. Alternative form of stopgapping. Stopgaps. Plural of stopgap. Stop-go. Alternately active and inactive. Intermittent. Stop-go animation. The stop-motion animation technique. Stop-go sign. A semaphore-like signaling device positioned at a road intersection or pedestrian crossing to indicate when to drive, ride, or walk, similar in purpose to a traffic light, often run by a person rather than automatic. Stop-go signs. Plural of stop-go sign. Stop-loss. A requirement for soldiers to remain in service beyond their normal discharge date. Stop-loss order. Alternative spelling of stop-loss order. Stop-loss orders. Plural of stop-loss order. Alternative spelling of stop-loss orders. Stop-losses. Plural of stop-loss. Stop-motion. An animation technique wherein physical objects are slightly altered and photographed one picture at a time to give an illusion of movement when displayed in sequence. Stop motions. Plural of stop motion. Stopover. Alternative spelling of stopover. Stopovers. Plural of stopover. Stop phrase. A phrase consisting of one or more words, usually in a series that is ignored by a search engine. Stop phrases. Plural of stop phrase. Stop start. Intermittent. Starting and stopping with regularity. Stopped at. As stopcock. Stop taps. Plural of stop tap. Stop time. An accompaniment pattern interrupting or stopping the normal time and featuring regular accented attacks on the first beat of each or every other measure, alternating with silence or instrumental solos. Stop work. A temporary cessation of work. Stop works. Plural of stop work. Stelpa. A surname from Polish. Stelpes. Plural of stopa. Stop band. A band of frequencies in which an electronic filter will not let signals pass through. Stop bands. Plural of stop band. Stop bank. Levee, dike. Stop banks. Plural of stop bank. Stop block. An obstruction placed at the end of a railway track to prevent rail vehicles from from going any further. Stop blocks, plural of stop block. Stop board, a tow board. Stop boards, plural of stop board. Stop shay, synonym of check stop type of valve. Stop checks, plural of stop shay. Stop lie, alternative form of stop clock. Stop clocks, plural of stop clock. Stop guy, a valve, tap, or faucet which regulates the flow of liquid or gas through a pipe. Stopcock, simple past and past participle of stopcock. Stopcocking, present participle and gerund of stopcock. Stopcocks, plural of stopcock. Stopcodon, alternative form of stopcodon. Stopcodons, plural of stopcodon. Stopped, a mining excavation in the form of a terrace of steps. Stopped, simple past and past participle of stope. Stoper, a kind of drill for excavating stopes. Stoprator, an operator in a genome that stops transcription. Stoprators, plural of stoprator. Stobers, plural of stober. Stopes, a surname. Stopford, a surname. Stopfordian, a student or alumnus of Stockport Grammar School. Stopfordians, plural of Stopfordian. Stopfords, plural of Stopford. Stophap, that which stops up or fills a gap or hole. Stophapped, simple past and past participle of stopgap. Stopgapping, present participle and gerund of stopgap. Stopgaps, plural of stopgap. Stover, a surname from Middle English in turn originating as a patronymic. Stovers, plural of stover. Stoping, the removal of the desired ore from an underground mine, leaving behind an open space known as a stope. Stopings, plural of stoping. Stopka, a surname from Polish. Stopdoes, plural of stopka. Stophe, a surname. Stopless, without a stop. Stoplessly, in a stopless manner. Stoplessness, absence of stop or stoppage. Stoplight, a traffic control signal traditionally consisting of 3 lights, colored green, yellow/amber, and red, meaning proceed, prepare to stop, and stop, respectively. Stoplights, plural of stoplight. Stopless, alternative spelling of stop list. Stop list, plural of stop list. Stoplar, a multi-piece barrier used to close an opening, such as across a gate or channel, that is dropped into grooves on the 2 sides of the opening. Stoplogs, plural of stoplog. Stop-mo, abbreviation of stop motion. Stop-off, a short visit somewhere, on the way to another place. Stop-offs, plural of stop-off. Stoponium, a hypothetical bound state of a superpartner of the top quark in some supersymmetric theories. Stoponiums, plural of stoponium. Stop out, a student who leaves an academic institution but later returns to continue studying. Stop outs, plural of stop out. Stopover, a short interruption in a journey or the place visited during such an interruption. Stopovers, plural of stopover. The, a surname from German. Stopped, simple past and past participle of stop. Stoppability, the quality of being stoppable. Stoppable, capable of being stopped. Stoppage, a pause or halt of some activity. Stoppage time, additional time added to the end of a match or period of a match in order to compensate for time lost due to any stoppages of play. Stoppage times, plural of stoppage time. Stoppages, plural of stoppage. Stathenay, a hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal light blue mineral containing aluminum, beryllium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Stobbard, a surname. Stoppard-esque, reminiscent of the works of Tom Stoppard, British playwright and screenwriter. Stoppardian, pertaining to or similar in style to Tom Stoppard, a British playwright and screenwriter. Stopped, simple past and past participle of stop. Stopped and smelled the roses. Simple past and past participle of stop and smelled the roses. Stopped and smelt the roses. Simple past and past participle of stop and smell the roses. Stopped at nothing. Simple past and past participle of stop at nothing. Stopped by. Simple past and past participle of stop by. Stopped clock illusion. An instance of chronostasis in which the second hand of an analog clock appears to stay still for longer than normal when looking at it for the first time. Stopped cold. Simple past and past participle of stop cold. Stopped dead. Simple past and past participle of stop dead. Stopped down. Simple past and past participle of stop down. Stopped into. Simple past and past participle of stop into. Stopped it. Simple past and past participle of stop it. Stopped off. Simple past and past participle of stop off. Stopped out. Simple past and past participle of stop out. Stopped over. Simple past and past participle of stop over. Stop pied. A pipe organ tube with a uniform diameter, one closed end and one open end. Stopped pipes. Plural of stopped pie. Stopped press. Simple past and past participle of stop press. Stopped short. Simple past and past participle of stop short. Stop someone in their tracks. Simple past and past participle of stop someone in their tracks. Stop the bleeding. Simple past and past participle of stop the bleeding. Stopped the jaw. Simple past and past participle of stop the jaw. Stopped the presses. Simple past and past participle of stop the presses. Stopped traffic. Simple past and past participle of stop traffic. Stopped two gaps with one bush. Simple past and past participle of stop two gaps with one bush. Stopped out. Simple past and past participle of stop up. Stopped clock illusion. Alternative form of stopped clock illusion. Stoppedness. The quality of being stat. Stoppeds. Second person singular simple past indicative of stop. Stopper. Someone or something that stops something. Stopper knot. A knot placed in a rope either to prevent the end from fraying or to prevent it from passing through a hole. Stopper knots. Plural of stopper knot. Stopper. Simple past and past participle of stopper. Stoppering. Present participle and gerund of stopper. Stopperless. Lacking a stopper. Stoppers. Plural of stopper. Stoppus. Second person singular simple present indicative of stop. Stave. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop. Stavi. Endo. Stavis. Plural of stoppy. Staven. Pronunciation spelling of stopping. Staving. Present participle and gerund of stop. Stopping and smelling the roses. Present participle and gerund of stop and smell the roses. Stopping at nothing. Present participle and gerund of stop at nothing. Stopping by. Present participle and gerund of stop by. Stopping cold. Present participle and gerund of stop cold. Stopping dead. Present participle and gerund of stop dead. Stopping distance. The distance that is the sum of the thinking distance and the breaking distance. Stopping distances. Plural of stopping distance. Stopping down. Present participle and gerund of stop down. Stopping into. Present participle and gerund of stop into. Stopping it. Present participle and gerund of stop it. Stopping off. Present participle and gerund of stop off. Stopping out. Present participle and gerund of stop out. Stopping over. Present participle and gerund of stop over. Stopping power. The ability of a weapon, typically a firearm or other ranged weapon, to aptly incapacitate or immobilize a target. Stopping press. Present participle and gerund of stop press. Stopping service. A train service operated by a stopping train. Stopping services. Plural of stopping service. Stopping short. Present participle and gerund of stop short. Stopping someone in their tracks. Present participle and gerund of stop someone in their tracks. Stopping the bleeding. Present participle and gerund of stop the bleeding. Stopping the jaw. Present participle and gerund of stop the jaw. Stopping the presses. Present participle and gerund of stop the presses. Stopping time. A random variable representing the time required for a stochastic process to satisfy a certain condition, which must be determined using only information available up to such time and must occur almost surely in finite time. Stopping times. Plural of stopping time. Stopping traffic. Present participle and gerund of stop traffic. Stopping train. A passenger train that stops at most, if not all, of the stations on the route in the course of its journey. Stopping trains. Plural of stopping train. Stopping two gaps with one bush. Present participle and gerund of stop two gaps with one bush. Stopping up. Present participle and gerund of stop up. Stopping out. An etching technique used to keep the acid from those parts which are already sufficiently corroded by applying varnish or other covering matter with a brush, but allowing the acid to act on the other parts. Stopping outs. Plural of stopping out. Stoppingly. In a way that causes something Thing to stop. Stoppings, plural of stopping. Stave, I dialect spelling of stop it. Stavo, a plug, a stopper. Stable, simple past and past participle of stopple. Stopples, plural of stopple. Stoppling, present participle and gerund of stopple. Stoppus, plural of sta. Stoppus, plural of sta. Stops and frisks, plural of stop and frisk. Stops and smells the roses. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop and smell the roses. Stops at nothing. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop at nothing. Stops by. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop by. Stops cold. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop cold. Stops dead. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop dead. Stops down. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop down. Stops into. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop into. Stopse. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop it. Stops off. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop off. Stops out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop out. Stops over. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop over. Stops press. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop press. Stops short. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop short. Stops someone in their tracks. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop someone in their tracks. Stops the bleeding. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop the bleeding. Stops the jaw. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop the jaw. Stops the presses. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop the presses. Stops traffic. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop traffic. Stops two gaps with one bush. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop two gaps with one bush. Stops up. Third person singular simple present indicative of stop up. Stops and frisks. Plural of stop and frisk. Stops and searches. Plural of stop and search. Stop sign. Alternative form of stop sign. Stop signs. Plural of stop sign. Stop street. An intersection having one or more stop signs, a stop intersection. Stop streets, plural of stop street. Stopped, obsolete spelling of stopped, simple past and past participle of stopped. A stopwatch, a timepiece designed to measure the amount of time elapsed between a particular time when activated and when the piece is deactivated. Stopwatches, plural of stopwatch. Stopway, a piece of land extending beyond the runway for use in case of an aborted takeoff. Stopways, plural of stopway. Stopward, alternative form of stopword. Stopwords, plural of stopword. Stopware, alternative form of stopwork. Stopworks, plural of stopwork. Stochastic, of a Hermitian matrix, having real non-positive off-diagonal elements. These matrices have elements of quantum mechanics and classical theory of stochastic matrices. For non-technical purposes, stochastic is equivalent to avoiding the sign problem. Storabilities, plural of storability. Storability, the capacity of being storable. Storable, able to be stored without degradation. Storables, plural of storable. Storably, in a storable manner. Storage, the act of storing goods, the state of being stored. Storage area network, a computer network which provides access to consolidated block-level data storage. Storage batteries, plural of storage battery. Storage battery, a rechargeable battery. Storage cell, a rechargeable battery. Storage cells, plural of storage cell. Storage device, a piece of hardware whose main function is to store data. Storage devices, plural of storage device. Storage engine, synonym of database engine. Storage engines, plural of storage engine. Storage heater, an electrical heater which stores thermal energy during the evening or at night when electricity is available at lower cost and releases the heat during the day as required. Storage heaters, plural of storage heater. Storage hypervisor, a hardware-independent supervisory software program that operates as a transparent virtual layer across consolidated disk pools, providing centrally managed storage control and supplementary functionality to improve availability, speed, and utilization. Storage hypervisors, plural of storage hypervisor. Storage life, synonym of shelf life. Storage lives, plural of storage life. Storage location, a specific place where data elements are stored and written, usually specifiable by an address. Storage locations, plural of storage location. Storage media, plural of storage medium. Storage medium, any hardware, such as a disk or tape, used to store data. Storage mediums, plural of storage medium. Storage organ, a part of a plant, such as a bulb, specifically modified for storage of energy, generally in the form of carbohydrates or of water. Storage organs, plural of storage organ. Storage polysaccharide, any polysaccharide that serves to store energy in plants, typically starch, or animals, typically glycogen. Storage polysaccharides, plural of storage polysaccharide. Storage power station, a power station that generates a store of power when power is available from other sources and releases it to the network when needed, normally by pumping water to a high-level reservoir. Storage power stations, plural of storage power station. Storage protein, any of many proteins found especially in seeds that act as reservoirs of amino acids and metal ions that are needed by growing organisms. Storage proteins, plural of storage protein. Storage ring, a type of circular particle accelerator in which a continuous or pulsed particle beam may be kept circulating, typically for many hours. Storage rings, plural of storage ring. Storage station, a facility or system designed to store electrical energy for later use. Storage stations, plural of storage station. Storage time, the total amount of time that a product spends in materials storage, in inventory that is in process or in an inventory of finished goods. Storage times, plural of storage time. Storage tube, a class of a cathode ray tube that is designed to hold an image for a long period of time, typically as long as power is supplied to the tube. Storage tuber, a modified, thickened plant stem or root that serves as an organ for storing nutrients to support the plant's survival during harsh conditions. Storage tubers, plural of storage tuber. Storage tubes, plural of storage tube. Storage unit, a space or compartment, usually rented, that is used to store personal or business items. Storage units, plural of storage unit. Storage wall, a floor-to-ceiling cupboard that is designed to house a variety of objects or files in an office. Storage walls, plural of storage wall. Storage, simple past and past participle of storage. Storages, plural of storage. Storage wall, alternative form of storage wall. Storage walls, plural of storage wall. Storaging, present participle and gerund of storage. Storativities, plural of storativity. Storativity, the volume of water released from storage per unit decline in hydraulic head in a confined aquifer per unit area of the aquifer. Symbol, S. Styrax, any member of the genus Styrax of about 130 species of large shrubs or small trees, mostly native to temperate or tropical regions of the northern hemisphere. Storaxes, plural of storax. Storch, a surname from German. Storch, plural of storch. Thor, a surname. Thors, plural of stork. Stordal, a surname from Norwegian. Stordals, plural of stordal. Store, a place where items may be accumulated or routinely kept. Store and forward, the technique of having information sent to an intermediate station where it is kept and later relayed to its destination. Store away, to keep a supply of something in a place or container. Store brand, synonym of own brand. Store brands, plural of store brand. Store card, alternative form of store card. Store cards, plural of store card. Store cheese, synonym of American cheese. Store cheeses, plural of store cheese. Store cupboard, a cupboard in which food ingredients are stored prior to cooking. Store cupboards, plural of store cupboard. Store detective, a person employed in a shop to detect and prevent shoplifting. Store detectives, plural of store detective. Store farm, a stock farm, a cattle farm. Store farms, plural of store farm. Store manager, the manager who is directly responsible for a store. Store managers, plural of store manager. Store of value, an asset such as money or gold that is purchased or accepted as payment for goods and services for its ability to purchase other assets in the future without rapidly losing its purchasing power. Store up, to build up a supply of something, usually for use at a particular time in the future when the time is right. Store window, synonym of display window. Store windows, plural of store window. Store bought, synonym of shop bought. Store-boughten, store-bought, shop-bought. Store-goer, alternative form of store-goer. Store-goers, plural of store-goer. Storehouse, archaic form of storehouse. Storehouses, plural of storehouse. Storeroom, dated form of storeroom. Storerooms, plural of storeroom. Storeback, the back of a store or shop. Storebacks, plural of storeback. Store-bought, purchased from a store rather than cooked or prepared manually. Store card, a credit card offered by a retailer that gives discounts or benefits when shopping at the retailer's stores. Store cards, plural of store card. Store cupboard, alternative form of store cupboard. Store cupboards, plural of store cupboard. Store, simple past and past participle of store. Stored away, simple past and past participle of store away. Stored procedure, a named program or routine stored in a database. Stored procedures, plural of stored procedure. Stored up, simple past and past participle of store up. Stored value card, a payment card with a monetary value stored on the card itself, not in an external account maintained by a financial institution. Story, darling. Storians, plural of storine. Storefront, the side of a store or other shop which faces the street and usually contains display windows. Storefront church, a church housed in a storefront or strip mall building that formerly had a commercial purpose. Storefront churches, plural of storefront church. Storefronts, plural of storefront. Storeful, an amount that fills a store. Storefuls, plural of storeful. Storegoer, one who shops at the store, a person who shops frequently. Storegoers, plural of storegoer. Storehouse, a building for keeping goods of any kind, especially provisions. Storehouse, simple past and past participle of storehouse. Storehouses, plural of storehouse. Storehousing, present participle and gerund of storehouse. Storekeep, a storekeeper. Storekeeper, one who runs a shop, either the owner or manager. Storekeepers, plural of storekeeper. Storekeeping, the work of a storekeeper, looking after a shop. Storekeeps, plural of storekeep. Storguna, a village in Kvænsdal municipality, Agder County, Norway. Storeless, without any stores, shopless. Storelike, resembling or characteristic of a store, shop-like. Storma, a warehouseman. Storma, plural of storman. Storioner, a person who owns a store or shop, a shopowner. Storiowners, plural of storioner. Store, a surname. Storm, a room used for storage. Storms, plural of storm. Storers, plural of store. Stores, plural of store. Stores away, third person singular simple present indicative of store away. Stores of value, plural of store of value. Storeship, alternative form of storeship. Store up, third person singular simple present indicative of store up. Storesvol, plural of storeful. Storeship, a vessel used to carry naval stores. Storeships, plural of storeship. Stores, second person singular simple present indicative of store. Store, third person singular simple present indicative of store. Storeton, a village in the metropolitan borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3084. Storeward, toward a store. Storewards, towards a store. Storewide, existing or applying throughout a store or store chain. Storewoman, a warehousewoman. Storewomen, plural of storewoman. Storeworker, a person who works in a store. Storeworkers, plural of storeworker. Story, a surname. Story County, one of 16 counties in Nevada, United States. County seat, Virginia City. Storeyard, a yard used for storage. Storeyards, plural of storeyard. Story, alternative spelling of storied, U.S. spelling having the stated number of stories, building levels. Stories, plural of story. Store, natural affection or love, especially of parents for their children. Storial, historical. Stariated, decorated with stariation. Stariation, a decoration with scenes telling a story, usually from history or mythology. Stariations, plural of stariation. Story, a surname. Story, much discussed or written about. Storer, a teller of stories, a historian. Storiers, plural of starier. Stories, plural of story. Stories of one's life, plural of story of one's life. Stories of one's lives, plural of story of one's life. Storiette, alternative form of storiette. Storiettes, plural of storiette. Storification, the process of storifying, narrating, or describing in a story. Storifications, plural of storification. Storify, simple past and past participle of storify. Storifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of storify. Storiform, in the shape of a cartwheel. Storify, to form or tell stories of, to narrate or describe in a story. Storifying, present participle and gerund of storify. Storyless, alternative form of storyless. Storin, alternative form of storine. Story, present participle and gerund of store. Storing away, present participle and gerund of store away. Storing up, present participle and gerund of store up. Storings, plural of storing. Storins, plural of storin. Storiological, relating to storiology. Storiologist, one who studies folk tales. Storiologists, plural of storiologists. Storiology, the study of folk tales. Thor, a surname. Stork by Nevis Flammius Nucky. Stork bites, plural of stork bite. Stortbill, having a large pointed beak that resembles the beak of a stork. Storkish, resembling or characteristic of a stork the bird. Storkly, resembling or characteristic of a stork. Storkling, the young of a stork. Storklings, plural of storkling. Storks, plural of stork. Storkspell, any plant of genus Erodium. Storksbills, plural of storkspill. Storkwise, in the manner of a stork. Story, resembling a stork. Storley, a surname. Storlien, a village and ski resort in Jämtland, Sweden, close to the border with Norway. Storlis, plural of Storley. Store, a unisex given name. Storm and stress, synonym of sturm und drang. Storm beach, a beach affected by particularly fierce ocean waves, usually having a very long fetch. Storm beaches, plural of storm beach. Storm card, a sailor's chart showing from the direction of the wind the ship's position in relation to the eye of a storm, plural of storm beach. Storm card, a sailor's chart showing from the direction of the wind the ship's position in relation to the eye of a storm and accordingly the proper course to be taken. Storm cards, plural of storm card. Storm cats and dogs, to storm and rain heavily, synonym of rain cats and dogs. Storm cellar, an underground structure used to shelter from storms that have high winds, such as a tornado. Storm cellars, plural of storm cellar. Storm center, a central place of great activity and importance. Storm centers, plural of storm center. Storm chaser, one who chases storms as a profession or hobby. Storm chasers, plural of storm chaser. Storm cloud, a dark and ominous cloud that appears to indicate a coming storm. Storm clouds, plural of storm cloud. Storm cone, a cone of canvas stretched on an elevated frame as a storm signal. Storm cones, plural of storm cone. Storm door, a door normally leading to a storm cellar, or a basement for protection from a tornado or a violent storm. Storm doors, plural of storm door. Storm drain, an access point or conduit for rainwater that drains directly downstream in a drainage basin without passing through sewers or water treatment in order to prevent or belay floods. Storm drains, plural of storm drain. Storm drum, a canvas cylinder extended on a hoop, hoisted in conjunction with a storm cone as a storm signal. Storm drums, plural of storm drum. Storm glass, an instrument previously used to predict weather, consisting of a special liquid placed inside a sealed transparent glass. The state of crystallization within the liquid was believed to be connected to the weather. Storm hunter, alternative form of storm hunter. Storm hunters, plural of storm hunter. Storm in, to enter a place angrily. Storm in a glass of water, synonym of tempest in a teapot. Storm in a tea kettle, alternative form of storm in a teacup, synonym of tempest in a teapot. Storm in a teacup, synonym of tempest in a teapot. Storm in a teapot, alternative form of storm in a teacup, synonym of tempest in a teapot. Storm jib, a small jib used in a storm to reduce the sail area to the minimum required for maintaining maneuverability of the vessel. Storm jibs, plural of storm jib. Storm lake, the name of a number of lakes in the United States of America. Storm lantern, synonym of hurricane lamp. Storm lanterns, plural of storm lantern. Storm match, a match coated with a combustible compound that can continue to burn even in a strong wind. Storm matches, plural of storm match. Storm moon, a full moon in March. Storm moons, plural of storm moon. Storm off, to leave somewhere angrily. Storm oil, oil carried by a ship and dispersed into an area of water to calm it as it absorbs some of the energy of waves and covers a large area in a slick film upon which wine can get less traction to produce waves. Storm out, to leave or depart angrily. Storm out of the blocks, to begin rapidly. Storm petrel, any of several small seabirds of the families Hydrobatidae northern storm petrels or Oceanidae southern storm petrels having dark plumage and a white rump. Storm petrels, plural of storm petrel. Storm room, a reinforced room within a building where the occupants can take shelter during severe storms. Storm rooms, plural of storm room. Storm sail, a sail of the strongest canvas for use in stormy weather. Storm sails, plural of storm sail. Storm sewer, an underground sewer or open canal for channeling surface runoff as from a rainstorm, distinct from a sanitary sewer. Storm sewers, plural of storm sewer. Storm stay, a stay on which a storm sail is set. Storm stays, plural of storm stay. Storm surge, an unusual rise in the sea level on a coast due to the action of high winds. Storm surges, plural of storm surge. Storm tide, a rise in local sea level caused by the combination of regular tides and a storm surge. Storm tides, plural of storm tide. Storm troop, alternative spelling of stormtroop. Stormtrooper, a German soldier trained in special infiltration tactics introduced around the end of World War I. Stormtroopers, plural of stormtrooper. Stormtroops, plural of stormtroop. Storm window, a second window originally detachable attached on the exterior side of a window in climates with harsh winters to add an insulating layer of still air between the outside and inside. Storm windows, plural of storm window. Storm bird, the storm petrel. Storm birds, plural of storm bird. Storm chaser, alternative form of storm chaser. Storm chasers, plural of storm chaser. Storm cloud, dated spelling of storm cloud. Storm clouded, filled with storm clouds. Storm clouds, plural of storm cloud. Storm door, archaic form of storm door. Storm doors, plural of storm door. Storm hunter, alternative form of storm hunter. Storm hunters, plural of storm hunter. Storm petrel, alternative spelling of storm petrel. Storm petrels, plural of storm petrel. Stormproof, alternative form of stormproof. Storm racked, destroyed by a storm. Storm relative helicity, a measure of low-level wind shear in the atmosphere, can be used to assess how favorable an environment is for cyclonic updraft rotation in a right-moving supercell thunderstorm. Storm-ridden, blown by a storm or storms, stormy. Storm stay, stranded due to bad weather, snowed in. Storm swept, usually relating to coastlines or sea areas affected by storms that sweep in or across. Stormtrooper, alternative spelling of stormtrooper. Stormtroopers, plural of stormtrooper. Storm voice, the tumultuous noise made by a storm. Storm voices, plural of storm voice. Storm rack, destroyed by a storm. Stormable, able to be stormed. Stormer, a surname from Swedish. Stormbird, alternative form of stormbird. Stormbird, plural of stormbird. Stormbound, caught in a storm, so that proper navigation is impossible. Stormbrook, a surname. Storm chaser, alternative form of storm chaser. Storm chasers, plural of storm chaser. Storm cloud, alternative form of storm cloud. Storm clouded, alternative form of storm clouded. Storm clouds, plural of storm cloud. Stormcock, the missile thrash. Stormcocks, plural of stormcock. Store, obsolete spelling of storm. Stored, simple past and past participle of storm. Stormed cats and dogs, simple past and past participle of storm cats and dogs. Stormed in, simple past and past participle of storm in. Stormed off, simple past and past participle of storm off. Stormed out, simple past and past participle of storm out. Stormed out of the blocks, simple past and past participle of storm out of the blocks. Sporment, a surname. Sporments, plural of storment. Stormer, a surname. Stormers, plural of stormer. Storms, a surname. Stormacies, plural of storms. Stormus, second person singular simple present indicative of storm. Sorma, third person singular simple present indicative of storm. Stormfinch, the storm petrel. Stormfinches, plural of stormfinch. Stormflow, the runoff of surface water from rainfall. Stormflows, plural of stormflow. Stormfront, a weather front associated with a storm. Stormfronter, somebody who frequents the white supremacist website Stormfront. Stormfronters, plural of stormfronter. Stormfronts, plural of stormfront. Stormful, abounding with storms, stormy. Stormfully, in a stormful manner. Stormfulness, the quality of being stormful. Stormglass, alternative form of storm glass. Storm glasses, plural of storm glass. Storm house, a temporary shelter for workmen on a railway, etc. Storm houses, plural of storm house. Storm hunter, synonym of storm chaser. Storm hunters, plural of storm hunter. Stormy, obsolete spelling of stormy. Stormier. Comparative form of stormy, more stormy. Stormiest. Superlative form of stormy, most stormy. Stormily. In a stormy manner, often used figuratively for noisily. Storminess. The state or quality of being stormy. Storminesses, plural of storminess. Storming, present participle and gerund of storm. Storming cats and dogs. Present participle and gerund of storm cats and dogs. Storming in. Present participle and gerund of storm in. Storming off. Present participle and gerund of storm off. Storming out. Present participle and gerund of storm out. Storming out of the blocks. Present participle and gerund of storm out of the blocks. Stormingly, so as to storm with rage and passion. Stormings, plural of storming. Stormish, stormly. Stormier, a member of the paramilitary wing of the Ausübrenwag. Stormiers, plural of stormier. Stormless, without a storm or stormy weather. Stormlessness, absence of storms, calm. Stormly, resembling or characteristic of a storm. Stormont, Stormont Estate, the seat of the Northern Ireland Assembly, located east of Belfast in County Down. Stormont Gate, a 2002 scandal around allegations of a provisional IRA spy ring operating in the Stormont parliamentary buildings. Storm path, the path which a storm takes or is projected to take, storm track. Storm paths, plural of storm path. Stormpala, the ship of characters Finn and Poe Dameron from Star Wars. Stormproof, capable of resisting a storm. Storms, a surname. Storms cats and dogs, third person singular simple present indicative of storm cats and dogs. Storms in. Third person singular simple present indicative of storm in. Storms in teacups, plural of storm in a teacup. Storms in teapots, plural of storm in a teapot. Storms off, third person singular simple present indicative of storm off. Storms out, third person singular simple present indicative of storm out. Storms out of the blocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of storm out of the blocks. Stormses, plural of storms. Stormstay, alternative form of stormstayed. Stormtie, alternative spelling of stormtie. Stormtides, plural of stormtie. Storm bass, tossed by the wind in a storm. Storm toss, archaic spelling of storm tossed. Storm track, the path traversed by the center of a cyclonic storm. Storm tracks, plural of storm track. Stormverb, Synonym of stormtrooper. Stormtrooper. A soldier trained in special infiltration tactics. Stormtroopers. Plural of stormtrooper. Stormtroops. Plural of stormtroop. Storm water. Water that is not absorbed into soil and rapidly flows downstream, increasing the level of waterways. Storm waters. Plural of storm water. Stormwear. Clothing worn as protection from a storm. Storm wind. A heavy wind, a wind that brings a storm. Storm winds. Plural of storm wind. Stormwise. Relating to or taking place during a storm. Stormworthiness. The state of being stormworthy. Stormworthy. Fit for weathering a storm, capable of outliving, or surviving a storm, stormproof. Stormy. A female given name from English. Stormy petrel. A storm petrel. Stormy petrels. Plural of stormy petrel. Stormy weather. Used to describe a period of troubles and difficulties, especially in terms of relationships. Stornelle. Plural of stornello. Stornello. An Italian lyric poem or folk song. Stornellos. Plural of stornello. Stornoway. A town on the Isle of Lewis in Western Isles Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NB 4232. Stornowegian. Of or pertaining to Stornoway, Scotland, or to its people. Stornowegians. Plural of Stornowegian. Storigenets. A city in Chernitsy Oblast, Ukraine. Stor. A surname. Starar. A surname. Thor. A census-designated place in Plumas County, California, United States. Storrington. A large village in Storrington and Sullington Parish, Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ0814. Storrington and Sullington. A civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England, which includes these two places. Stors. A surname. Storstrømmen. A strait between Zealand and Falster, Denmark. Stor. A river in Essex and Hertfordshire, England, which joins the River Lee near Hoddesdon. Storthing. Alternative form of Storting. Storti. A surname from Italian. Storting. The Supreme Legislature of Norway. The Norwegian Parliament. Stortis. Plural of Storti. Stors. A surname. Stortses. Plural of Storts. Story. A surname. Soye. An extended or continuing storyline in episodic storytelling media such as television or comic books. Soyex. Plural of storyak. Story B. An interaction between characters in a drama that advances the plot. Story beats. Plural of story beat. Story City. A city in Story County, Iowa, United States. Story County. One of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat. Nevada. Story Editor. A script editor. Story editors. Plural of story editor. Storyline. Alternative form of storyline. Storylines. plural of storyline. Story of my life, used to briefly indicate that a previously described incident, often a mishap, typically tends to be experienced by the speaker. Story of one's life. An autobiography. Story time, alternative form of story time. Story times, plural of story time. Story, bud, used as a greeting, how are you? What's up? Story poem, a story written in verse in a form of a poem. Story poems, plural of story poem. Story, suitable to be told as or described in a story. Soyani, a Pashtun tribe inhabiting parts of Pakistan. Storyboard, a series of drawings that lay out the sequence of scenes in a film or series, especially an animated one. Storyboarded, simple past and past participle of storyboard. Storyboarder, one who creates and arranges storyboard drawings. Storyboarders, plural of storyboarder. Storyboarding, present participle and gerund of storyboard. Storyboards, plural of storyboard. Storybook, a book containing stories, especially children's stories. Storybookish, reminiscent of a storybook. Storybook-like, like a storybook or a traditional story. Storybooks, plural of storybook. Toyet, a short story. Storiets, plural of storiette. Storyful, characteristic of a story, story-like. Story, present participle and gerund of story. Stories, plural of storying. Story knife, a carved knife made for a Yupik girl to use for story knifing. Story knifing, a traditional Yupik play activity of young girls in which they tell stories accompanying them with illustrations scratched in the mud, sand, or snow using a story knife or stick. Story knives, plural of story knife. Storyland, the fictitious world where stories are set. Storyless, without a story. Storylessly, in a storyless manner. Storylessness, absence of stories. Storyless, a little story. Storylets, plural of storylet. Story-like, resembling or characteristic of a story. Storyline, the plot of a story. Storyliner, a person employed to write storylines. Storyliners, plural of storyliner. Storylines, plural of storyline. Storylining, the creation of a storyline. Storylore, the lore associated with stories told within a culture. Storyman, one who writes the storyline for an animated cartoon. Storyman, plural of storyman. Storymoner, one who tells or composes stories. Storymoners, plural of storymoner. Storyscape, a notional landscape made up of stories or narratives. Storyscapes, plural of storyscape. Storyteller, a person who relates stories through one medium or another to an audience. Storytellers, plural of storyteller. Storytelling, the act and skills of presenting stories and tales. Storytellings, plural of storytelling. Storytime, the time at which a story is told. Storytimes, plural of story time. Story-wise, in terms of a story or narrative. Story world, the fictional world described by a narrative. Story worlds, plural of story world. Story writer, someone who writes stories. Story writers, plural of story writer. Stores, a surname. Stores coupling, a kind of hose coupling that connects using interlocking hooks and flanges and is often used for fire hoses. Stores couplings, plural of stores coupling. Stewardess, plural of stores. Idai, fish offal. Stagius, alternative spelling of Stotius. Iras, a mountain pass and locality in Appenzell Innerrhoden Canton and Appenzell Ausserrhoden Canton, Switzerland. Stas therapy, the administration of a single very large dose of vitamin D to treat rickets. Stasol, a surname from German. Stas therapy, alternative form of Stas therapy. Ilat, an inferior horse. Dut, obsolete form of stout. Stelden, a surname. Dut, plural of stout. Stotfold, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2136. Stothard, a surname. Izdaden, a former currency unit of Slovenia, 1/100th of a tolar. Statinka, a unit of currency in Bulgaria, worth 1/100th of a lev. Statinkas, plural of statinka. Statinki, plural of statinka. Statinal, plural of statin. Statins, plural of statin. Stuxius, Druck. Stotler, a surname. Stotlers, plural of Stotler. Zdas, third person singular simple present indicative of stat. Ilat, a surname from Middle English. Stade, simple past and past participle of stat. Stotter, to stagger, totter, stumble. Stottered, simple past and past participle of stotter. Stottering, present participle and gerund of stotter. Stotters, third person singular simple present indicative of stotter. Stadesen, a village and civil parish in southeast Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SOS 6782. Istade, a round flat loaf of bread, traditionally pan-fried rather than oven-baked. Stadi K, Istadi. Stadi cakes, plural of stadi cake. Stades, plural of stadi. Staden, present participle of stat, alternative spelling of stotting. Stotting, present participle, and gerund of stot. Stati, a tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing germanium, hydrogen, iron, and oxygen. Statoir, a surname. Statomirs, plural of Statomir. Thus, plural of sta. Stati, alternative spelling of stati. Stati K is stati. Stati cakes, plural of stati cake. Zats, a surname. Stotses, plural of Stotts. Stoudemeyer, a surname. Stoudemeyers, plural of Stoudemeyer. Stouter, a surname. Stouters, plural of Stouter. Stout, a surname. Stouts, plural of Stout. Stover, a surname. Stovers, plural of Stover. Stouffville, an urban community in the town of Wichert-Stouffville Regional Municipality of York, Ontario, Canada, originally a village. Iba, a surname. Idas, plural of staff. Statham, a place name. Stossens, plural of Stoughton. Stouk, alternative form of stuck pile of straw, etc. Stoukt, simple past and past participle of stouk. Stouking, present participle and gerund of stouk. Stouks, plural of stout. Stolton, a village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 9049. Stoun, an hour. Stounded, simple past and past participle of stound. Stounding, present participle and gerund of stound. Stoundmeal, at times, at intervals. Stowns, plural of stown. About this. Obsolete form of stoop. Simple past and past participle of stoop. Stoopful, enough to fill a stoop or bucket. Stoopfuls, plural of stoopful. Stooping, present participle and gerund of stoop. Ivuis, plural of stoop. Stoopshole, plural of stoopful. Thor, a river in Dorset, England, which flows into the English Channel at Christchurch. Stourbridge, a large town in the metropolitan borough of Dudley, West Midlands, England. Thor, simple past and past participle of store. Story, present participle and gerund of store. Stourpane, a village and civil parish in North Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8609. Stourport, ellipses of Stourport-on Severn, Worcestershire. Stourport-on-Severn, a town and civil parish with a town council on the river Severn in Wyre Forest District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 8171. Post, plural of store. Stourton, a village in Kinver Parish, South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 8685. Stourton with Gasper, a civil parish in southwest Wiltshire, England, which includes the named places. Stauch, a fight, an argument. Stauch, simple past and past participle of stauch. Stouches, plural of stouch. Stouching, present participle and gerund of stouch. Stout, a surname. Stout-hearted, alternative form of stout-hearted. Stout-heartedly, alternative form of stout-heartedly. Stout-heartedness, alternative form of stout-heartedness. Spout, a surname. Stouten, to make or become stout or stouter, to gain in size or weight, fatten up. Stouden, Simple past and past participle of stouten. Stouting, present participle and gerund of stouten. Stoutend, third person singular simple present indicative of stouten. Stouter, comparative form of stout, more stout. That's plural of stout. Stoutest, superlative form of stout, most stout. Stout-hearted, brave, courageous, and plucky. Stout-heartedly, bravely, courageously. Stout-heartedness, courage, pluck, boldness. Stouffer, alternative form of Stalfrief. Stalfrief, a Scottish criminal offence, a form of reef theft committed by force. Stalfriefs, plural of Stalfrief. Stalfries, plural of Stalfri. Stoutish, reasonably stout, somewhat stout. Stoutly, in a stout manner, lustily, boldly, obstinately. Stoutness, the state or quality of being stout. Stoutnesses, plural of stoutness. That's plural of stout. Stouty, resembling or characteristic of the kind of beer called stout. Stavang, the hydrochloride of the benzoyl ester of 1-diethylaminomethyl-1-methylpropanol used in solution with strychnine as a local anesthetic. Stavang, alternative form of stavang. Stova, a surname. Stovals, plural of stoval. Tdo, a heater, a closed apparatus to burn fuel for the warming of a room. Stove enamel, a heat-proof enamel produced by heat treatment in a stove, or a paint imitating it. Stoven, simple past of stave in. Stove off, simple past and past participle of stave off. Stove polish, a blacking or other substance used for polishing stoves. Stove polishes, plural of stove polish. Stovepipe hatted, alternative form of stovepipe hatted. Stovetop, alternative form of stovetop. Stovetops, plural of stovetop. Stolvek, a stolen car, van, lorry, or other motor vehicle. Stoveks, plural of stova. Stoved, simple past and past participle of stove. Stoveful, enough to fill a stove. Stovefuls, plural of stoveful. Stovehouse, a hothouse for plants. Stovehouses, plural of stovehouse. Stoveless, without a stove. Stoveye, resembling or characteristic of a stove. Stove maker, one who manufactures stoves. Stove makers, plural of stove maker. Stove making, the manufacture of stoves. Stovin, a small village in Brampton with Stowen Parish, East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Waveney District OS Grid Ref TM 4481. Stoven in, past participle of stave in. Stoveback, sheet metal tubing used as a chimney for a stove or furnace. Stovepipe hat, a type of top hat worn mainly in the 19th century, made of silk or other materials and having a very tall, cylindrical, flat-topped crown. Stovepipe hats, plural of stovepipe hat. Stovepipe tornado, a type of tornado with a nearly cylindrical profile and relatively low height. Stovepipe tornadoes, plural of stovepipe tornado. Stovepipe trousers, synonym of skinny jeans. Stovepipe hatted, wearing a stovepipe hat. Stovepiped, simple past and past participle of stovepipe. Stovepipes, plural of stovepipe. Stovepiping, present participle and gerund of stovepipe. Stover, a surname from German. Stovers, plural of stover. Stoves, plural of stove. Stoves, full, plural of stoveful. Stoveside, beside a stove. Stovetop, the top of a stove, usually specifically the burners. Stovetops, plural of stovetop. Stoveware, utensils for use on a stovetop, such as pots, pans, griddles, etc. Stovewood, cut wood for burning in a stove. Stovies, a traditional Scottish dish of stewed potatoes and onions with cold meat. Stave, a surname. Stoving, present participle and gerund of stove. Stovings, plural of stoving. Stavel, acronym of short takeoff and vertical landing. Though, a surname. Stow away, to stow or secure aloof in a safe place. Stow-Badon, a village and civil parish served by Stoke-Badon and Breckles Parish Council in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 9596. Stow-cum-Quay, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5260. Stow-on-the-Wold, a market town in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. Stowable, capable of being stowed away. Stowables, plural of stowable. Stowador, obsolete form of stevedore. Stowadors, plural of stowador, alternative form of stevedores. Stowage, the act or practice of stowing. Stowages, plural of stowage. Stowaway, a person who hides on board a ship, train, etc. so as to get a free passage. Stowaways, plural of stowaway. Stowboard, a place where rubbish is put. Stowboards, plural of stowboard. Stowboard, alternative form of stowboard. Stowboards, plural of stowboard. To those, a windlass. Stowses, plural of stows. Stow down, the placing away in casks or tanks of the oil obtained in whaling. Stow downs, plural of stow down. To thou, a surname. Stow by Chartley, a small village and civil parish in Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0027. To the, simple past and past participle of stow. Stowed away, simple past and past participle of stow away. Stow, a place name. Stowels, plural of stowel. Stour, one who stows. Stowers, plural of stour. Stowing, present participle and gerund of stow. Stowing away, present participle and gerund of stow away. Stowings, plural of stowing. Stowmarket, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 0458. Stound, obsolete form of stound. Stounded, simple past and past participle of stound. Stounding, present participle and gerund of stound. Stounds, plural of stound. Doped, alternative form of stoop. Dopes, plural of stope. Stower, obsolete form of store. Stowers, plural of stower. Stows, third person singular simple present indicative of stow. Stows away, third person singular simple present indicative of stow away. Thought, a surname. Stoyanov, a surname from Bulgarian. Stoyanovs, plural of Stoyanov. Stoys, plural of stoy. Though, plural of stoa. Stola, a group of Salish First Nations peoples inhabiting the Fraser Valley and Lower Fraser Canyon of British Columbia. STP, initialism of sewage treatment plant. STEC, initialism of stopover paid by carrier, pre-arranged hotel transit accommodation, paid by an airline to encourage use of a bad connection on their services. STPD, initialism of standard temperature and pressure dry, SDP and absence of water vapor. STPD, initialism of schizotypal personality disorder. STPD, abbreviation of stumped. SDP, plural of SDP. STA, initialism of short tandem repeat. STA, abbreviation of string S. STA, alternative form of SDR. SDR8, informal form of straight. SDR8er, comparative form of SDR8, more SDR8. SDR8 superlative form of SDR8, most SDR8. SDR8N, abbreviation of straighten. SDR8net, simple past and past participle of SDR8N. SDR8ning, present participle and gerund of SDR8N. SDR8NS, third person singular simple present indicative of SDR8N. SDR8 is, plural of SDR8. Straw, abbreviation of Stravemu. Straw, a valley between dunes. Strabane, a town in County Tyrone, Northern Ireland. Strabism, strabismus. Strabismal, relating to strabismus. Strabismally, with strabismus. Strabismic, afflicted with or pertaining to strabismus. Strabismical, strabismic. Strabismics, plural of strabismic. Strabismological, relating to strabismology. Strabismologist, one who studies strabismology. Stratusmologists, plural of strabismologists. Strabismology, the study of strabismus and related conditions. Strabismometer, an instrument for measuring the amount of strabismus. Strabismometers, plural of strabismometer. Strabismometry, the measurement of strabismus. Strabisms, plural of strabism. Strabismus, a defect of vision in which one eye cannot focus with the other on an object because of imbalance of the eye muscles, is squint. Strabismuses, plural of strabismus. Strabo, ancient Greek geographer, philosopher, and historian from Amazeia in Pontus. Strabological, alternative form of strabismological. Strabomantid, a cloud forest frog of the family Strabomantidae. Strabomantids, plural of strabomantid. Strabometer, archaic form of strabismometer. Strabometers, plural of strabometer. Strabotomies, plural of strabotomy. Strabotomy, the surgical procedure of cutting or making an incision in a muscle or tendon of the eye to correct strabismus or squint. Stracchino, a type of Italian cow's milk cheese, typical of Lombardy. Stracciatella, an Italian soup made by dribbling a mixture of Parmesan cheese and beaten egg into hot broth. Stracciatellas, plural of Stracciatella. Stracina, a surname. Strasinas, plural of Stracina. Stracke, a village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 674,922. Strackens, plural of Strachan. Straher, a village on the east coast of Lawfine, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NN 0901. Strachwitz, a surname from German. Israch, a surname. Israss. Plural of Strat. Stracticite, a monoclinic prismatic greenish-black mineral containing barium, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, and vanadium. Zrat, a pocopic form of Stradivarius violin. Stratometrical, relating to the measurement of streets. Srati, Stradbroke Island. Straddle, to sit or stand with a leg on each side of something, to sit astride. Straddle carrier, a vehicle used in ports and yards for stacking and moving freight containers. Straddle carriers, plural of straddle carrier. Straddle, simple past and past participle of straddle. Straddler, someone who straddles. Straddlers, plural of straddler. Straddles, plural of straddle. Straddleways, alternative form of straddlewise. Straddlewise, so as to straddle something. Straddling, present participle and gerund of straddle. Straddling bus, a bus with a passenger compartment raised above road level, allowing other traffic to pass underneath and hence helping to avoid traffic jams. Straddling buses, plural of straddling bus. Straddlinly, so as to straddle something. Strider, a surname. Straters, plural of strater. Stratford, a surname. Stratfords, plural of Stratford. Tede, a mercenary unit from the Balkans, recruited mainly by states of southern and central Europe from the 15th century until the middle of the 18th century. Sayus, plural of Stratia. Stradivarian, of or relating to the Stradivari family who built stringed instruments in the 17th and 18th centuries. Stradivarius, plural of Stradivarius. Stradivarius, a stringed instrument built by members of the Stradivari family, particularly Antonio Stradivari. Stradivarius is plural of Stradivarius. Stradley, a surname. Stradleys, plural of Stradley. Stradling, a surname. Stradlings, plural of Stradling. Strads, plural of Strad. Strays, to attack ground targets with automatic gunfire from a low-flying aircraft. Estrate, simple past and past participle of strafe. Strafer, one who strafes. Strafers, plural of strafer. Straths, plural of strafe. Shavon, a village in County Kildare, Ireland. Irish grid ref N 9229. Strafford, a place name. Strafford County, one of 10 counties in New Hampshire, United States. County seat, Dover. Straffordian, of or relating to the English statesman Thomas Wentworth, 1st Earl of Strafford, 1593–1641. Straffordians, plural of Straffordian. Strafforth, a place name. Strafing, present participle and gerund of strafe. Strafing run, a low pass by an aircraft to attack ground targets with machine guns, rockets, or light bombs. Strafings, plural of strafing. Straddle, to stray, rove, or wander from a normal course, and others of its kind. Straddle, simple past and past participle of straggle. Straggler, someone who goes against the direct or proper course, or from the company to which they belong. Straggler daisy, Caloptocarpus vialis, a creeping plant native to the American tropics and introduced widely. Stragglers, plural of straggler. The straggles, third person singular simple present indicative of straggle. Stragglesome, characterized or marked by straggling. Strabwy, comparative form of straggly. More straggly. Stragglyous, superlative form of straggly, most straggly. Straggliness, the state or condition of being straggly. Straggling, present participle and gerund of straggle. Straggling money, money paid for apprehending deserters and those absent without leave. Stragglingly, in a straggling way. Stragglings, plural of straggling. Straggly, spread around in a chaotic and disorganized manner. Stradat, a heterosexual person. Stradats, plural of stragat. Stragula, plural of stragulum. Stragular, relating to the stragulum. Stragulum, the mantle or pallium of a bird. Strad, a surname from Irish. Strahans, plural of Strahan. Strawsty, actinalize. Strawsteins, plural of Strawsty. Straw, a surname from German. Strongs, plural of Strom. Strahaninek, a municipality of Croatia. Straight, straight. Straighter, comparative form of straight, more straight. Stratus, superlative form of straight, most straight. Straight, A surname. Straight A, pertaining to one who makes straight as. Straight A's. Grades or marks that are consistently A's. Straight ahead. Directly ahead without deviation. Straight and narrow. A path of honesty, a procedure according to rules and plans. Straight angle. An angle that is equal to 180 degrees pi radians or two right angles. Straight angles. Plural of straight angle. Straight apostrophe. A typewriter apostrophe. Straight apostrophes. Plural of straight apostrophe. Straight arch. A form of arch in which the introduce is straight, but with its joints drawn radially. Straight arches. Plural of straight arch. Straight arm. Alternative spelling of straight arm. Straight arm. Simple past and past participle of straight arm. Straight arming. Present participle and gerund of straight arm. Straight arms. Third person singular simple present indicative of straight arm. Straight arrow. Someone who behaves according to conventional standards, one noted for honesty and integrity. Straight arrows. Plural of straight arrow. Straight as. Alternative spelling of straight A's. Straight as a die. Completely or totally straight. Straight as a ramrod. Synonym of ramrod straight. Straight as a soldier. Perfectly straight, immobile. Straight as an arrow. Very straight, traveling in a very straight trajectory. Straight away. Very soon. Quickly, immediately. Straight bat. The bat when held vertically or when swung through a vertical arc. Straight bats. Plural of straight bat. Straight batta. Simple past and past participle of straight bat. Straight batting. Present participle and gerund of straight bat. Straight bridge. Bridge Wes. Straight chain. A structural element of a molecule consisting of an unbranched sequence of atoms or simple groups, especially such a sequence of methylene groups in a aliphatic compound. Straight chains. Plural of straight chain. Straight cigarette. A ready-made cigarette as opposed to a roll-up. Straight cigarettes. Plural of straight cigarette. Straight condenser. Synonym of Levy condenser. Straight condensers. Plural of straight condenser. Straight cover. A cover version, a new performance of an existing song which has none or very few differences from the original version. Straight dinkum. Genuine, honest, fair, and square. Straight dope. The true information, the whole story. Straight edge. A lifestyle and subculture that advocates abstinence from alcohol, tobacco, and the usage of recreational drugs. Straight edges. Plural of straight edge. Straight eight. Alternative form of straight eight. Straight eights. Plural of straight eight. Straight engine. Synonym of inline engine. Straight engines. Plural of straight engine. Straight face. A face that is expressionless, especially not laughing. Straight face tests. Alternative form of straight face test. Straight face tests. Plural of straight face tests. Straight faces. Plural of straight face. Straight flush. A hand that is both straight the cards are all in sequence and flush the cards are all of the same suit. Straight flush. Plural of straight flush. Straightforward. Alternative spelling of straightforward. Straight from the horse's mouth. Directly from the source, first hand. Straight from the shoulder. Done in a direct manner, blunt. Straight goods. The truth, the facts. Straight hit. A fielding position close to the boundary directly behind the bowler, a fielder in this position. Straight hits. Plural of straight hit. Straight jacket. Alternative form of straight jacket. Straight jackets. Plural of straight jacket. Straight jaw. A non-articulated heavy truck, especially a rather long box truck or stake body. Straight jobs. Plural of straight jaw. Straight lace. A form of lace in which the ground and figures are both formed by the same thread. Straight laces. Plural of straight lace. Straight line. A line with no curvature, a line with constant direction, the path of shortest length between 2 points. Straight lines. Plural of straight line. Straight man. A member of any gender of a team of comic performers who plays a supporting role by helping to set up jokes and punchlines through engaging in dialogue with another comedian playing a more eccentric or otherwise more interesting character. A foil who plays such a role in theatrical comedy. Straight man. Plural of straight man. Straight off. At once, immediately. Straight out. Frankly, outspokenly. Straight out of the chute. Immediately, from the very outset. Straight out of the gate. Alternative form of out of the gate. Straight peen hammer. A hammer with a blade like peen parallel to the haft used by carpenters. Straight peen hammers. Plural of straight peen hammer. Straight piano. Synonym of upright piano. Straight pianos. Plural of straight piano. Straight play. A play relying on spoken dialogue to tell the story, in contrast to a musical. Straight plays. Plural of straight play. Straight poker. The oldest form of the game of poker, in which a complete hand is dealt to each player and players bet in one round, with raising and re-raising allowed. Straight pool. A form of pool involving 15 numbered balls, whose value is added to the score of the player who pots them. Straight pride. A display of pride in one's heterosexuality as a reactionary movement to gay pride. Straight pull. Alternative spelling of straight pull. Straight pulls. Plural of straight pull. Straight quote. A vertical quotation mark, as distinguished from a curly quote. Straight quotes. Plural of straight quote. Straight R. The usual form of the letter R, which is R, as contrasted with R rotunda. Straight razor. A razor of a plain and traditional type with no feature that would limit the depth of exposure to the blade during use, often having a blade that can fold into the handle. Straight razors. Plural of straight razor. Straight red. A straight red card. Straight red card. A red card signifying a player's instant dismissal from the game for a single major foul or misconduct, distinct from and graver than a second yellow card which a player may receive for several minor fouls. Straight red cards. Plural of straight red card. Straight reds. Plural of straight red. Straight shirtau. A very hurried journey or movement, especially in return to a previous location, a dash. Straight shirtau's. Plural of straight shirtau. Straight shooter. A person who is honest and forthright. Straight shooters. Plural of straight shooter. Straight sinus. A venous sinus of the brain that is located along the line of junction of the falx cerebri and tentorium cerebelli, is formed by the junction of the great cerebral vein and the inferior sagittal sinus and passes posteriorly to terminate in the confluence of sinuses. Straight sinuses. Plural of straight sinus. Straight supremacy. An ideology or system that holds that straight sexual orientation is superior and privileges straight people. Straight talk. Simple, honest speaking. Straight talker. A person who speaks simply and honestly. Straight talkers. Plural of straight talker. Straight ticket. A ballot cast for all the candidates of a specific political party. Straight tickets. Plural of straight ticket. Straight time. The regularly established working hours of an employee during a standard time period with the exclusion of hours lost through absence or gained through overtime. Straight times. Plural of straight time. Straight tip. A reliable hint in betting on sports, etc. Straight tips. Plural of straight tip. Straight tray. A man who perceives himself as straight while still engaging in same-sex sexual behavior. Straight up. Truthfully, honestly. Straight up and down. Bowling at a medium or fast pace without swing or seam. Straight woman. A woman who plays the role of the straight man in comedy. Straight women. Plural of straight woman. Straight, no chaser. An alcoholic drink served in its pure form without anything mixed in and not followed by a non-alcoholic drink. Straight A. Alternative spelling of straight A. Straight acting. Having the appearance, mannerisms, etc. of a stereotypical heterosexual of the same gender rather than those stereotypically associated with gay men or lesbians. Straight ahead jazz. A puristic form of jazz as opposed to newer forms like free jazz and fusion, featuring swing rhythms and small ensembles. Straight arm. To ward off by holding the arms out straight. Straight arm. Simple past and past participle of straight arm. Straight arming. Present participle and gerund of straight arm. Straight arms. Third person singular simple present indicative of straight arm. Straight arrow. Alternative form of straight arrow. Straight arrows. Plural of straight arrow. Straight chain. Describing any aliphatic compound that contains a chain of carbon atoms, all of which are connected to either one or two others. Straight cut. Of tobacco, cut lengthwise of the leaf. Straight edger. A person who follows the straight edge lifestyle. The straight 8. An engine with 8 cylinders in one line or row. Straight 8s. Plural of straight 8. Straight face tests. A tongue-in-cheek test of the merits of an argument which asks whether it can be made with a straight face without laughing. Straight face tests. Plural of straight face test. Straight face. Having a straight face, not revealing excessive emotion, especially amusement. Straightforward. Alternative spelling of straightforward. Straight from the shoulder. Alternative spelling of straight from the shoulder. Straight-hearted. Good, morally upright and honest. Straight-jacket. Misspelling of straitjacket. Straight joint, whose boards are laid so that the joints form a continued line transverse to the length of the board themselves. Straight-laced, having narrow views on moral matters, prudish. Striked out, acting without concealment, obliquity, or compromise. Straight pipe, to modify a vehicle to be straight-piped. Straight-piped, having a simple pipe from the engine to the exhaust without muffler or catalytic converter. Straight pipes. Third person singular simple present indicative of straight pipe. Straight piping. Present participle and gerund of straight pipe. Straight pull. A bolt action firearm in which the bolt is pulled straight back without the need for turning. Straight pulls. Plural of straight pull. Straight sets. Achieved in the minimal possible number of sets. Straight shooter. Alternative form of straight shooter. Straight shooters. Plural of straight shooter. Straight shooting. Of person, honest and forthright. Straight six. An internal combustion engine with 6 cylinders mounted in a straight line along the crankcase with all the pistons driving a common crankshaft. Straight sixes. Plural of straight six. Straight thinking. Thinking clearly and rationally. Stray through. Of an electrical cable having connector pins at one end wired to the same pins at the other, pin 1 to pin 1, pin 2 to pin 2, and so on, contrasted with crossover. Straight-tusked elephant. An elephant of extinct species Paleoxodon antiquus that lived across Europe and Western Asia during the Pleistocene. Straight-tusked elephants. Plural of straight-tusked elephant. Straight up. True, unambiguous, unqualified, plainly so, with no bones about it. Straight wash. Alternative spelling of straight wash. Straight away. Alternative form of straightway is straight section of a racetrack. Straightaways. Plural of straightaway. Straightbill. Any of the birds in the genus Temliopsis found in Australia. Straightbills. Plural of straightbill. Straightbred. Produced by breeding from a single breed, variety, or species. Straightbreds. Plural of straightbred. Straightdar. The ability to detect whether or not a person is heterosexual by observing that person. Straite. Simple past and past participle of straight. Straight edge. Alternative form of straight edge. Straight edges. Plural of straight edge. The straighten. To cause to become straight. Straighten one's face. To cease laughing or smiling, etc., and compose one's features. Straighten out. To make straight. Straighten up. To become straight or straighter. Straighten up and fly right. To start behaving properly. Get one's act together. Straightenable. Capable of being straightened. The straighten. Simple past and past participle of straighten. Straighten out. Simple past and past participle of straighten out. Straighten up. Simple past and past participle of straighten up. Straightener. A pair of metal tongs with heated ceramic plates used for straightening hair. Straighteners. Plural of straightener. Straightiness. Second person singular simple present indicative of straighten. Straightina. Third person singular simple present indicative of straighten. Straightening. Present participle and gerund of straighten. Straightening out. Present participle and gerund of straighten out. Straightening up. Present participle and gerund of straighten up. Straightenings. Plural of straightening. Straightens. Third person singular simple present indicative of straighten. Straightens out. Third person singular simple present indicative of straighten out. Straightens up. Third person singular simple present indicative of straighten up. Straighter. Comparative form of straight, more straight. Straighter lace. Comparative form of straight-laced, more straight-laced. Straighter forward. Comparative form of straightforward, more straightforward. Straighters. Plural of straighter. Straightest. Superlative form of straight, most straight. Straightest lace. Superlative form of straight-laced, most straight-laced. Straightest forward. Superlative form of straightforward, most straightforward. Straight face. An obvious, apparent, or stereotypical appearance of heterosexuality based on a person's countenance, often characterized by effeminacy in females and masculinity in males. Straight face. Alternative spelling of straight face. Straight facedly. With a straight face. Straight faces. Plural of straight face. Straight tie. A heterosexual person. Straight tags. Plural of straight tie. Straight folk. Straight heterosexual people. Straightforward. Directly. Straightforward. Proceeding in a straight course or manner, not deviating. Straightforwardly. In a straightforward manner. Straightforwardness. The state or quality of being straightforward. Straighthead. A disease of the rice plant that causes sterility in the grain. Straighthood. The state or condition of being straight morally, sexually, etc. Straight horn. An orthosaurus. Straight horns. Plural of straight horn. Straighty. Alternative form of straighty. Straighties. Plural of straighty. Straighting. Present participle and gerund of straight. Straightish. Reasonably straight. Straight jacket. Misspelling of straitjacket. Straight-laced. Alternative form of straight-laced. Straight line. To answer a survey by selecting answers in a downward straight line. Straight liner. A person who answers a survey by straight lining. Straight liners. Plural of straight liner. Straight lining. Present participle and gerund of straight line. Straightly. In a straight manner without curve or bend. Straightening. A variety of the squash vegetable. The straightness. The result or product of being straight. Straightnesses. Plural of straightness. Straight eye. A heterosexual person. Straight eyes. Plural of straightway. Straights. Plural of straight. Straight splang. To explain LGBT issues, people or behavior to someone who is not of a heterosexual orientation, i.e. LGBT individual, in a condescending manner, presuming the listener's inferior understanding. Straightsplained. Simple past and past participle of straightsplain. Straightsplaining. Condescending explanation of something by a heterosexual to a non-heterosexual person. Straightsplains. Third person singular simple present indicative of straightsplain. Straightwash. To interpret or present a queer figure, relationship, or situation as exclusively heterosexual. Straightwashed. With references to non-straight sexual orientations omitted or removed. Straightwashes. Third person singular simple present indicative of straightwash. Straightwashing. The act of removing or omitting non-straight sexual orientations from an account of a person, relationship, or situation. Straightway. A straight section of a racetrack. Straightways. Plural of straightway. Straightwise. Straight, on an unerring course, directly. Straighty. One who is straight legally or morally abiding. Strake. Alternative form of strake. Strakes. Plural of strake. Stray. A surname. Strain 121. Geogemma barosii, an archaeo, one of the most resilient hyperthermophiles known. Strain a point. To make a special effort, especially to do a degree of violence to some principle or to one's own feelings. Strain at a gnat. To make a mountain out of a molehill. Strain bursts. The sudden fracturing of a rock face, especially in a mine due to increased pressure. Strain bursts. Plural of strain bursts. Strain courtesy. To go beyond what courtesy requires, to insist somewhat too much upon the precedence of others. Strain energies. Plural of strain energy. Strain energy. The potential energy stored in a body due to elastic deformation. Strain every nerve. To make every possible effort to do something, to do one's utmost. Strain gauge. A device that measures the strain in a structural element by measuring changes in electrical resistance of a sensor attached to the element under investigation. Strain gauges. Plural of strain gauge. Strain hardening. Synonym of work hardening. Strain insulator. An electrical insulator designed to work under mechanical tension to withstand the pull of a suspended wire or cable. Strain insulators. Plural of strain insulator. Strain rate. The change in strain deformation of a material with respect to time. Strain rates. Plural of strain rate. Strain relief. Extra casing on an electric cord that prevents it from bending at extreme angles and accruing damage. Strain the potatoes. To urinate. Strainable. That can be strained or filtered. Strainably. Violently. Strained. Under tension, tense. Strained a point. Simple past and past participle of strain a point. Strain at a gnat. Simple past and past participle of strain at a gnat. Strained courtesy. Simple past and past participle of strain courtesy. Strained every nerve. Simple past and past participle of strain every nerve. Strained silicon. A layer of silicon atoms deposited onto a substrate of silicon germanium constrained to be wider apart than normal. This decreases resistance and increases performance when made into a chip. Strainedly. In a strained manner. Strainedness, the quality of being strained. Strainer, a device through which a liquid is passed for purification, filtering, or separation from solid matter, anything including a screen or a cloth used to strain a liquid. Strainer posts, a sturdy post situated at one end of a post and wire fence that takes the major tension of the wires. Strainer posts, plural of strainer posts. Strainerless, without a strainer. Strainers, plural of strainer. Strainus, second person singular simple present indicative of strain. Straina, third person singular simple present indicative of strain. Strainful, full of strain, requiring or exacting great effort, strenuous, stressful. Straining, present participle and gerund of strain. Straining a point, present participle and gerund of strain a point. Straining at a gnat, present participle and gerund of strain at a gnat. Straining beam, a horizontal truss joining the queen posts in rafters. Straining beams, plural of straining beam. Straining courtesy, present participle and gerund of strain courtesy. Straining every nerve, present participle and gerund of strain every nerve. Straining piece, a short piece of timber in a truss used to maintain the ends of struts or rafters and keep them from slipping. Straining beam. Straining pieces, plural of straining piece. Strainingly, so as to strain with a straining action. Strainings, plural of straining. Strainless, without strain. Strainlessly, without strain. Strainlessness. Lack of strain. Strainmeter, a scientific instrument used by geophysicists to measure the deformation of the Earth. Strain meters, plural of strain meter. Strainometer, an extensometer. Strainometers, plural of strainometer. Strainproof, resistant to physical strain. Stray rate, alternative form of strain rate. Strain rates, plural of strain rate. The strains, plural of strain. Strains a point, third person singular simple present indicative of strain a point. Strains at a gnat, third person singular simple present indicative of strain at a gnat. Strains courtesy, third person singular simple present indicative of strain courtesy. Strains every nerve, third person singular simple present indicative of strain every nerve. Strain some, characterized or marked by straining. The strain tension of overexertion. Straintronic, of or pertaining to straintronics. Straintronics, a situation observed in graphene and elsewhere in which an applied strain causes electrons to behave as if they were in a magnetic field. The straight, a surname. Straight and narrow, alternative spelling of straight and narrow. Strait of Bonifacio, a strait between Corsica and Sardinia, connecting the Tyrrhenian Sea and the Western Mediterranean Sea. Strait of Canso, a strait or channel in Nova Scotia, Canada, located between the Nova Scotia mainland and Cape Breton Island, which is crossed by the Canso Causeway. Strait of Dover, a strait in the English Channel connecting to the North Sea, between Dover, England, and Calais, France. Strait of Phocéen, Synonym of Taiwan Strait. Strait of Georgia, a strait that runs between Vancouver Island and mainland British Columbia. Strait of Gibraltar, a strait between Spain and Morocco connecting the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Strait of Hormuz, a strait connecting the Gulf of Oman to the Persian Gulf. Strait of Juan de Fuca, a strait that runs between the southern end of Vancouver Island and the Olympic Peninsula. Strait of Kerch, a strait that connects the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, separating the Kerch Peninsula of Crimea, de jure Ukraine, in the west from the Taman Peninsula of Krasnodar Krai, Russia in the east. Strait of Magellan, a navigable sea route between the southern coast of Chile and the northern coast of Tierra del Fuego. Strait of Malacca, a strait between the Malay Peninsula and the Indonesian island of Sumatra. Strait of Messina, the narrow section of water between the eastern tip of Sicily and the southern tip of mainland Italy. Strait of Otranto, a strait between Italy and Albania connecting the Adriatic Sea and the Ionian Sea. Strait of Sanger, former name of Tsugaru Strait. Strait of Sicily, a strait between Sicily and Tunisia, part of the Mediterranean Sea. Strait of Turin, alternative form of Turin Strait. Straight-handed, parsimonious, sparing, niggardly. Straight-handedness, the quality of being straight-handed. Greed, stinginess. Straight-laced, alternative spelling of straight-laced. Straight waistcoat, alternative form of straight waistcoat. Straight waistcoats, plural of straight waistcoat. Straighte, simple past and past participle of straight. Straighten, to make straight, to narrow or confine to a smaller space. Straighten, simple past and past participle of straighten. Straighten circumstances, reduced financial circumstances, poverty, austerity. Straighten times, periods of austerity or economic slowdown. Straightening, present participle and gerund of straighten. Straightens, third person singular simple present indicative of straighten. Straighter, comparative form of straight, more straight. Straightest, superlative form of straight, most straight. Straight-handed, alternative form of straight-handed. Straight-handedness, alternative form of straight-handedness. Straighting, present participle and gerund of straight. Straight jacket, a jacket-like garment with very long sleeves which can be secured in place, thus preventing the wearer from moving his or her arms. Often used in psychiatric hospitals to prevent patients from injuring themselves or others. Straitjacketed, simple past and past participle of straitjacket. Straitjacketing, present participle and gerund of straitjacket. Straitjackets, plural of straitjacket. Straitjacketed, simple past and past participle of straitjacket. Straitjacketing, present participle and gerund of straitjacket. Straight-laced, alternative spelling of straight-laced. Straight-lacedly, in a straight-laced manner. Straight-lacedness, alternative spelling of straight-lacedness. Straightly, strictly. Straightness, the state or quality of being straight. Straightnesses, plural of straightness. Straits, ellipsis of the Straits settlements, a former British colony along the Strait of Malacca. Straits dollar. The currency of the Straits settlements from 1898 until 1939, also used in the Federated Malay States, the Unfederated Malay States, Kingdom of Sarawak, Brunei, and British North Borneo. Straits dollars. Plural of Straits dollar. Straits of Florida. A strait between southern Florida and Cuba. Straits of Gibraltar. Alternative form of Strait of Gibraltar. Straits of Hormuz. Alternative form of Strait of Hormuz. Straits of Juan de Fuca. Alternative form of Strait of Juan de Fuca. Straits of Magellan. Alternative form of Strait of Magellan. Straits of Malacca. Alternative form of Strait of Malacca. Straits of Tern. Straits in the Red Sea, Asia. The narrowed waters that exists between the southern end of the Sinai Peninsula and the nearest mainland of the Arabian Peninsula, which contains the island of Turin that separates the Gulf of Aqaba from the main body of the Red Sea. Straits settlements. A former British colony in Southeast Asia, existing between 1826–1946 and consisting of modern-day Singapore and Malacca, Penang, and Perak in Malaysia, as well as a few other miscellaneous territories for other periods. Strait waistcoat. A strait jacket. Strait waistcoated. Confined in a strait waistcoat, straitjacketed. Strait waistcoats. Plural of strait waistcoat. Strapa. A surname. Strakas. Plural of straka. Strake. An iron fitting of a traditional wooden wheel, such as a hub component or bearing, for example, box, bushel, a cleat, or a rim covering. Straight. Simple past and past participle of strake. Straker. A surname. Strakers. Plural of straker. Strakes. Plural of strake. Strakovite. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing barium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Straking. Present participle and gerund of strake. Stra. Beam, ray, for example, of light. Strails. Plural of strail. Strali. A surname. Australis. Plural of strali. Australia. Australia. Australis. Plural of strali. Australi. Alternative form of strap firearm. Stralsund. A city in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Stra. To dash down, to beat. Stramash. A tumult or disturbance. Stramash. Simple past and past participle of stramash. Stramaches. Third person singular simple present indicative of stramash. Stramashing. Present participle and gerund of stramash. Stramazon. Alternative form of stramazon. Stramazons. Plural of stramazon. Stramazoun. A direct descending blow with the sword edge. Stramazouns. Plural of stramazoun. Strambang. In a noisy, violent manner, slammang. Strainapile. A heterocont of the clade, sometimes a superphylon strainopiles. Strainopiles. Plural of strainopile. Stramapilic. Relating to strainopiles. Straminius. Pertaining to or made of straw, having little value, insubstantial. Straminously. In a straminious manner. Straminicolous. That forges in leaf litter. Stramonicoly, that condition of being stramonicolous. Stramonipolis. Strali. Shrama. Rope grass, Ampelodesmos mortanicus. Shramp, simple past and past participle of stram. Shramo, alternative spelling of stromal, straw. Stramos, plural of stramel. Shramonia, plural of stramonium. Stramonies, plural of stramony. Stramonium, the Jimson weed or thornapple plant, Datura stramonium. Stramoniums, plural of stramonium. Stramony, stramonium, Jimson weed, thornapple. Stramtura, a village and commune of Maramuresh County, Romania. Stranahan, a surname from Irish. Stranahans, plural of Stranahan. Strand, a surname. Strand line, alternative spelling of strand line. Strand lines, plural of strand line. Strandability, the ability to go without any complement while remaining grammatical. Strandable, able to be left without an expressed complement adjacent to it. Strandber, a surname. Strandbergs, plural of Strandber. Stranded, simple past and past participle of strand. Strandedness, the quality of having strands. Strandy, one who is stranded. Strandies, plural of strandy. Strander, a machine that combines thread strands into a cable. Stranders, plural of strander. Strandfla, a coastal landform consisting of a near-flat erosion surface typical of the Norwegian coast. Strandflats, plural of strandflat. Stranding, present participle and gerund of strand. Strandings, plural of stranding. Strandless, without strands. Strandlike, resembling or characteristic of a strand. Strandline, the linear mark left on a beach, etc. by high water. Geology, the line that marks the interface between land and water. A shoreline, it changes daily and over geologic time. Strand lines, plural of strand line. Strandloper, beachcomber. Strandlopers, plural of strandloper. Strands, plural of strand. Strandwolf, a brown hyena paradina brunia. Strandwolves, plural of strandwolf. Shrang, a surname. Strange, a surname. Strange attractor, an attractor that has a non-integer dimension or whose dynamics on it are chaotic. Strange attractors, plural of strange attractor. Strange bedfellow, singular of strange bedfellows. Strange bedfellows, an unusual combination or political alliance. Strange burr, an unusual person, especially one with an idiosyncratic personality or peculiar behavioral characteristics. Strange birds, plural of strange bird. Strange fish, synonym of odd fish. Strange fruit, a person who has been lynched by hanging, such people collectively. Strange loop, a situation where, by moving only upwards or downwards through a hierarchical system, one finds oneself back where one started. These loops often involve self-reference and paradox. Strange loops, plural of strange loop. Strange matter, a proposed form of matter that includes strange quarks in addition to the usual up and down quarks of nuclear matter. Equivalently, a proposed very stable form of matter that protons and neutrons might decay into, matter composed of strange islets. Strange quark, a quark having a fractional electric charge of -1/3 and a mass of about 80 to 130 MeV. Strange quark matter, alternative form of strange matter. Strange quark star, alternative form of strange star. Strange quarks, plural of strange quark. Strange star, a hypothetical quark star made of strange matter. Strange stars, plural of strange star. Strange to say. Strangely, oddly, strange as it may seem, strange to relate. Strange woman, a hyolite. Strange women, plural of strange woman. Strange ass, very strange. Strange horned toad, any species of toad in the genus Xenophrys which had a strange protuberance on their forehead. Estrange, simple past and past participle of strange. Strangelet, a proposed fragment of strange matter consisting of a bound state of roughly equal numbers of up, down, and strange quarks. Strangelets, plural of strangelet. Strangelier, comparative form of strangely, more strangely. Strangeling, one who is strange, foreign, or unusual. Stranger. Strangelings, plural of strangeling. Strangelovian, alternative form of strangelovian. Strangelovian, of or pertaining to nuclear apocalypse, especially through incompetence or short-sightedness. To strangely, in a strange or coincidental manner. Strangely warmed, experiencing a fervent spiritual experience. Strangeness, the state or quality of being strange, odd, or weird. Strangenesses, plural of strangeness. Strangenia, plural of strangenium. Strangenium, any meson formed from a strange quark and its antiquark. Strangeniums, plural of strangenium. Stranger, comparative form of strange, more strange. Stranger crime, a crime committed by someone who does not know the attacker. Stranger crimes, plural of stranger crime. Stranger danger, the totality of perceived dangers to children presented by strangers. Stranger in the night, a stranger, someone unknown to those around them. Strangerbum, the condition or status of being a stranger. Stranger, simple past and past participle of stranger. Strangeress, a female stranger. Strangeresses, plural of strangeress. Strangerhood, the quality of being a stranger. Strangering, present participle and gerund of stranger. Stranger-like, like a stranger without familiarity or intimacy. Strangerly, of, befitting or characteristic of a stranger, stranger-like. Strangers, plural of stranger. Strangers in the night, plural of stranger in the night. Strangership, the condition or status of being a stranger. Stranges, third person singular simple present indicative of strange. Strangest, superlative form of strange, most strange. Estrangeway, a surname alternative form of Strangeways. Is Strangeways a surname transferred from the place name? Strangford, a village at the entrance to Strangford Lough, County Down, Northern Ireland. Strangford Lough, an inlet or sea lough in County Down, Northern Ireland. Strangification, the act or process of strangifying. Strangify, simple past and past participle of strangify. Strangifies, third person singular simple present indicative of strangify. Strangify, to make strange or exotic. Strangifying, present participle and gerund of strangify. Stranging, present participle and gerund of strange. Sragna, a surname from Italian. Sragnas, plural of strangio. Strangite, a follower of James Strang, the American leader of a schismatic Mormon movement called the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Strangite. Strangle, to kill someone by squeezing the throat so as to cut off the oxygen supply, to choke, suffocate or throttle. Strangle the parrot, to switch off the transponder, for example, because it is interfering with the radar system. Stranglable, capable or deserving of being strangled. Strangled, simple past and past participle of strangle. Strangled the parrot, simple past and past participle of strangle the parrot. Stranguli, while or as if being strangled. Stranglehold, simple past and past participle of stranglehold. Stranglehold, a grip or control so strong as to stifle or cut off. Strangleholding, present participle and gerund of stranglehold. Strangleholds, plural of stranglehold. Stranglement, strangulation. Stranglements, plural of stranglement. Strangler, someone who strangles, especially who murders by strangling. Strangler fig, any of a number of kinds of figs genus ficus that sprout on branches of other trees and crowd them out as they mature. Strangler figs, plural of strangler fig. Stranglers, plural of strangler. Strangles, a disease of horses caused by an infection by the bacterium Streptococcus equi. Strangles the parrot, third person singular simple present indicative of strangle the parrot. Strangle, second person singular simple present indicative of strangle. Strangle, third person singular simple present indicative of strangle. Strangleweed, daughter, a parasitic plant genus Cuscuta. Strangling, present participle and gerund of strangle. Strangling angel, ellipsis of strangling angel of children diphtheria. Strangling angel of children, the disease diphtheria. Strangling fig, alternative form of strangler fig. Strangling figs, plural of strangling fig. Strangling the parrot, present participle and gerund of strangle the parrot. Stranglingly, in a manner that strangles. Stranglings, plural of strangling. Strangolabrity, any of several types of pasta or gnocchi having regional forms. Strang's, plural of strang. Strength, pronunciation spelling of strength. Stranguaries, Plural of stranguary. Stranguary. Alternative form of strangury. Strangulate. To stop flow through a vessel. Strangulated. Simple past and past participle of strangulate. Strangulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of strangulate. Strangulating. Present participle and gerund of strangulate. Strangulation. The act of strangling or the state of being strangled. Strangulations. Plural of strangulation. Strangulative. That strangles or gives a sensation of strangling. Strangulatory. That strangles or gives a sensation of strangling. Stranguric. Relating to or afflicted with strangury. Stranguries. Plural of strangury. Strangurious. Of or pertaining to strangury. Strangury. A painful, frequent need to urinate when the bladder is largely empty or with little urine production. Stranek. A religious pilgrim in Russia. Straneks. Plural of Stranek. Stranocum. A village northeast of Ballymoney, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Irish grid ref D0030. Stranorlar. A small town in County Donegal, Ireland. Irish grid ref H1494. Stranraer. A town in western Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland. Strandham. A surname. Strandhams. Plural of Strandham. Sransky. A triclinic pinacoidal cyanic blue mineral containing arsenic, copper, oxygen, and zinc. Stransky. A surname. Stranskys. Plural of Stransky. Stran. A village and commune of Rancia County, Romania. Zra. A long, narrow, pliable strip of leather, cloth, or the like. Strap brake. A brake that pulls a strap positioned around a rotating object. Strap brakes. Plural of strap brake. Strap game. Synonym of fast and loose fraudulent game. Strap games. Plural of strap game. Strap-in. To fasten a seat belt. Strap line. Alternative form of strapline. Strap lines. Plural of strap line. Strap mount. One of the buckles, etc. fitted on leather straps. Strap mounts. Plural of strap mount. Strap oil. Eighth rushing. Strap-on. Alternative form of strap-on. Strap on a pair. To be brave, to show some courage, especially in a situation where one has so far failed to do so. Strap on the boots. To prepare to play a field sport, to take up playing a field sport. Strap on the feedbag. Synonym of put the feedbag on. To dine, to eat. Strap-ons. Plural of strap-on. Strap rail. A flat railroad laid containing a metal strap and placed upon a wooden rail. Strap rails. Plural of strap rail. Strap strategies. Plural of strap strategy. Strap strategy. A bullish options strategy that is established by buying a 2 calls and 1 put option with the same exercise price. The trader is betting on volatility. Strap up. To fasten with a strap. Strap warming. alternative form of strap warming. Strap work, alternative form of strap work. Strap hang, alternative form of strapping. Strap hanging, relating to standing passengers hanging onto a strap or rail provided in a bus or train. Strap-off, the penis of a trans woman. Strap-offs, plural of strap-off. Strap-on, that can be attached using one or more straps. Strap-ons, plural of strap-on. Strapedectomies, plural of strapedectomy. Strapedectomy, a supposed operation that transforms a woman into a man. Strapazzata, a Greek dish of tomatoes fried with olive oil, pepper, and beaten eggs. Strapdown, an inertial navigation system that eliminates the gimbal in favor of a lightweight digital computer having sensors that are simply strapped to the vehicle. Strapdowns, plural of strapdown. Straight, misspelling of strapped. Strahai, to ride public transport while standing and holding onto a strap. Strafire, a person who travels using public transportation often standing up and holding onto his strap. Straffingers, plural of straffinger. Straffanging, present participle and gerund of straffang. Straffangs, third person singular simple present indicative of straffing. Strahan, simple past and past participle of straffing. Straping, misspelling of strapping. Strapless, without a strap or straps, usually describing women's clothing without shoulder straps. Straplesses, plural of strapless. Straplessly, without a strap or straps in a strapless manner. Straplessness, absence of straps. Strapline, resembling or characteristic of a strap. Strapline, a secondary heading or headline, especially one printed above another. Strapline, having a strapline. Straplines, plural of strapline. Strap-off, alternative form of strap-off. Strap-offs, plural of strap-off. Strap-on, alternative spelling of strap-on. Strap-ons, plural of strap-on. Strappado, a form of torture in which the victim is hung from the ceiling by a rope attached to the hands, which are tied together behind the victim's back. Strappadode, simple past and past participle of strappado. Strappados, plural of strappado. Strappadoing, present participle and gerund of strappado. Strappados, plural of strappado. Strapped, simple past and past participle of strap. Strapped for cash, having little money, poor. Strapped for money, having little money, poor. Strapped in, simple past and past participle of strap in. Strapped on, simple past and past participle of strap on. Strapped on a pair. Simple past and past participle of strap on a pair. Strapped on the feedback. Simple past and past participle of strap on the feedback. Strapped up. Simple past and past participle of strap up. Strapper, a large, strong, robust person, usually a man. Strappers, plural of strapper. Strapper, comparative form of strappy, more strappy. Strap is, strappy shoes for women. Strat is superlative form of strappy, most strappy. Strappe, pronunciation spelling of strapping. Strappiness, the state of being strappy. Strapping, present participle and gerund of strap. Strapping in, present participle and gerund of strap in. Strapping on, present participle and gerund of strap on. Strapping on a pair, present participle and gerund of strap on a pair. Strapping on the feed bag, present participle and gerund of strap on the feed bag. Strapping tape, synonym of filament tape. Strapping tapes, plural of strapping tape. Strapping up, present participle and gerund of strap up. Strappingly, in a strapping way, robustly. Strappings, plural of strapping. Strapple, to bind with a strap, strap, entangle. Straddled, simple past and past participle of strapple. Strapples, third person singular simple present indicative of strapple. Strapling, present participle and gerund of strapple. Strati, of or characterized by straps. Strappy top, an item of women's clothing with thin straps over the shoulders. Strappy tops, plural of strappy top. Straps, plural of strap. Straps then, third person singular simple present indicative of strap in. Straps on, third person singular simple present indicative of strap on. Straps on a pair, third person singular simple present indicative of strap on a pair. Straps on the feed bag, third person singular simple present indicative of strap on the feed bag. Straps up, third person singular simple present indicative of strap up. Strapped, simple past and past participle of strap. Strap warm, to keep one's strap-on sex toy with a dildo in one's partner's anus, mouth, or vagina, typically for a prolonged period of time without moving to create friction. Strap warmed, simple past and past participle of strap warm. Strap warming, the act or an instance of keeping one's strap-on sex toy with a dildo in the other partner's anus, mouth, or vagina, typically for a prolonged period of time without moving to create friction. Strap warms, third person singular simple present indicative of strap warm. Strap work, a stylized representation of strips or bands of curling leather, parchment, or metal cut into elaborate shapes with piercings and often interwoven. Strap works, plural of strap work. Strapwort, the plant Cardiola littoralis. Strapworts, plural of strapwort. Strasberry, a variety of strawberry with a raspberry-like appearance. Strasbourg, the capital city of Bas-Rhin Department, France, the capital city of the region of Grand Est, located in the historic region of Alsace, near the border with Germany and at various historical points a part of Germany. Strasbourg pie, a pie filled with foie gras and other ingredients. Strasbourg turpentine, alternative form of Strasbourg turpentine. Strasbourg, a city in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Strasbourg pie, dated form of Strasbourg pie. Strasbourg turpentine, the resin obtained from the European silver fir Abies taxifolia sin. Abies picea, now considered synonymous to a bise alba, which was used for a brilliant varnish. Strasbourg, archaic form of Strasbourg, French city. Strasbourg turpentine, alternative form of Strasbourg turpentine. Strasny, a city, district, and municipality of Moldova. Stratia Mirai, a monoclinic mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, and oxygen. Izras, a rhinestone, brilliant glass used in the manufacture of artificial paste gemstones, consisting essentially of a complex borosilicate of lead and potassium. Strasbourg, a surname. Strasbourgs, plural of Strasbourg. Strassen algorithm, an algorithm for matrix multiplication. Strasser, a surname from German. Strasserism, the political philosophy and practices of Otto Strasser and his Black Front, characterized by support of German National Socialism, but opposition to Hitlerism. The Strasserists of or pertaining to Strasserism. Strasserists, plural of Strasserists. Strasseri, a proponent of Strasserism. Strasserites, plural of Strasseri. Strassers, plural of Strasser. Strasses, plural of Strass. Strasser, a surname from German. Strassers, plural of Strassner. Israt, a Fender Stratocaster electric guitar. Stratshag, an act of sex intended to advance one's own personal aims. Stratshags, plural of Stratshag. Ishrath, plural of stratum. Strata cornea, plural of stratum corneum. Strata Florida, a small village in Ustrad Efflur community, Ceredigion, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 7465. Strata granulosa. Plural of stratum granulosum. Strata title. Law, a form of title over parts of real property, originally designed to facilitate ownership and mortgage of separate parts of a building, often on multiple levels. Usually some common property is the responsibility of all strata title holders via an owner's corporation. Strata titles, plural of strata title. Stratabaum, exclusively confined within a certain stratum. Stratagem, a tactic or artifice designed to gain the upper hand, especially one involving underhanded dealings or deception. Strategbate, strategic. Strategbatical, strategic. Strategmatis, strategist. Strategmatists, plural of strategmatists. Strategemic, synonym of strategemical. Strategemical, strategic, involving stratagem. Strategemically, in terms of or by means of, is stratagem strategically. Stratagems, plural of stratagem. Stratal, of or pertaining to a stratum. Stratally, in terms of strata or layers. Stratarchical, of or relating to stratarchy. Stratarchies, plural of stratarchy. Stratarchy, an organization having a number of different strata within which power and influence are distributed. Is stratas, plural of strata. Strate, a surname. Stratagem, misspelling of stratagem. Strategery, alternative form of strategy. Strategetic, strategic. Strategetical, strategical, strategic, strategically, in terms of or by means of strategy, strategetics, strategy, strategy, plural of strategus, strategian, a strategist, strategians, plural of strategian, strategy, of or pertaining to strategy, strategic competence, an aspect of communicative competence consisting of the ability to organize one's communicated ideas effectively and to compensate for any communication breakdowns. Strategic Defense Initiative, a system proposed by U.S. President Ronald Reagan on March 23, 1983, to use ground-based and space-based systems to protect the United States from attack by strategic nuclear ballistic missiles. Strategic depth, the distances between the front lines or battle sectors and the combatants' industrial core areas, capital cities, or heartlands. Strategic depths, plural of strategic depth. Strategic management, the art and science of formulating, implementing, and evaluating cross-functional decisions that will enable an organization to achieve its objectives. Strategic material, any material considered crucial to national security concerns and military applications. Examples include natural resources such as oil, alloys such as steel, aluminum, and titanium, and composite materials such as advanced plastics, polymers, and ceramics. Strategic materials, plural of strategic material. Strategic pluralism, a theory suggesting that women have evolved to pursue a dual mating strategy by forming long-term pair bonds with men who are good providers, while securing high-quality genes for their offspring via extra pair copulation when they are ovulating. Strategic warning, a warning relatively far in advance of a potential attack. Strategic warnings, plural of strategic warning. Strategic, strategic, strategically, in a strategic manner. Strategicness, the characteristic of being strategic. Strategics, the field or activity of using strategy. Strategies, plural of strategy. Strategies of tension, plural of strategy of tension. Strategize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of strategize. Strategize, simple past and past participle of strategize. Strategizer, one who strategizes. Strategizers, plural of strategizer. Strategizes, third person singular simple present indicative of strategize. Strategizing, present participle and gerund of strategize. Strategism, an excessive emphasis on strategy. Strategist, a person who devises strategies. Strategists, plural of strategists. Strategization, the formulation of a strategy. Strategizations, plural of strategization. Strategize, to formulate a strategy. Strategize, simple past and past participle of strategize. Strategizer, one who strategizes. Strategizers, plural of strategizer. Strategizes, third person singular simple present indicative of strategize. Strategizing, present participle and gerund of strategize. Strategizing, plural of strategizing. Strategoi, plural of strategos. Strategos, alternative form of strategus. Strategus, the leader or commander of an army, a general. Strategy, the science and art of military command as applied to the overall planning and conduct of warfare. Strategy game, a game in which the player's decision-making skills have a high significance in determining the outcome, such as chess, checkers, or Go. Strategy games, plural of strategy game. Strategy of tension, a political policy wherein violent struggle is encouraged rather than suppressed. Strategy pattern, a creational design pattern where algorithms can be selected at runtime. Strategy patterns, plural of strategy pattern. Strategilous, without a strategy. Strategilessness, the lack of a strategy, the property of being strategiless. Strategy-like, resembling a strategy. Strategy proof, of an asymmetric game where players have private information, such that there is no incentive for any of the players to hide or lie about their private information from the other players. Strategy proofness, the quality of being strategy proof. The Straits, plural of straight. Stratfield Mortimer, a village and civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6664. Stratford, the name of various cities, towns, and boroughs in the USA, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. See the full list. Stratford-on-Avon, a town in Warwickshire, England, birthplace of William Shakespeare, often used as a byword for a particularly idyllic or historic town. Stratford-upon-Avon, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Stratford-on-Avon District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 2054. Stratfordian, an inhabitant of the town Stratford-upon-Avon, or any other town called Stratford. Stratfordians, plural of Stratfordian. Strat, University of Strathclyde, used especially following postnominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Strathallan, a valley in Stirling Council area and Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NN 80. Strathaven, a town in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 7044. Strathblain, a village in Stirling Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 5679. Strathbogie, a valley and district in northwest Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. The valley is also spelled Strathbogie. Strathbungo, a suburb in South Glasgow, City of Glasgow Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 5762. Strathairn, a hamlet in Western Highland Council area, Scotland, at the head of Lough Carron. OS Grid Ref NG 9442. Strathply, a former local government region in the west of Scotland created in 1975, abolished in 1996. Strathcona, a neighborhood of Edmonton and former city in central Alberta, the business district of which is now called Old Strathcona. Strathcona County, a municipal district officially a specialized municipality in the Edmonton Metropolitan Region, Alberta, Canada. Strathy, a surname. Strather, a strath in central Scotland. Stratton, a surname. Strathernian, of war relating to Marilyn Strathern, born 1941, British anthropologist. Strathans, plural of Strathern. Strathfield, a suburb in the inner west of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Strathman, a surname from German. Strathmans, plural of Strathman. Strathmartine, a locality in Angus Council area, Scotland, just north of Dundee OS Grid Ref No 3835. Strathmeglo, a village on the River Eden in northwest Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 2110. Strathmore, a large valley in Angus Council area and partly in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland. Strathmore Wee, Pymlia prostrata, a shrub from New Zealand. Strathbuffer, a village and spa town in Ross and Cromarty, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NH 4858. Straths, plural of Strath. Strathspey, the area encompassing the upper part of the Strath Valley of Scotland's River Spey in Highland Council area from its source in Lough Spey to the Strath's capital, Grantown-on-Spey. Strathspeys, plural of Strathspey. Strathire, a village in Stirling Council area, Scotland, historically in Perthshire OS Grid Ref NN 5617. Strati, plural of stratus. Strai, of or pertaining to the order of strata or to their deposition. Straticulate, set of sedimentary rock exhibiting thin layers, whether or not they control how the rock breaks. Compare with laminated. Stratifiable, capable of being stratified. Stratificated, misspelling of stratify. Stratification, the process leading to the formation or deposition of layers, especially of sedimentary rocks. Stratificational, relating to stratification. Stratificationally, by means of or in terms of stratification. Stratifications, plural of stratification. Stratify, arranged in a sequence of layers or strata. Stratified columnar epithelia, plural of stratified columnar epithelium. Stratified columnar epithelium, any of a series of secretive layers of cells found in the uterus, parts of the anus and eye, the male urethra and vas deferens, and in parts of the pharynx. Stratifier, something that stratifies, the agent or cause of stratification. Stratifiers, plural of stratifier. Stratifies, third person singular simple present indicative of stratify. Stratophin, a protein found in stratified keratinizing epithelial cells. Stratiform, occurring in layers. Stratify, to become separated out into distinct layers or strata. Stratifying, present participle and gerund of stratify. Stratigote, plural of stratigotus. Stratigotus, a judicial official in medieval southern Italy. Stratigrapher, an expert in stratigraphy. Stratigraphers, plural of stratigrapher. Stratigraphic, of or pertaining to the arrangement of stratigraphy or strata. Stratigraphical, stratigraphic. Stratigraphically, in a stratigraphic manner with respect to stratigraphy. Stratigraphies, plural of stratigraphy. Stratigraphist, a stratigrapher. Stratigraphists, plural of stratigraphists. Stratigraphy, the study of rock layers and the layering process stratification. Stratimetry, measurement of the strata of the Earth's crust. Stratonymy, of or pertaining to stratinomy. Stratenomy, the description of the orientation of trace fossils in relation to rock strata. Stratiamia, any fly of the family Stratiamidae. Stratiamids, plural of stratiamid. Stratiamid, alternative form of stratiamid. Stratiamid, plural of stratiamid. Strata, a small landowner who had an obligation of military service in time of war. Stratiot, plural of stratiot. Stratma, a surname. Stratmans, plural of stratman. Strato, strata, especially stratus clouds. Stratoanalysis, an analytical theory that attempts to understand a subject in terms of stratification or layers. Stratocaster, a popular electric guitar manufactured by Fender. Stratocasters, plural of Stratocaster. Stratociri, plural of Stratocirrus. Stratocirrus, an altostratus cloud. Stratocladistic, relating to stratocladistics. Stratocladistics, a combination of stratigraphy and cladistics. Stratocladogram, a stratocladistic diagram. Stratocladograms, plural of stratocladogram. Stratocone, a large volcano built up of material from successive lava flows. Stratocones, plural of stratocone. Stratocracies, plural of stratocracy. Stratocracy, a military government. Stratocrat, one who governs or leads others through military force or on account of their position as a military officer. Stratocratic, relating to stratocracy. Stratocrats, plural of stratocrat. Stratocumuli, plural of stratocumulus. Stratocumuliform, resembling cumulus but with extensive horizontal development. Stratocumulus, relating to a stratocumulus cloud. Stratocumulus, a principal low-level cloud type, predominantly stratiform, in the form of a gray and slash or whitish layer or patch, which nearly always has dark parts and is non-fibrous. Stratigraphic, or relating to stratigraphy geology term / army. Stratigraphical. Stratigraphic. Stratigraphically, in terms of stratigraphy. Stratigraphy, a description of an army or of what belongs to an army. Stratonoma, of or pertaining to stratonomy. Stratonomy, alternative spelling of stratenomy. Stratopause, in the atmosphere, the boundary between the stratosphere and the mesosphere. Stratopauses, plural of stratopause. Stratophonetic, relating to relationships between organisms that exist only as fossils. Stratoplane, a hypothetical airplane capable of travel in the stratosphere. Stratoplanes, plural of stratoplane. Stratorotational, relating to the rotation of concentric layers of fluid. Stratos, arranged in layers or strata. Stratosphere, collectively, those layers of the Earth's crust which primarily comprise stratified deposits. Stratospheres, plural of stratosphere. Stratospheric, of, relating to, or occurring in the stratosphere, the region of the uppermost atmosphere. Stratospherically, by way of or in regard to the stratosphere. Stratotype, a stratigraphic section used to establish a reference point on a geologic time scale. Stratotypes, plural of stratotype. Stratotype, relating to a stratotype. Stratovolcanic, of or pertaining to a stratovolcano. Stratovolcano, a tall conical volcano composed of layers or strata of hardened lava, tephra, and ash. Stratovolcanos, plural of stratovolcano. Stratovolcanos, plural of stratovolcano. Zras, plural of strat. Zra, a surname. Tra, alternative form of strata layered casserole dish. Strata, a habitational surname from Old English. Stratton-Parker syndrome, a rare disorder characterized by short stature, Wormian bones, and dextrocardia. Stratton St. Margaret, a suburban village and civil parish in Swindon Borough, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1787. Stratton-on-the-Foss, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Mendip District. OS Grid Ref SD 6550. Stratons, plural of Stratton. Isras, plural of strat. Strata, thin layers in rock strata. Strata, one of several parallel horizontal layers of material arranged one on top of another. Stratum album intermedial, the main receptive layer of the superior colliculus, composed primarily of nerve of the internal cortical tract from the occipital and preoccipital cortex. Stratum basale, synonym of basal layer. Stratum corneum, the outer layer of the epidermis composed of dead cells that continually flake away. Stratum germinativum, synonym of stratum basale. Stratum granulosum, a thin layer of cells in the epidermis. Stratum griseum intermedial, a layer of small nerve cells in the superior colliculus, forming the more superficial part of the stratum lemnisci. Stratum lemnisci, the portion of the superior colliculus composed of the stratum griseum intermedial and the stratum album intermedial. Stratum spinosum, a layer of the epidermis found between the stratum granulosum and stratum basale. Stratums, plural of stratum. Stratus, a principal, low-level cloud type in the form of a gray layer with a rather uniform base, usually not associated with precipitation, and capable of producing corona phenomena and a weak, uniform luminance, abbreviated SENT. Stratus fractus, stratus clouds which are scattered or ragged. Shra, a surname. Shra, a surname. Shrubs, plural of straw. Shrods, plural of straw. Shra, a surname. Shrons, plural of strawn. Shra, a surname. Shrons, plural of strawn. Shrot, alternative form of stretched. Shrouded, simple past and past participle of straught. Schroeder, a surname. Strauters, plural of straughter. Schrotting, present participle and gerund of straught. Schrot, third person singular simple present indicative of straught. Schro, obsolete form of strange. Stranger, obsolete form of stranger. Strangers, plural of stranger. Strongo, obsolete spelling of strangle. Strorosporine, misspelling of storosporine. Strauss, a surname from German. Straussbach, a surname. Strasbourg, plural of Strasbourg. Strasse, a surname from German. Strasser, a surname. Strassers, plural of Strasser. Strasses, plural of straws. Strasse, a surname from German. Strauss-Howe generational theory, a theorized recurring cycle in Western, especially American history, whereby historical events are associated with recurring generational personas or archetypes that bring about new social, political, and economic circumstances. Strasser, a surname. Strassers, plural of Strasser. Straussian, of or relating to Leo Strauss or his philosophy. Straussians, plural of Straussian. Extravagant, to wander aimlessly. Extravagant, simple past and past participle of stravage. Stravages, third person singular simple present indicative of stravage. Stravaging, present participle and gerund of stravage. Strave, to stroll, meander. Stravage, alternative form of stravage. Stravage, simple past and past participle of strave. Stravager, one who stravags, one who takes a stroll. Stravagers, plural of stravager. Stravages, third person singular simple present indicative of stravage. Stravaging, present participle and gerund of strave. Stravags, third person singular simple present indicative of strave. Stravu, in Tucson, Arizona, a street that runs diagonally between and intersects a street running east-west and an avenue running north-south. Stramus, plural of Stravenu. Stravinskyan, of or relating to Igor Stravinsky 1880–1971, influential Russian-born composer, pianist, and conductor. Stravinsky, a surname from Russian. Stravinskaya, alternative form of Stravinskyan. Stravathi, a locality in eastern Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 5311. Straw, a surname transferred from the nickname. Straw bale, worthless bale, as given by irresponsible persons. Straw ballot, synonym of straw poll. Straw ballots, plural of straw ballot. Straw bed, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see straw bed. Straw beds, plural of straw bed. Straw bid, a worthless bid, a bid for a contract which the bidder is unable or unwilling to fulfill. Straw beds, plural of straw bid. Straw boss, a worker acting as a supervisor of other workers. Straw bosses, plural of straw boss. Straw buyer, the third party who makes a straw purchase for another person. Straw buyers, plural of straw buyer. Straw donor, a person who makes political contributions provided by an anonymous third party. Straw donors, plural of straw donor. Straw hat, a stiff hat made from woven straw. Straw hats, plural of straw hat. Straw in the wind, a premonitory sign. Straw itch, grain itch. Straw lilies, plural of straw lily. Straw lily, Uvularia seslifolia, native to much of eastern North America. Strawman, a doll or scarecrow, particularly one stuffed with straw. Straw man. Simple past and past participle of straw man. Straw manning. Present participle and gerund of straw man. Straw man's. Third person singular simple present indicative of straw man. Strawman. Plural of straw man. Straw mushroom. A small, edible mushroom used primarily in the cuisines of East and Southeast Asia, Vulvariella vulvacea. Straw mushrooms. Plural of straw mushroom. Straw nail. A long shanked nail sometimes used for fastening over tile at hips and ridges. Straw nails. Plural of straw nail. Straw owner. A person who owns property legally or has the legal appearance of owning something but does so on behalf of another. Straw owners. Plural of straw owner. Straw poll. A survey of opinion or a vote that is non-binding, unofficial, casual, or ad hoc. Straw polls. Plural of straw poll. Straw purchase. A purchase made secretly on behalf of someone else. Straw purchaser. A person who makes a straw purchase. Straw purchasers. Plural of straw purchaser. Straw purchases. Plural of straw purchase. Straw shoe. A professional false witness hired by an unscrupulous attorney. Such a man would frequent the vicinity of a courthouse and show his intention and availability by a straw sticking from one of his shoes. Straw shoes. Plural of straw shoe. Straw stem. The fine stem of a wine glass pulled out from the material of the bowl instead of being attached separately. Straw stems. Plural of straw stem. Straw that stirs the drink. The person who stimulates or inspires a group, the major factor affecting a trend or set of developments. Straw tick. A bed mattress made from a coarse cotton material or shoddy and filled with usually straw. Straw ticks. Plural of straw tick. Straw vote. Synonym of straw poll. Straw votes. Plural of straw vote. Straw wine. Wine made from grapes that have been dried to concentrate their juice. Straw wines. Plural of straw wine. Straw bed. Alternative form of strawed. Straw beds. Plural of straw bed. Straw-bottomed. Of a chair, having a seat of woven cane or with cushioning of straw. Straw clutchingly. In a manner which involves clutching at straws. Straw-colored. Pale yellow. The color of straw. Straw-colored. British Standard spelling of straw-colored. Straw grasping. The act of grasping at straws. Straw hat. Alternative form of straw hat. Straw hats. Plural of straw hat. Straw hat. Wearing a straw hat. Straw-necked ibis. A species of ibis, Thresgurnys spinacalis of Australia and southern New Guinea, having stiff, spiky, straw-colored feathers on the front of the neck. Straw-necked ibises. Plural of straw-necked ibis. Straw. Strawberry. Straw bale. A bale of straw. Straw bales. Plural of straw bale. Strawbana. A mixture of strawberry and banana. Shrub. A mattress made of dry straw in a cloth sack, often used beneath a feather bed or other softer mattress. Shrubs. Plural of straw. Strawberry. Flavored or colored with strawberry. Strawberry. Comparative form of strawberry, more strawberry. Strawberries, plural of strawberry. Strawberries and cream, a dish consisting of strawberries and whipped cream, often served with sugar on top. Strawberries, superlative form of strawberry, most strawberry. Strawberryta, a strawberry-flavored margarita cocktail. Strawberritas, plural of strawberryta. Strawberry, the sweet, usually red, edible accessory fruit of certain plants of the genus Fragaria. Strawberry aldehyde, ethyl methylphenyl glycidate. Strawberry ave, an insect of species Chaetosiphon fragifoliae. Strawberry avids, plural of strawberry avid. Strawberry begonia, a plant of species Saxifraga stolonifera. Strawberry begonias, plural of strawberry begonia. Strawberry blonde, alternative form of strawberry blonde. Strawberry blonde, an uncommon orange hair color. It is characterized as a combination of pale light yellow, often called blonde, and red. Strawberry blonde hair appears blonde in dim light, but when exposed to sun or a bright light, the hair may assume a slight tinge of pink or red color. Strawberry blondes, plural of strawberry blonde. Strawberry blondes, plural of strawberry blonde. Strawberry bush, Euonymus americanus, a flowering plant in the family Celastraceae. Strawberry bushes, plural of strawberry bush. Strawberry cacti, plural of strawberry cactus. Strawberry cactus, the Cactus mammillaria dioica. Strawberry clover, Trifolium fragiferum, a clover of Europe and West Asia. Strawberry clovers, plural of strawberry clover. Strawberry crab, a small speckled bright pink crab of species Neolioa pubescens found in the Indo-Pacific. Strawberry crabs, plural of strawberry crab. Strawberry gallbladder, a gallbladder exhibiting cholesterolosis. Strawberry gallbladders, plural of strawberry gallbladder. Strawberry generation, the generation born in the 1980s, characterized as effete and unable to cope with hard work and the pressures of modern life. Strawberry geranium, synonym of strawberry saxifrage, a plant of species Saxifraga stolonifera. Strawberry geraniums, plural of strawberry geranium. Strawberry guava, a tree of species Psidium catalinum. Strawberry guavas, plural of strawberry guava. Strawberry Hill, a neighborhood in Twickenham, Borough of Richmond upon Thames, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1572. Strawberry leaf, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see strawberry leaf. Strawberry leaves, plural of strawberry leaf. Strawberry mark, a red birthmark formed of hemangiomas of small, closely packed blood vessels. Strawberry marks, plural of strawberry mark. Strawberry moon, the full moon in June closest to the summer solstice. Strawberry moons, plural of strawberry moon. Strawberry myrtle, synonym of Ugneberry ugnemalini. Strawberry myrtles, plural of strawberry myrtle. Strawberry pear, dragon fruit Stenosrius sin, Halosrius sbp. Strawberry pears, plural of strawberry pear. Strawberry raspberries, Plural of strawberry, raspberry. Strawberry, raspberry. A red-fruited plant of species Rubus illicibrasus. Strawberry red, synonym of strawberry, a dark pinkish red color, like that of the fruit. Strawberry reds, plural of strawberry red. Strawberry roan, a roan horse of reddish color. Strawberry roans, plural of strawberry roan. Strawberry root weevil, a weevil of species Odearhynchus ovitus. Strawberry root weevils, plural of strawberry root weevil. Strawberry saxifrage, Saxifraga stolonifera, a perennial flowering plant. Strawberry shortcake, a dessert made using a sweet biscuit-like cake and topped with strawberries and slund or a strawberry-flavored sauce. Strawberry shortcakes, plural of strawberry shortcake. Strawberry snail, a reddish-brown snail of species Trochilistrialis. Strawberry snails, plural of strawberry snail. Strawberry tomato, Physalis. Strawberry tomatoes, plural of strawberry tomato. Strawberry tongue, Glossitis, which manifests with hyperplastic fungiform papillae. Strawberry tree, a cane apple, an evergreen shrub or small tree Arbutus anido, in family Ericaceae, native to the Mediterranean region in Western Europe north to western France and Ireland, which bears fruits which resemble strawberries. Strawberry trees, plural of strawberry tree. Strawberry, a sweetened strawberry drink. Strawberries, plural of strawberry. Strawberry, present participle and gerund of strawberry. Strawberry-ish, strawberry-like. Strawberryless, without strawberries. Strawberry-like, resembling or characteristic of a strawberry plant or fruit. Strawboard, a form of cardboard, usually yellow, made from straw. Strawboards, plural of strawboard. Strawbreaker, the fungal disease eye spot of cereals. Strawbridge, a surname. Strawbridges, plural of strawbridge. Shrods, plural of straw. Strawcraft, the making of things from straw. Strawder, a surname. Strawders, plural of strawder. Straw, obsolete spelling of straw. Straw, having a particular kind of straw. Straw, made of straw. Strawflower, any of many Australian plants of the genus Xerochrysum, especially Xerochrysum bracteatum, having deep yellow flowers that can be readily dried. Straw flowers, plural of strawflower. Strawful, enough to fill a drinking straw. Strawfuls, plural of strawful. Straw hat, pertaining to summer theater productions outside an urban or metropolitan area, relating to summer stock. Straw hats, plural of straw hat. Straw hatted, alternative form of straw hatted. Straw hat, a stupid person. Straw heads, plural of straw head. Strawing, present participle and gerund of straw. Strawish, straw-like. Strawless, without straw. Straw-like, resembling a straw. Strawman, alternative spelling of straw man. Strawmant, simple past and past participle of strawman. Strawmaning, present participle and gerund of strawman. Strawmanish, resembling or characteristic of a straw man, an insubstantial concept, idea, endeavor, or argument. Strawmans. Third person singular simple present indicative of strawman. Strawman, plural of strawman. Straw. A surname. Straw, obsolete spelling of strawn. Strawns, plural of strawn. Strawpedo, a technique for drinking alcohol very quickly by placing a straw in it to allow air to replace the liquid, but drinking around the straw instead of through it. Strawpedo, simple past and past participle of strawpedo. Strawpedos, plural of strawpedo. Strawpedoing, present participle and gerund of strawpedo. Strawpedos, plural of strawpedo. Straw people, plural of strawperson. Strawperson, synonym of strawman. Strawpersons, plural of strawperson. Straws, plural of straw. Straws in the wind, plural of straw in the wind. Straws that stir the drink, plural of straw that stirs the drink. Strawser, a surname. Strawsers, plural of strawser. Strassful, plural of strawful. Strasshack, a pile of stored straw. Strawstacks, plural of strawstack. Strawer, articles made from straw. Strawweight, minimum wage. Strawweights, plural of strawweights. Strawwoman, a false caricature of a woman. Strawman, plural of strawwoman. Strawer, the grub of the caddy's fly. Strawworms, plural of strawworm. Shroy, made of straw. Sry, any domestic animal that lacks an enclosure, proper place, or company, but that instead wanders at large or is lost, and estray. Stray bullet, a bullet that after being fired from a gun hits an unintended target. Stray bullets, plural of stray bullet. Stray dog, an ownerless dog, a roaming wild or half-wild dog. Stray dogs, plural of stray dog. Australia, Australia often as viewed by the stereotypical bogan. Australia, Australian. Strands, plural of strain. Stray, simple past and past participle of stray. Strayer, a surname. Strayers, plural of strayer. Strayus, second person singular simple present indicative of stray. Stray. Third person singular simple present indicative of stray. Strayhorn, a surname. Strayhorns, plural of strayhorn. Streng, present participle and gerund of stray. Strangs, plural of strang. Stralight, light in an optical system which was not intended in the design. Strailing, a little waif or stray, a drifteling. Strailings, plural of strailing. Strays, plural of stray. Essayety, abbreviation of strand. SES, plural of SDRD. Israel, a continuous series of like events. Streak camera, an instrument for measuring the variation in a pulse of light's intensity over time. Streak cameras, plural of streak camera. Streake, to run very fast. Streak of good luck. A continuous and uninterrupted period of good fortune. Streak of piss, a tall, thin person. Streak plate, the surface usually made from unglazed porcelain across which a mineral is dragged to determine its streak. Streak plates, plural of streak plate. Streak-backed antri, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Thamnophilus insignis. Streak-backed antrikes, plural of streak-backed antrike. Ishreet, obsolete spelling of streak. Ishreet, bearing streaks. Streaked fantail warbler, synonym of sitting cisticola. Streaked fantail warblers, plural of streaked fantail warbler. Ishreete, simple past and past participle of streakit. Streaked scrub warbler, a small passerine bird of the species Scotocerca inquieta. Streaked scrub warblers, plural of streaked scrub warbler. Streaked weir, any member of species Trachinius radiatus of fish found in the Mediterranean and eastern Atlantic. Streaked wren babbler, Gypsophila brevicaudata, a species of perching birds. Streaked wren babblers, plural of streaked wren babbler. Streakedly, with a pattern of streaks. Streaktas, the quality of being streaked. Streaken, to mark or become marked with streaks. Straightened, simple past and past participle of streaken. Streakens, third person singular simple present indicative of streaken. Ishraker, one who runs naked through a public place as a prank. Streeters, plural of streaker. Esreefs, plural of streak. Tweedje, comparative form of streaky, more streaky. Erigiet, superlative form of streaky, most streaky. Streakily, in a streaky manner. Streakiness, the state or condition of being streaky. Streakinesses, plural of streakiness. Shrieking, present participle and gerund of streak. Shrieking, present participle and gerund of streakit. Streakings, plural of streaking. Streakless, without streaks or stripes. Streaklessly, without a streak or streak. Streaklight tubus shitter, a dark-colored deepwater ray-fin fish, Holtbienia latifrons, found near the coasts of America. Streaklight tubus shitters, plural of streaklight tubus shitter. Streakly, resembling or characteristic of a streak. Streakly, a locus of points of all the fluid particles that have passed continuously through a particular spatial point in the past. Streak lines, plural of streak line. Esreefs, plural of streak. Esreetse, third person singular simple present indicative of streaked. Streaks of good luck, plural of streak of good luck. Streaks of piss, plural of streak of piss. Streakwise, in a streak or streak. Streaky, having streaks. Streaky bacon, bacon made from pork belly rather than from side or back cuts. Turia, beam, ray for example of light. Streos, plural of strio. Stria, a surname. Stream bed, synonym of riverbed. Stream beds, plural of stream bed. Stream cable, a hawser or rope smaller than the bower cables to moor a ship in a place sheltered from wind and heavy seas. Stream cables, plural of stream cable. Stream cipher, a symmetric key cipher in which plaintext digits are combined with a pseudonym cipher digit stream. Stream ciphers, plural of stream cipher. Stream clock, an instrument for ascertaining the velocity of the blood in a vessel. Stream clocks, plural of stream clock. Stream deck, a customizable keypad for online video streamers with buttons controlling features such as muting the microphone or launching a program. Stream decks, plural of stream deck. Stream function, a function used to plot streamlines that represent the trajectories of particles in a steady flow. Stream functions, plural of stream function. Stream gauge, a device that measures and records the depth and flow of a river or similar stream. Stream gauges, plural of stream gauge. Stream graph, alternative spelling of stream graph. Stream graphs, plural of stream graph. Stream ice, pieces of drift ice swept down in a current. Stream key, a code used to identify a source of audio/video streaming in order to show the stream in a website or software over the web. Stream keys, plural of stream key. Stream of consciousness, the continuous flow of thoughts that makes up an individual's conscious experience. Stream orchid, the orchid Epipactes gigantea. Stream pool, the calm part of a river. Stream pools, plural of stream pool. Stream snipe, to watch another person play a multiplayer game on a live stream, especially to use the knowledge gained from watching the broadcast to gain an unfair in-game advantage over the streamer or to disrupt the streamer's gameplay, or just to time when they queue up in order to join the same game. Stream snipe, simple past and past participle of stream snipe. Stream sniper, someone who engages in stream sniping. Stream snipers, plural of stream sniper. Stream snipes, third person singular simple present indicative of stream snipe. Stream sniping, the act or practice of stream sniping. Stream straightener, a smoothbore pipe with baffles inside used to reduce the agitation of water traveling through it. Stream straighteners, plural of stream straightener. Stream the buoy, to drop the anchor buoy overboard before letting go of the anchor. This is done to avoid the buoy getting obstructed by the anchor chain. Stream tin, cassiterite. Stream wheel, a wheel used for measuring, by its motion when submerged, the velocity of flowing water. Stream wheels, plural of stream wheel. Streamwork, alternative form of streamwork. Streamworks, plural of streamwork. Streamable, able to be streamed. Streambait, streaming content, especially music, primarily created for the sake of optimizing user engagement. Streambank, the bank of a stream. Streambanks, plural of streambank. Streambed, a channel through which a stream flows or used to flow. Streambeds, plural of streambed. Stream cipher, alternative form of stream cipher. Stream ciphers, plural of stream cipher. Stream creeper, ellipsis of sharp-tailed stream creeper. Stream creepers, plural of stream creeper. Stream cruiser, a species of dragonfly, Hesperochordulia berthauti, endemic to southwest Western Australia. Stream cruisers, plural of stream cruiser. Stream, obsolete spelling of stream. Stream, simple past and past participle of stream. Streamer, a long, narrow flag or piece of material used or seen as a decoration. Streamer discharge, a type of high-voltage transient electrical discharge which forms at the surface of a conductive electrode in an insulating medium. Streamer, bearing a streamer or streamers. Streamers, plural of streamer. Streamer tail, any of various hummingbirds of the genus Trochilus endemic to Jamaica with greatly elongated rectrices in the males. Streamer tails, plural of streamer tail. Streams, plural of stream. Streamus, second person singular simple present indicative of stream. Streameth, third person singular simple present indicative of stream. Streamflow, the runoff of surface water through a channel. Stream flows, plural of streamflow. Streamful, abounding in streams or in water. Streamfuls, plural of streamful. Streamedge, alternative form of stream gauge. Streamedges, plural of streamedge. Stream graph, a stacked area graph that is displaced around a central horizontal axis. Stream graphs, plural of stream graph. Streamy, a consumer who frequently listens to, views, and interacts with streaming media on the internet. Twitter, comparative form of streamy, more streamy. Streamies, plural of streamy. Streamiest, superlative form of streamy, most streamy. Streaminess, the quality or state of being streamy. Streaming, flowing or moving in continuous succession, like fluid in a stream. Streaming data, data that is continuously generated by different sources and consumed in real time. Streaming encoder, a tool that converts raw video and audio signals into a digital format suitable for transmission over the internet. Streaming encoders, plural of streaming encoder. Streaming media, the continuous delivery and playback of audio and video content over a network without the need to first download the entire file. Streaming movement, synonym of cyclosis. Streaming movements, plural of streaming movement. Streaming radio, synonym of internet radio. Streaming radios, plural of streaming radio. Streaming server, a specialized web server designed to deliver multimedia content to users over the internet. Streaming servers, plural of streaming server. Streaming service, an online service in which films and television programs are streamed. Streaming services, plural of streaming service. Streaming tape, a data storage technology using magnetic tape where the tape is in constant motion while reading or writing data. Streaming tapes, plural of streaming tape. Streaming video, synonym of streaming media. Streaming videos, plural of streaming video. Streaming XML. The processing of XML documents as a stream of data rather than loading the entire document into memory at once. Streamingly, so as to stream or flow. Streamings, plural of streaming. Streamus, without streams of water. Streamlessness, absence of streams. Streamless, a small stream. Streamlets, plural of streamlet. Streamlike, resembling or characteristic of a stream. Streamlineable, able to be streamlined. Streamline, a line that is tangent to the velocity of flow of a fluid, equivalent to the path of a specific particle in that flow. Streamlined, designed to offer little resistance to the flow of fluid, especially by having sleek, graceful lines. Streamliner, one who or that which streamlines something. Streamliners, plural of streamliner. Streamlined, plural of streamline. Streamling, a little stream, a streamlet. Streamlings, plural of streamling. Streamlining, present participle and gerund of streamline. Streamlinings, plural of streamlining. Streamplot, a streamline plot that is used to display two-dimensional vector fields. Streamplots, plural of streamplot. Streamribbon, a flat, locally two-dimensional stream surface. Stream ribbons, plural of stream ribbon. Streams, plural of stream. Streams of consciousness, plural of stream of consciousness. Streamscape, a landscape dominated by a stream. Streamscapes, plural of streamscape. Stream eye, located near or bordering a stream. Stream ides, plural of stream's eye. Streamstown, a town in County Westmeath, Ireland. Stream style, to give something a streamlined style. Stream styled, having a streamlined style. Stream styles, third person singular simple present indicative of stream style. Stream styling, present participle and gerund of stream style. Stream surface, a three-dimensional visualization of streamline flow. Stream surfaces, plural of stream surface. Stream tube, a stream surface that has an approximately circular cross-section. Stream tubes, plural of stream tube. Stream water, the water of a stream. Stream waters, plural of stream water. Streamway, the path of a stream, especially as a route through which water or ice drains or below ground through which carriers travel. Streamways, plural of streamway. Streamwise, in the direction of a stream. Streamwood, a village in Cook County, Illinois, United States. Streamwer, a place where an alluvial deposit of tin ore is worked. Streamworks, a place where an alluvial deposit of tin ore is worked. Streamy, resembling a stream, stream-like. Stream, a surname. Streens, plural of streen. Shreeder, a surname. Shreeries, plural of streetery. Streeters, plural of streeter. Streetery, an on-street outdoor dining establishment frequently under a tent, umbrella, or awning with heaters. Streatfield, a surname from Old English. Streatfields, plural of street field. Streatham, a suburban area in the borough of Lambeth, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3071. Streatham Common, an urban green space and neighborhood in the borough of Lambeth, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3070. Streatham Hill, a residential area, a named road and ward in the borough of Lambeth, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3073. Streatham Vale, a neighborhood and named road in Streatham, borough of Lambeth, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2970. Streatham and Stainton, a civil parish northeast of Barnard Castle, County Durham, England, that includes the village of Stainton. Isfretley, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire District, Bedfordshire, England, north of Luton. OS Grid Ref TL 0728. Streator, a city in LaSalle County and Livingston County, Illinois, United States. Tra, a surname. Strabble, a surname. Strabbles, plural of Strebble. Strablet, any member of the family Strablidinae and Hippobosides similar to botflies. Strablids, plural of Streblet. Strablicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Strebs, plural of strem. Stretch, misspelling of stretch. Stret, simple past and past participle of stretch. Shrek, a surname. Shretter, a surname. Streckers, plural of strecker. Shredaway, a surname. Streehan, alternative form of Stridhana. Striadhana, alternative form of Stridhana. Isreet, to stret. Isreet, simple past and past participle of streak. Ishreefer, one who lays out a dead body, a professional attendant of the dead. Streeters, plural of streaker. Streaky, present participle and gerund of streak. Isreeths, third person singular simple present indicative of streak. Isrea, a disreputable woman, as slut. Israel, simple past and past participle of striel. Striele, present participle and gerund of striel. Israels, plural of striel. Isri, a surname. Street address, the address of a building, typically comprising a house number, street name, city, and postcode. Street addresses, plural of street address. Street ape, synonym of pavement ape. Street apes, plural of street ape. Street appeal, curb appeal. Street apple, synonym of road apple, horse manure. Street apples, plural of street apple. Street arrow, a homeless child who roams the streets, usually begging for handouts, a street urchin. Street Arabs, plural of street arrow. Street art, visual art created in public space and executed outside of the context of traditional art venues. Street artist, someone who produces art in public spaces, someone who engages in street art. Street artists, plural of street artists. Street basic, any variety of the basic programming language that lacks good structure and encourages poor programming practices. Street basic, plural of street basic. Street bike, a general-purpose bicycle designed to be ridden on the street as opposed to a mountain bike, cargo bike, etc. Street bikes, plural of street bike. Street bum, a homeless person. Street bums, plural of street bum. Street child, a child who lives or spends most of their time in the streets. Street children, plural of street child. Street cleaner, alternative form of street cleaner. Street cleaners, plural of street cleaner. Street clothes, ordinary clothes worn during everyday life, in contrast to formal attire or those worn for occasions such as work or athletic activity. Street corner, the corner of a street, usually where two streets meet at an intersection. Street corners, plural of street corner. Street cred, credibility among young, hip urban dwellers, particularly important in the hip-hop and rap scenes. Street credibility, alternative form of street cred. Street crime, crime, for example pickpocketing, that happens in a public place, such as on the street. Street crimes, plural of street crime. Street dance, any of several forms of dance that evolved outside of dance studios, usually accompanied by some form of hip-hop or dance music. Street dancer, a participant in street dance. Street dancers, plural of street dancer. Street date, the date on which something, such as a magazine or a music album, is released to the public. Street dates, plural of street date. Street dry, a drug used illegally and recreationally for its euphoric and other mind-altering effects, such as opiates, cannabinoids, benzodiazepines, amphetamines, and others. Street drugs, plural of street dry. Street elbow, in plumbing, a fitting that turns a corner typically at an angle of 90, 45, or 22.5 degrees and has a male connection at one end and a female connection at the other. Street elbows, plural of street elbow. Street fight, an unsanctioned and usually illegal fight in a street. Street fighter, a person who regularly fights in the streets. Street fighters, plural of street fighter. Street fighting, fighting that takes place in the streets. Street fights, plural of street fight. Street food, ready-to-eat food obtainable from a street-side vendor, often from a makeshift or portable stall. Street foods, plural of street food. Street furniture, the objects and equipment installed on a street, such as bollards, benches, and traffic lights. Street gang, an organized group of lower-class criminals, an urban gang. Street gangs, plural of street gang. Street girl, a female streetwalker. Street girls, plural of street girl. Street harassment, sexual harassment and sexualized intimidation happening in public areas, such as catcalling. Street hockey, an informal kind of hockey field hockey played on a quiet street. Street kid, synonym of street urchin. Street kids, plural of street kid. Street lamp, synonym of street light, any large outdoor light used to illuminate a public area. Street lamps, plural of street lamp. Street lane, a hamlet in Ripley Parish, Amber Valley District, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 3848. Street level, ground level. Street libraries, plural of street library. Street library, synonym of public bookcase. Street light, alternative spelling of street light. Street lights, plural of street light. Street wood, the recreational activity of riding a board down a paved road or course. Street map, a map showing the streets in a city or district. Street maps, plural of street map. Street market, a temporary public market normally set up outdoors on certain days of the week, often, but not always, in a street. Sometimes they can be found in a car park or in a market square. Street markets, plural of street market. Street money, synonym of walk-around money. Street musician, a musician who performs in a public place, often for money. Street musicians, plural of street musician. Street nail, a wound of the equine foot resulting from penetration of the hoof wall and soft tissues of the foot by a metal spike such as a nail. Street name, the slang term for a drug as traded on the streets. Street names, plural of street name. Street number, the numerical address assigned to a home, business, or other property. Street numbers, plural of street number. Street organ, a type of mechanically played barrel organ designed to be played in the street. Street organs, plural of street organ. Street parliament, a resistance movement characterized by street protests. Street parliamentarian, a member of a resistance movement characterized by street protests. Street parties, plural of street party. Street party, a party typically involving simple food thrown in a cordoned-off street or road by its residents. Street performance, any type of entertainment performed by an artist in a public place, usually for donated money. Street performances, plural of street performance. Street performer, an artist, musician, actor, painter, etc., who performs in a public place, usually for donated money. Street performers, plural of street performer. Street pharmacist, a drug dealer. Street pharmacists, plural of street pharmacists. Street piano, a piano placed in a public area to encourage passers-by to stop and play. Street pianos, plural of street piano. Street pigeon, a rock pigeon living in an urban environment. Street pigeons, plural of street pigeon. Street queen, synonym of drag queen. Street queens, plural of street queen. Street race, an instance of street racing, a competitive race between cars driving on public roads rather than a racetrack. Street races, plural of street race. Street racing, motorsport or auto racing held on public roads. Street railway, a tram line, public transportation operating on rails laid in public streets. Street railways, plural of street railway. Street jitter, Indian. Street jitters, plural of street shitter. Street shoes, ordinary shoes worn during everyday life, in contrast to those worn for some special occasion such as an athletic activity. Street sign, a sign showing the name of a street. usually placed at a street corner. Street signs, plural of street sign. Street smart, alternative spelling of street smart. Street smarts, practical knowledge, especially concerning human behavior. Street stock, pertaining to street stock car racing. Street sweeper, a person who is employed to sweep streets, pavements, and gutters, keeping them clear of litter. Street sweepers, plural of street sweeper. Street taco, a type of open-faced taco with a soft corn tortilla shell typically sold in street carts. Street tacos, plural of street taco. Street talk, speech seen as vulgar and improper, especially that associated with uneducated and low-class people, slang. Street team, a marketing team that operates in less structured settings to promote a product or brand. Street teams, plural of street team. Street theater, U.S. spelling of street theater. Street theaters, plural of street theater. Street theater, a type of theatrical performance performed on the street or other public areas. Street theaters, plural of street theater. Street urchin, a child who lives or spends most of their time in the streets, sometimes a petty thief or pickpocket. Street urchins, plural of street urchin. Street value, the price of an illicit drug sold on the black market. Street values, plural of street value. Street walker, alternative form of street walker. Street walkers, plural of street walker. Street wisdom, the fact of being streetwise. A street work, alternative form of street work. A street worker, alternative form of street worker. Street workers, plural of street worker. Street workout, a combination of athletics, calisthenics, and sports performed in parks or other public outdoor locations. Street workouts, plural of street workout. A street works, plural of street work. Street Arab, alternative form of street Arab. Street Arabs, plural of street Arab. Street cleaner, alternative form of street cleaner. Street cleaners, plural of street cleaner. Street lamp, alternative form of street lamp. Street lamps, plural of street lamp. Street legal, that can legally be operated on public streets. Street light, alternative spelling of street light. Street lights, plural of street light. Street hitter, alternative form of street shitter. Street hitters, plural of street shitter. Street smart, having practical rather than theoretical knowledge, like that learned on the streets rather than in the classroom. Street smarter, comparative form of street smart, more street smart. Street smartest, superlative form of street smart, most street smart. Street sweeper, alternative form of street sweeper. Street sweepers, plural of street sweeper. Streetwise, alternative spelling of streetwise. Streeted, a toll charged for the use of a street. Streetages, plural of streetage. Street ball, street basketball. Street baller, a player of street basketball. Street ballers, plural of street baller. Street bike. A motorbike designed to be ridden on streets rather than off-road environments. Street bikes, plural of street bike. Streetcar. A tram or light rail vehicle, usually a single car, but also attached together, operating on city streets. A trolley car. The street cars, plural of street car. Street cleaner. A person employed to clean streets by removing litter, etc. Street cleaners, plural of street cleaner. Street corner. Alternative form of street corner. Street corners, plural of street corner. Isri, synonym of street, a village in County Westmeath, Ireland. Streeta, having a specified form of streets. Streeter, a surname. Ishreeteries, alternative form of streeteries, plural of streetery. Ishreetery, alternative form of streetery. Isreets, plural of street. Street high, alternative form of street fight. Street fighter, alternative form of street fighter. Street fighters, plural of street fighter. Street fighting, alternative form of street fighting. Street fights, plural of street fight. Streetfolk, people who habitually spend time in the streets, such as public entertainers or the homeless. Street food, alternative form of street food. Street foods, plural of street food. Straight front, the side of a building facing the street. Straight fronts, plural of street front. Straight hall, as much as a street will hold. Straightfuls, plural of streetful. Street goer, one who walks along a street. Street goers, plural of street goer. Streethe, a village and civil parish in Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England. It was in Fradley and Streethe parish until 1 April 2023. OS Grid Ref SK 1410. Isridi, a person who spends a lot of time on the streets. Isridis, plural of streety. Streeting, a surname. Streetings, plural of streeting. Street lap, alternative form of street lamp. The street lamps, plural of street lamp. Is straightless, without streets, roadless. Straightlessness, absence of streets. Is streetlet, a small street. Is straightlets, plural of streetlit. Street life, life as lived by ordinary people in urban streets. Street light, any large outdoor light used to illuminate a public area, usually urban. Street lighting, illumination by street lights. Street lights, plural of street light. Street light, resembling or characteristic of a street. Streetling, a small, inferior, or minor street. Streetlings, plural of streetling. Streetlit, illuminated by street lights. Streetly, a suburban area in Walsall Borough and the city of Birmingham, West Midlands, and Shenstone Parish, Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0898. Streatley, a hamlet in West Wickham Parish, South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 6148. Streetman, a surname. Streetmans, plural of streetman. Street map, alternative form of street map. Street maps, plural of street map. Is straightness, the quality of being street. Streetology, the study of streets and roads in the context of urban planning. Street proof, aware of the dangers that may be encountered while out in the streets and able to keep oneself safe. To street proof, simple past and past participle of street proof. Street proofing, present participle and gerund of street proof. Is street proofs, third person singular simple present indicative of street proof. Is reads, a surname. Streets ahead, far superior, much better or more advanced. Streets behind, far inferior. Much lesser. Streets in the sky, architecture of a style that emerged in Britain in the 1960s and 1970s, generally built to replace rundown terraced housing with modern improvements, and including shops and other community facilities within high-rise blocks. Streetsboro, a city formerly a township in Portage County, Ohio, United States. Streetscape, the visual elements of a street, including the road, adjoining buildings, sidewalks, street furniture, trees, and open spaces, etc., that combine to form the street's character. Streetscapes, plural of streetscape. Streetscaping, landscaping along a street. Streetseller, a person who sells things in the street rather than from premises. Street sellers, plural of street seller. Streetsful, plural of streetful. Streetside, alongside or near a street. Street smart. Alternative spelling of street smart. Street style, in a style associated with the streets, urban. Streetwell, a neighborhood in northwestern Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Isri, a surname. Isreets, plural of street. Streetwalker, a prostitute who looks for customers on the streets and in other public places. Streetwalkers, plural of streetwalker. Streetwalking, the trade of a streetwalker, prostitution that is not tied to a particular brothel or establishment. Street wall, one of the long side boundaries of a street, formed by buildings, hedges, etc. Street walls, plural of street wall. Is streetward, toward the street. Is streetwards, toward the street. Streetway, the portion of a street used by traffic. Streetways, plural of streetway. Streetwear, urban fashion, clothing that can be worn on the street. Street wisdom, synonym of streetwiseness. Streetwise, having the necessary knack, personality, and instinct for survival in rough, urban environments. Streetwiseness, the quality of being streetwise. Is streetwork a form of social work which engages with people on the street? Is street worker a social worker who engages with people on the street? Street workers, plural of street worker. Is street works, plural of street work. Streetwear, comparative form of streetworthy, more streetworthy. Irrehordiest, superlative form of streetworthy, most streetworthy. streetwearness. The pathway of being streetwear. Streetwear, fit to be driven or ridden on the street. Is really of the street as a place of unpolished modern culture, streetwise. Streff, a surname. Streff syndrome, a vision condition primarily occurring in children under periods of stress, frequently with reduced stereopsis, large accommodative lag on dynamic retinoscopy, and a reduced tubular or spiral visual field. Straths, plural of straff. Straga, an Italian herbal liqueur colored with saffron. Stragas, plural of straga. Sri, a surname. Striges, plural of strige. Stra, a town in Mehedinti County, Romania. Strahl, a surname from German. Strahls, plural of Strahl. Stralo, a surname. Stralas, plural of Stralo. Srai, a river in Hunedoara County, Romania. Schreier, a surname. Schreiers, plural of Strier. Stride melodeon, a type of bowed zither similar in shape to a viola. Straith, a surname. Straiths, plural of strafe. Straight, obsolete spelling of straight. Straighten, archaic spelling of straighten. Straighten, obsolete form of straightened. Strights, plural of straight. Strainy, obsolete form of strain. Strain, simple past and past participle of strainy. Strain is, third person singular simple present indicative of strainy. Straining, present participle and gerund of strainy. Stramal, alternative form of sh stramal. Stramals, plural of stramal. Stramuch, plural of stramal. Streisand, is surname from. Streisand effect, a phenomenon in which attempting to suppress an item of information attracts even more unwanted attention, thus furthering its dissemination. Streisand effects, plural of Streisand effect. Strelets, a unit of Russian guardsmen from the 16th to the early 18th centuries armed with a firearm. Strelets, a soldier of the ancient Muscovite Guard or Russian Standing Army. Strelets, plural of strelets. Streletsy, plural of strelets. Strelitzia, any of several flowering plants of the genus Strelitzia. Strelitziaceous, of or relating to the Strelitziaceae. Strelitzias, plural of Strelitzia. Strelkini, an orthorhombic mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, sodium, uranium, and vanadium. Stralo, a surname. Stralos, plural of Strelo. Streltsy, plural of Strelets. Shrema, a Greek unit of land area, now equal to a decare 1000 m2, but historical previously 10,000 square Greek feet. Shrema, plural of strema. Shremata, plural of strema. Shrempel, a surname. Ishrat, a village and commune of Alba County, Romania. Shri, obsolete form of strain race, offspring. Streans, plural of strain. Shre, a surname. Strat. Misspelling of strength. Strangnite. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and phosphorus. Strengs. Plural of streng. Strength. The quality or degree of being strong. Strength of will. The ability to stick to one's prior commitments, strivings, etc. Determination, willpower. Strength tester. A high striker. Strength testers. Plural of strength tester. Strength training. A form of exercise in which the goal is to increase the strength of muscles through low numbers of repetitions of an exercise performed with high resistance. Strength. Simple past and past participle of strength. Strengthen. To make strong or stronger, to add strength to increase the strength of, to fortify. Strengthen up. To become or make something stronger, tougher or more durable. Strengthenable. Capable of being strengthened. Strengthened. Simple past and past participle of strengthen. Strengthened up. Simple past and past participle of strengthen up. Strengthenedst. Second person singular simple past indicative of strengthen. Strengthener. One who, or that which, gives or adds strength. Strengtheners. Plural of strengthener. Strengthiness. Second person singular simple present indicative of strengthen. Strengtheneth. Third person singular simple present indicative of strengthen. Strengthening. Present participle and gerund of strengthen. Strengthening plaster. A plaster containing iron, supposed to have tonic effects. Strengthening plasters. Plural of strengthening plaster. Strengthening up. Present participle and gerund of strengthen up. Strengtheningly. In a manner that strengthens, makes strong. Strengthenings. Plural of strengthening. Strengthens. Third person singular simple present indicative of strengthen. Strengthens up. Third person singular simple present indicative of strengthen up. Strengthful. Full of strength, strong, having strength, powerful. Strengthfully. In a strengthful or strong manner with strength. Strengthfulness. Strength. Strengther. Comparative form of strengthy, more strengthy. Strengthiest. Superlative form of strengthy, most strengthy. Strengthfully. Strongly. Strengthen. Present participle and gerund of strength. Strengthless. Being powerless or weak, lacking strength. Strengthlessly. Without strength. Strengthlessness. The state of being without power or impotence. Strengther. Obsolete form of strengthener. Strengthers. Plural of strengthener. Strengths. Plural of strength. Strengthy. Possessing strength, strong, mighty. Strensall. A large village in Strensall with Tothorpe Parish, City of York, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 6360. Strensall with Tothorpe. A civil parish, City of York, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 6360. Strensall with Tothorpe. A civil parish in the City of York, North Yorkshire, England, that includes the named places. Strentham. A village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9140. Strength. Alternative spelling of strength. Strengths, plural of strengths. Strenuity, strenuousness, activity. Strenuosities, plural of strenuosity. Strenuosity, the quality or state of being strenuous. Strenuous, having great vigor or energy, forceful. Strenuously, in a strenuous manner. Strenuousness, the state or character of being strenuous, active zeal. Strenuousnesses, plural of strenuousness. Strep, ellipsis of strep, throat. Strep pneumo, Streptococcus pneumoniae. Strep pyo, Streptococcus pyogenes. Strep throat, an infection of the throat with streptococci. Streptococci, the attessin of streptococcus. Strepovidin, alternative form of streptovidin. Strepent, melody. Streperous, loud, boisterous. Shrefon, masculine name traditionally used for the male lover in pastoral poetry. Strephons, plural of strephon. Strephosymbolia, a tendency associated with word blindness to twist or invert certain similar letters such as B and D when reading. Strepiton, loud, noisy. Strepitantly, in a strepitant manner. Strepitous, boisterous, noisy. Strepitously, in a strepitous manner, boisterously, noisily. Streptozotocin, misspelling of streptozotocin. Streps, plural of strep. Strepsipteran, an insect of the order Strepsiptera. Strepsipterans, plural of Strepsipteran. Strepsipterus, of or relating to Strepsiptera. Strepsirrhine, alternative form of strepsirrhine. Strepsirrhines, plural of strepsirrhine. Strepsirrhi, any member of the clade Strepsirrhini, one of the two suborders of primates besides haplorhines, which includes monkeys and apes. Strepsirrhines, plural of strepsirrhine. Streptectin, a synthetic oligopeptide that has properties similar to streptavidin. Streptamines, plural of streptamine. Streptomycin, misspelling of streptomycin. Streptaster, a form of spicule in some sponges in which the rays radiate from an axis. Streptasters, plural of streptaster. Streptavadin, a peptide used, along with biotin, in the sequencing of RNA. Streptavidin, a tetrameric protein purified from Streptomyces avidinii that binds very tightly to the vitamin biotin. Streptavidin, to bind with streptavidin. Streptavidinated, simple past and past participle of streptavidinate. Streptavidin, alternative form of streptavidin. Streptavidins, plural of streptavidin. Streptexid, any snail in the family Streptexidae. Streptexids, plural of streptexid. Strepte, a peptide antibiotic obtained from a genus of streptomyces. Strepto, clipping of streptococcus. Strepto, twisted. Streptovidin, alternative form of streptavidin. Streptobacillary, relating to streptobacillus. Streptobacilli, plural of streptobacillus. Streptobacillosis, any disease caused by infection by streptobacillus bacteria. Streptobacillus, any bacterium of the genus Streptobacillus. Streptobacteria, plural of Streptobacterium. Streptobacterium, a supposed variety of bacterium consisting in reality of several bacteria related in the form of a chain. Streptobactin, a siderophyte present in the Actinomycete Streptomyces. Streptocarpus, any of several plants of the genus Streptocarpus, Cape primroses. Streptocarpuses, plural of Streptocarpus. Streptosphalet, any fairy shrimp in the family Streptosphalet. Streptosphalets, plural of Streptosphalet. Streptoquorin, the antifungal alkaloid 4-chloro-5,1-H-indole 3-ol-oxazole present in a marine Streptomyces. Streptococcal, relating to bacteria of the genus Streptococcus. Streptococcemia, the presence of Streptococcus in the bloodstream infection with streptococci. Streptococcemias, plural of Streptococcemia, referring to types or instances thereof. Streptococci, plural of Streptococcus. Streptococcic, streptococcal. Streptococcicidal, that kills streptococci. Streptococcin, any of a family of antibiotics produced by various strains of Streptococcus. Streptococcins, plural of streptococcin. Streptococcoses, plural of streptococcosis. Streptococcosis, streptococcal infection. Streptococcus, a spherical, gram-positive bacterium of the genus Streptococcus. Although commonly found benignly in the human mouth and gut, and though many species are non-pathogenic, other species can cause diseases including strep throat and more serious conditions. Streptodernase, streptococcal deoxyribonuclease. Streptodernases, plural of streptodernase. Streptogrammin, any member of a class of antibiotics that are effective in the treatment of vancomycin-resistant bacteria. Streptogrammins, plural of streptogrammin. Streptogrycin, any of a group of proteases present in Streptomyces griseus. Streptogrycins, plural of streptogrycin. Streptokinase, an enzyme produced by some streptococci which is involved in breaking down red blood cells by activating plasminogen to produce plasmin. It is used to treat blood clots and inflammation. Streptokinases, plural of streptokinase. Streptolitigen, a particular antibiotic. Streptolysin, any of various exotoxins that destroy red blood cells by breaking their membranes and are produced by certain strains of Streptococcus. Streptolysins, plural of streptolysin. Streptolysis, the breakup of red blood cells by means of streptolysin. Streptomonomycin, a particular lysopeptide found in a halophilic actinomycete that has antibiotic activity. Streptomyces, any of several bacteria of the genus Streptomyces found in soil, several of which produce antibiotics. Streptomycete, any bacterium of the family Streptomyceaceae. Streptomycetes, plural of streptomycete. Streptomycin, an aminoglycoside and bactericidal antibiotic CHN7O that is produced by a soil actinomycete Streptomyces griseus, is active against many bacteria and is administered via intramuscular injection, especially in the treatment of infections by gram-negative bacteria. It was the first drug to be successful against tuberculosis, but is now chiefly used with other drugs because of its toxic side effects. Streptomycin, alternative form of streptomycin. Streptomycins, plural of streptomycin. Streptomucus, exhibiting or relating to streptonuria. Streptonuria, a plesiomorphic condition present in all gastropods in which the internal organs have undergone torsion from left to right in order to accommodate the relocation of the mantle cavity close to the animal's head. Streptonigrin, a particular antibiotic with anti-cancer activity. Streptonivacin, nevuacin. Streptophyte, any of a very large group of organisms of the division Streptophytina, which includes the green algae and most other plants. Streptophytes, plural of streptophyte. Streptorubin, any of a group of antibiotics related to protozidine. Streptorubins, plural of streptorubin. Streptose, plural of strepto. Streptose, the pentose 5-deoxy-3-C-formylylixose that is a constituent of streptomycin. Streptospiral, coiled irregularly as in a ball of wool. Streptospondylus, having vertebral articulation reversed as in the genus Streptospondylus in infraorder Tetanurae. Streptostylic, exhibiting streptostyly. Streptostyly, the foraft movement of the quadrate about the otic joint quadritosquamosal joint. Streptofricin, any of various antimicrobial agents produced by Streptomyces bacteria. Streptofricins, plural of streptofricin. Streptothrix, any of the former genus Streptothrix of bacilli, having long, smooth, and apparently branched threads, either straight or twisted. Some species are now classified in genus Actinomyces. Streptothrixes, plural of Streptothrix. Streptovaricin, any of a group of structurally related macrolide antibiotics of the enzymycin class. Streptovaricins, plural of streptovaricin. Streptovidin, misspelling of streptovidin. Streptozocin, a particular nitrosurea used in chemotherapy. Streptozotocin, a particular drug used to treat cancer of the pancreas. Streptozotocin, a naturally occurring chemical that is particularly toxic to the insulin-producing beta cells of the pancreas in mammals, used to treat certain cancers. Strepsitocin, the spelling of streptozotocin. Istressa, a town and commune in Piedmont, Italy. Streseman's bristlefront. Marilaxis stresemani, a tapakillo endemic to Brazil. Isras, a physical, chemical, infective agent aggressing an organism. Stress accent, a method or application of realizing phonological prominence of a segment phonetically by loudness or duration. Stress accents, plural of stress accent. Stress ball, a small, malleable toy ball filled with soft material used to relieve muscle tension in one's palm and hand and alleviate general feelings of anxiety. Stress balls, plural of stress ball. Stress deafness, an inconsistent perception or processing of phonological stress by a speaker of a fixed stress language. Stress eating, synonym of comfort eating, the consumption of food for pleasure or self-reassurance rather than for nutrition or to satisfy hunger. Stress fracture, a small crack in a bone caused by repeated stress. Stress fractures, plural of stress fracture. Stress function, a function that finds a more tractable method for the elastic equations that describe the deformation of an elastic body subject only to boundary surface forces. Stress functions, plural of stress function. Stress incontinence, leakage of urine or involuntary urination induced by coughing, sneezing, laughing, or exercising caused by weakness in the support of the female urethra and neck of the bladder. Stress mark, a written mark to show which part of a word should be stressed. Stress marks, plural of stress mark. Stress of weather, violent winds, especially those unfavorable to vessels at sea. Stress out, to become stressed. Stress puppies, plural of stress puppy. Stress puppy, one who seemingly requires stress in order to function well, yet voices dissatisfaction about it. Stress tests. A test of cardiac function after a standardized amount of exertion. Stress tests, plural of stress tests. Stress timing, a type of isochrony in a language such that syllables may last different amounts of time, but there is a fairly constant amount of time between consecutive stressed syllables. Stress wood, a type of wood which provides structural solidity to a tree. Stress accent, attributive form of stress accent. Stress accents, plural of stress accent. Stress-free, alternative form of stress-free. Stress-timed, of a language, such that syllables may last different amounts of time, but there is perceived to be a fairly constant amount of time between consecutive stressed syllables. Stress-wise, alternative form of stress-wise. Stressability, the quality of being stressable. Stressable, capable of being stressed or emphasized in speech. Stressaholic, one who lives a very stressful life and has trouble relaxing. Stressaholics, plural of stressaholic. Stressbuster, any technique that works against mental stress. Stressbusters, plural of stressbuster. Stressbusting, the use of techniques that work against mental stress. Stress, obsolete form of stress. Stress, simple past and past participle of stress. Stressed out, simple past and past participle of stress out. Stressed out, suffering from a high level of fear or stress. Stressedness, quality of being stressed. Stressy, an organism that is stressed. Stresses, plural of stressy. Stressor, alternative form of stressor. Stressors, plural of stressor. Stresses, plural of stress. Stresses of weather, plural of stress of weather. Stresses out, third person singular simple present indicative of stress out. Stress-free, without stress. Stressful, irritating, causing stress. Stressfully, in a stressful way. Stressfulness, the state or condition of being stressful. Stresse, comparative form of stressy, more stressy. Stress, superlative form of stressy, most stressy. Stressify, make something stressful. Stressing, present participle and gerund stress. Stressing out, present participle and gerund stress out. Stressless, lacking stress. Stresslessly, in a stressless manner. Stresslessness, the state or condition of being stressless. Stresslet, a function that represents the symmetric first moment of the surface stress of a body in a flowing fluid. Stresslets, plural of stresslet. Stressogenic, causing stress. Stressor, an environmental condition or influence that stresses, i.e. causes stress for an organism. Stressors, plural of stressor. Stressosome, a structure composed of proteins in some bacteria that interacts with stressors. Stressasomes, plural of stressosome. Stressproof, resistant to physical or mental stress. Stress-wise, in regards to stress. Espresse, stressful. Stretch, to lengthen by pulling. Stretch a point, to make an exception to the usual rule or custom because of special circumstances. Stretch forth, to extend / expand outward / forward. Stretch 4, a power forward able to shoot 3-pointers. Stretch fours, plural of stretch 4. Stretch goal, an additional goal to be pursued after all original goals are met. Stretch goals, plural of stretch goal. Stretch hemp, to be had. Stretch it out, to engage in a program of stretching, especially as part of a workout regimen. Stretch limo, stretch limousine. Stretch limos, plural of stretch limo. Stretch limousine, a luxury car which is especially built to be longer than normal. Stretch limousines, plural of stretch limousine. Stretch mark, any of a series of red or purple or faded, irregular stripes on the surface of the skin caused by rapid growth of the tissues lying just underneath. They may appear as a result of pregnancy, puberty, obesity, rapid muscle growth, or family history. Stretch marks, plural of stretch mark. Stretch one's legs, to walk about, especially after prolonged time sitting or lying down. Stretch one's wings, synonym of spread one's wings. Stretch out, to lie fully extended. Stretch printing, the process of duplicating certain frames of a film so that it can be played back at a higher frames per second rate without the action seeming too fast. Stretch rope, to be executed by hanging. Stretch target, synonym of stretch goal. Stretch targets, plural of stretch target. Stretch the envelope, synonym of push the envelope. Stretch the long bow, to exaggerate, tell a tall tale. Stretch the point, synonym of stretch a point. Stretch the rules, synonym of bend the rules. Stretch the truth, to exaggerate, often to the point where the truth is obscured or lost. Stretch wrap, highly stretchable plastic film that is wrapped around items during packaging. Stretch, simple past and past participle of stretch. Stretch attend, ellipsis of stretch attend posture. Stretch attend posture, a posture in which a rodent elongates the head and shoulders forward before retracting them, taken as a sign of anxiety in open field tests. Stretch attend postures, plural of stretch attend posture. Stretch attend, plural of stretch attend. Stretch out, a practice of industrial operation, especially in the textile industry, by which workers are required to do additional work without a proportional increase in wages. Stretch outs, plural of stretch out. Stretchabilities, plural of stretchability. Stretchability, the state of being stretchable. Stretchable, capable of being stretched. Stretchableness, synonym of stretchability. Stretchably, in a stretchable way, elastically. Stretch, simple past and past participle of stretch. Stretched forth. Simple past and past participle of stretch forth. Stretched it out. Simple past and past participle of stretch it out. Stretched one's legs. Simple past and past participle of stretch one's legs. Stretched one's wings. Simple past and past participle of stretch one's wings. Stretched out. Simple past and past participle of stretch out. Stretch the envelope. Simple past and past participle of stretch the envelope. Stretch the point. Simple past and past participle of stretch the point. Stretch the truth. Simple past and past participle of stretch the truth. Stretchness. The quality of being stretched. Stretches. Second person singular simple past indicative of stretch. Stretcher. A frame on which a canvas is stretched for painting. Stretcher bond. In bricklaying, an arrangement of bricks or stones laid lengthwise in successive courses, the joints of the one falling at the middle of that above and below. Stretcher bonds. Plural of stretcher bond. Stretcher case. An injured person who needs to be carried on a stretcher. Stretcher cases. Plural of stretcher case. Stretcher match. A wrestling match that continues until one of the wrestlers is defeated without formal division into rounds and without stopping in the case of injury. Stretcher matches. Plural of stretcher match. Stretcher bearer. A person who carries or helps to carry injured or dead people on a stretcher. Stretcher bearers. Plural of stretcher bearer. Stretcher. Simple past and past participle of stretcher. Stretchering. Present participle and gerund of stretcher. Stretcherless. Without a stretcher. Stretcherman. A male stretcher bearer. Stretchermen. Plural of stretchermen. Stretchers. Plural of stretcher. Stretches. Plural of stretch. Stretches forth. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch forth. Stretches it out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch it out. Stretches one's legs. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch one's legs. Stretches one's wings. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch one's wings. Stretches out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch out. Stretches the envelope. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch the envelope. Stretches the envelope. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch the envelope. Stretches the point. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch the point. Stretches the truth. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch the truth. Stretches. Second person singular simple present indicative of stretch. Stretcha. Third person singular simple present indicative of stretch. Stretchy. Comparative form of stretchy, more stretchy. That is superlative form of stretchy, most stretchy. Stretchily. In a stretchy way. Stretchin. Pronunciation spelling of stretching. Stretchiness. The state or condition of being stretchy. Stretching. The act by which something is stretched. Stretching course. A course of bricks or stones having all the faces outward. Stretching courses. Plural of stretching course. Stretching forth. Present participle and gerund of stretch forth. Stretching frame. A machine for stretching cotton rovings before they are spun into yarn. Stretching frames. Plural of stretching frame. Stretching it out. Present participle and gerund of stretch it out. Stretching one's legs. Present participle and gerund of stretch one's legs. Stretching one's wings. Present participle and gerund of stretch one's wings. Stretching out. Present participle and gerund of stretch out. Stretching the envelope. Present participle and gerund of stretch the envelope. Stretching the point. Present participle and gerund of stretch the point. Stretching the truth. Present participle and gerund of stretch the truth. Stretching iron. A courier's tool for dressing leather. Stretching irons. Plural of stretching iron. Stretchings. Plural of stretching. Stretchless. Free from stretching. Stretch mark. Alternative spelling of stretch mark. Stretch marks. Plural of stretch mark. Stretchologist. A physiotherapist who specializes in stretching exercises. Stretchologists. Plural of stretchologists. Stretch out. Alternative form of stretch out. Stretch outs. Plural of stretch outs. Stretch proof. Resistant to stretching. Stretch. Simple past and past participle of stretch. Stretchy. Capable of stretching. Elastic. Stratton. A surname. Stratford. A town in the metropolitan borough of Trafford, Greater Manchester, England. Strathow. A village and civil parish in East Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5174. Strati. Plural of stretto. Strato. The presence of two close or overlapping statements of the subject of a fugue, especially towards the end. Stratton. A surname. Stretton Westwood. A hamlet in Much Wenlock Parish, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 5998. Stretton on Dunsmore. A village and civil parish in Rugby Borough, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4072. Stratos. Plural of stretto. Tirasol. A crumbly topping for cakes and quick breads. It is made of sugar, flour, butter, and often other ingredients, especially cinnamon and chopped nuts. Strusselkuchen. A cake of German origin made of yeast dough covered with sweet crumb topping. Israsols. Plural of streusel. Stravens. A surname. Iru. To distribute objects or pieces of something over an area, especially in a random manner. Strewable. Capable of being strewn around. Isruid. Material that is strewn around. Hisruid. Simple past of strew. Istrutst. Second person singular simple past indicative of strew. Irur. One who strews something. Irurs. Plural of strewer. Ivrus. Second person singular simple present indicative of strew. Srua. Third person singular simple present indicative of strew. Strewing. Present participle and gerund of strew. Strewing a kind of plant scattered on floors to improve smell. Strewing herbs. Plural of strewing Strewings. Plural of strewing. Strument. Anything scattered, a scattering. Struments. Strewings, flowers strewn on a coffin. Past participle of strew. Strewn field. Alternative spelling of strewn field. Strewn fields. Plural of strewn field. Strewn field, an area on the surface of the Earth, usually having an elongated oval shape containing rocky fragments which detached from a disintegrating meteor as it streaked through the portion of Earth's atmosphere above the area. Strewn fields, plural of strewn field. Iterative, third person singular simple present indicative of strew. Isru, a mild oath expressing surprise or generally adding emphasis. Srai, a surname. Sremai, an island, the largest of the Faroe Islands. Strays, plural of stray. Iria, a stripe, usually one of a set of parallel stripes. Stria vascularis, the upper portion of the spiral ligament that forms the outer wall of the cochlear duct. It contains numerous capillary loops and small blood vessels. Isra, plural of stria. Stria gravidarum. Pregnancy stretch marks. Trial, relating to stria. Triata, plural of striatum. Striatal, pertaining to the corpus striatum. Striatally, within or with reference to the corpus striatum. Striate, to mark something with striations. Striate cortex, synonym of visual cortex. Striate cortexes, plural of striate cortex. Striate cortices, plural of striate cortex. Striate punctate, alternative form of striata punctate. Striate, having parallel lines or grooves on the surface. Striated babbler, Argia urle, a bird of southern Asia. Striated babblers, plural of striated babbler. Striated heron, a small species of heron, Butoride striata, of cosmopolitan distribution, sometimes including the green heron, Butorides virescens, of North America. Striated herons, plural of striated heron. Striated muscle, muscle tissue that appears striped under the microscope as a result of the myofibrils being organized into regular units, sarcomeres. Striated muscles, plural of striated muscle. Striately, in a striate manner. Striates, third person singular simple present indicative of striate. Striatal, misspelling of striatal. Striatin, a comedulin binding protein. Striatine, a pterocarpin isolated from aerial parts of Mundalia striata. Striding, present participle and gerund of striate. Striatins, plural of striatin. Striation, one of a number of parallel grooves and ridges in a rock or rocky deposit formed by repeated twinning or cleaving of crystals. Striational, relating to or characterized by striation. Striations, plural of striation. Striato, striatum. Striatomygdalar, relating to the corpus striatum and the amygdala. Striatocapsular, relating to the striatum and the capsule of the brain. Striatocortical, striatal and cortical. Striatofrontal, relating to the front of the corpus striatum. Striatofugal, that radiates from the corpus striatum. Striatonigral, relating to the striatum and substantia nigra. Striatopolital, pertaining to or connecting the striatum and the globus pallidus. Striatopunctate, having a pattern of small punctate lesions within the striatum. Striatosome, synonym of striosome. Striatosomes, plural of striatosome. Striatothalamic. Striatal and thalamic. Striatum. The caudate nucleus and the lentiform nucleus considered as a single structure. Striatums. Plural of striatum. Striature. A stria or stripe. Striatures. Plural of striature. A town on the Little Belt in Middelfart Municipality, Fun in Denmark. Stribling. A surname. Striblings. Plural of stribling. Strebai. The god of the winds, air, and sky in Slavic mythology. Stritter. A male given name from the Slavic languages. Seguiawa. A surname from Italian. Seguiawas. Plural of Striciawa. Idre. An owl. Stritton. A village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref and J 9455. Striches. Plural of stretch. Stritati. Pasta in the shape of butterflies or bow ties, similar to farfel. Isrick. A flat piece of wood used for leveling off grain in a measure, is strickle. A stricke. Struck by something. Stricken a blow. Past participle of strike a blow. Stricken a light. Past participle of strike a light. Stricken back. Past participle of strike back. Stricken down. Past participle of strike down. Stricken dumb. Past participle of strike dumb. Stricken in. Past participle of strike in. Stricken off. Past participle of strike off. Stricken off strength. Past participle of strike off strength. Stricken one's colors. Past participle of strike one's colors. Stricken one's flag. Past participle of strike one's flag. Stricken out. Past participle of strike out. Stricken the colors. Past participle of strike the colors. Stricken through. Past participle of strike through. Stricken up. Simple past and past participle of strike up. Strickenly. In a stricken manner. Estrickenness. The state or condition of being stricken. Ishricker. A surname. Ishritters. Plural of stricker. Strickhaden. A surname. Strickland. A surname from Old English. Strickland Cattle. A civil parish in South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England, served by Burneside Parish Council. Strickland Roger. A civil parish in South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England, served by Burneside Parish Council. Strickland gum. Eucalyptus stricklandii is species of small eucalyptus or gum tree endemic to Western Australia. Stricklandae. Any Grachioped in the family Stricklandii. Stricklands. Plural of Strickland. Streckle. A rod used to level off heaped grain etc. when being measured, or concrete after pouring. Estreckled. Simple past and past participle of strickle. Estrecla. A surname. Stricklands. Plural of Strickland. Tistrickor. A surname. Isfripors. Plural of Strickler. Istreckles. Plural of Strickle. Ekrekos. A strickle rod used to level grain etc. when being measured. Strickle. A surname from German. Strickle, a surname from German. Stricklims, plural of Strickling. Stricklands, plural of Strickland. Strickly, Strictly, Strictly Dickly, alternative form of Strictly Dickly. Edrex, plural of Strick. Isreich, strained, drawn close, tight. Strict conditional, synonym of strict implication. Strict conditionals, plural of strict conditional. Strict construction, a narrow interpretation of a law, especially a law that contains ambiguity. Strict constructionism, a legal philosophy of judicial interpretation that requires a judge to apply the text only as it is written without drawing inferences. Strict constructionists, a proponent of strict constructionism. Strict constructionists, plural of strict constructionists. Strict constructions, plural of strict construction. Strict implication, a material implication that is acted upon by the necessity operator for modal logic. Strict implications, plural of strict implication. Strict liability, a standard of legal liability by which a person can be found liable regardless of intent, fault, or negligence. Strict ordering, a relation which is asymmetric and transitive. Strict orderings, plural of strict ordering. Strict scrutiny, a standard for judicial review, according to which a law must have been enacted to further a compelling governmental interest, have been narrowly tailored to achieve that interest, and be the least restrictive means for so doing. Strict vegetarian, a person who excludes all animal products from their diet, including meat, dairy, eggs, and honey. Strict vegetarians, plural of strict vegetarian. Strict sense is stationary, of a random process xt, having characteristics that do not change as t varies. Stricten, to make or become strict, tighten. Strictens, third person singular simple present indicative of stricken. Ischricker, comparative form of strict, more strict. Eretest, superlative form of strict, most strict. Strictification, replacement of coherent isomorphisms by equalities. Strictinen, a particular elegitinen. Estriction, the act of constricting or the state of being constricted. Ethricte, somewhat strict. Estrictive, that restricts. Tutuir, comparative form of strictly, more strictly. Tutuir, superlative form of strictly, most strictly. Strictly, Strictly Come Dancing, a television show. Strictly better. That leads to a better outcome no matter what the other player does. Strictly decreasing, always decreasing and never increasing nor remaining constant. Contrast this with monotonic decreasing. Strictly decreasing function, any function of a real variable whose value decreases as the variable increases. Strictly decreasing functions, plural of strictly decreasing function. Strictly dickly, attracted only to men and not women. Strictly full, a subcategory that is isomorphism closed and full. Strictly increasing, always increasing and never decreasing nor remaining constant. Contrast this with monotonic increasing. Strictly increasing function, any function of a real variable whose value increases as the variable increases. Strictly increasing functions, plural of strictly increasing function. Strictly proper, of a transfer function where the degree of the numerator is less than that of the denominator. Strictly speaking, saying something as precisely as possible, using a strict sense of a word. A strictness, the state or quality of being strict. Is strictnesses, plural of strictness. Stricto sensu, misspelling of stricto sensu. Stricto sensu, narrowly, in the narrow sense of a polysemic word with narrow and broad senses. Strictosami, a particular alkaloid. Strictocidine, a terpene indole alkaloid formed by the condensation of tryptamine with secalogenin by the enzyme strictocidine synthase. It is the base molecule for many pharmaceutically valuable metabolites. Stricto sensu, misspelling of stricto sensu. Is stricture, a rule restricting behavior or action. Is stricture, affected with a stricture. Stricturepilustes, plural of stricturepilusti. Stricturepilusti, the surgical removal of part of the bowel affected by scar tissue. Is strictures, plural of stricture. Is stricture, forming strictures. Stricturopilustes, plural of stricturoplasty. Stricturoplasty, alternative form of strictureplasty. Is a narrow passage between a gorge or chasm. Eschreden, past participle of stri. Straddle, to straddle. Straddles, simple past and past participle of straddle. Straddles, third person singular simple present indicative of straddle. Stradlai, present participle and gerund of straddle. Shry, a surname. Stride bass, a musical device with leaping between the bass and harmony notes in the left-hand part of a piano accompaniment. Stride basses, plural of stride bass. Stride piano, a style of piano playing in which the left hand plays a 4-beat harmony involving large intervals. Stride legs, alternative form of stride legs. Stride, arranged sequentially in memory so as to be accessed by moving in fixed increments larger than 1. Stride lie, alternative form of stride legs. Stride legge, simple past and past participle of stride lay. Stride legging, present participle and gerund of stride lay. Stride legs, a stride. Stridence, the quality of being strident. Stridences, plural of stridence. Stridencies, plural of stridency. Stridency, the quality of being strident. Strident, loud, shrill, piercing, high-pitched, rough-sounding. Stridently, in a strident manner. Stridents, plural of strident. Strider, a surname. Stridercests, the incestuous chip of brothers Dave Strider and Dirk Strider from the Homestuck series. Striders, plural of strider. Strides, plural of stride. Stridus, second person singular simple present indicative of stride. Strida, third person singular simple present indicative of stride. Stride time, the time taken for a person or animal to take a single stride. Stride times, plural of stride time. Strideways, a stride. Stridhan, alternative form of stridhana. Stridhana, in Hindu law, property belonging to a woman following special rules of succession. Striding, present participle and gerund of stri, stridingly, with a striding motion. Stridings, plural of striding. Stridor, a harsh, shrill, unpleasant noise. Stridors, stridulous, of, relating to, or affected by stridor. Stridors, plural of stridor. Isurids, plural of strid. Stridulent, making a stridulating sound. Stridulently, in a stridulent manner. Stridulate, to make a high-pitched chirping, grating, hissing, or squeaking sound, as male crickets and grasshoppers do, by rubbing certain body parts together. Stridulated, simple past and past participle of stridulate. Stridulates, third person singular simple present indicative of stridulate. Stridulating, present participle and gerund of stridulate. Stridulation, a high-pitched chirping, grating, hissing, or squeaking sound as male crickets and grasshoppers make by rubbing certain body parts together. Stridulations, plural of stridulation. Stridulator, something which stridulates. Stridulators, plural of stridulator. Stridulator, able to stridulate, used in stridulating or adapted for stridulation. Stridulent, alternative form of stridulant. Stridulous, emitting a particularly harsh or shrill sound. Stridulously, in a stridulous manner. Stridulousness, the quality of being stridulous. Stridul, a surname. Striduls, plural of stridul. Strive, striving, earnest endeavor, hard work. Strife-ridden, dominated by strife. Strifeful, full of strife, quarrelsome, polemic, contentious. Strifeless, free from strife. Strifelessness, absence of strife. Strifes, plural of strife. Sre, a pedicel or footstalk, especially of a flowering or fruit-bearing plant, such as the currant. Strida, a sharp, bristle or hair-like scale. Strigi, plural of striga. Stregate, having transverse bands of color. Strigate. Strigate. Strige, any trematode of the family Strigidae. Strigids, plural of strigid. Striges, plural of strix. Strig, simple past and past participle of strig. Stridding, present participle and gerund of strig. Stridhe, any member of the Strigidae, i.e. owls. Strideds, plural of strigid. Strigiform, belonging to the order Strigiforms of owls. Strigiforms, plural of strigiform. Strida, a grooming tool used to scrape away dead skin, oil, dirt, etc. Stridulator, any of various myrmecophils that feed on the oily secretions on the bodies of ants. Stridulators, plural of stridulator. Stridules, an organ for cleaning the antennae on the first tarsal joint of a bee's foreleg. Stregolos, set with stiff, slender bristles. Stregolosely, in a strigolose manner. Stridulos, alternative form of strigolos. Stridels, plural of stridul. Strige, of or pertaining to owls. Strigment, scraping, that which is scraped off. Strigments, plural of strigment. Strigosrad, any animate in the family Strigosradidae. Strigosradens, plural of Strigosravid. Strigoi, in Balkan folklore, the troubled souls of the dead rising from the grave. Strigolactone, any of a family of terpenoid lactons that stimulate germination in parasitic plants of the genus Striga and that inhibit shoot branching. Strigolactones, plural of strigolactone. Stregos, having fine grooves, ridges, or streaks. Stregosly, in a stregos manner. Estrengus, Stregos. Stregova, a municipality of Croatia. Stregalite, a certain leptochlorite mineral. Estregus, plural of streg. Strigulate, to streak or stripe very finely, to make strigate or strigos, to cause to have stridulation. Strigulated, simple past and past participle of strigulate. Strigulation, the quality or state of being strigulated very finely streaked, streaking. Strigulations, plural of strigulation. Strigulos, minutely strigos. A valley between two cusps on a lower tooth, especially in rodents such as beavers. Plural of striae. Strikeable, alternative form of strikeable. Shrike, a surname. Strike a balance, to find a compromise between two conflicting things, to choose a moderate option between two extremes. Strike a bargain, to enter into a bargain, to agree upon the conditions of a sale or other transaction. Strike a blow, to hit, to successfully land a hit. Strike a chord, to elicit a significant reaction, especially one which is favorable or sympathetic. Strike a false note, to give the impression of being insincere, incongruous, or inappropriate. Strike a jury, to constitute a special jury ordered by a court, by each party striking out a certain number of names from a prepared list of jurors, so as to reduce it to the number of persons required by law. Strike a lead, to find a vein of ore. Strike a light, to create a flame using a match, flint, etc. Strike a medium, to choose or provide a moderate option between two extremes. Strike a nerve, alternative form of touch a nerve. Strike a stroke, to hit especially with a sword, to successfully land a hit. Strike at the heart of, to attack the central or most important part of something. Strike back, to respond to an attack by attacking one's opponent or opponents. Strike bowler, a bowler having the ability to take wickets, though often conceding runs. Strike bowlers, plural of strike bowler. Strike breaking, alternative spelling of strike breaking. Strike camp, synonym of break camp. Strike down, to kill someone or something, to cause to die suddenly. Strike dumb, to astonish or confound a person into silence. Strike fear, to terrify, to petrify within to someone. Strike force, alternative form of strike force. Strike forces, plural of strike force. Strike gold, to find gold. Strike hands, shake hands. Strike in, to enter suddenly or with force. Strike insurance, a specific type of insurance provided to laborers via a workers' union during a time of a workers' strike or any other hiatus that suspends normal labor function. Strike it lucky, to have unexpected good fortune. Strike it rich, to become rich suddenly and unexpectedly. Strike lucky, to have unexpected good fortune. Strike me blind, synonym of strike me lucky expressing astonishment or emphasis. Strike me lucky, exclamation for good luck while making a bargain. Strike me pink, an exclamation of surprise. Strike me silly, synonym of strike me lucky expressing astonishment or emphasis. Strike me up a gum tree, expressing astonishment. Strike measure, synonym of struck measure. Strike measures, plural of strike measure. Strike off, to remove from a list or register. Strike off strength, to discharge or decommission a soldier, animal, or vehicle out of the service of the armed forces. Strike oil, to find petroleum when boring for it. Strike one's colors, alternative form of strike one's flag. Strike one's flag, to take down one's national or other representative flag in order to indicate surrender. Strike out, to lash out, to strike or hit at someone or something, particularly something in arm's length of the striker and at or near the level of the striker's head. Strike out looking, to strike out a batter without the batter swinging at the called strike. Strike out the side, to record all 3 outs in an inning with a strikeout. Strike partner, a fellow striker. Strike partners, plural of strike partner. Strike plate, a metal plate affixed to a door jamb that holds the door closed when the door bolt is extended into a hole, protecting the jamb against friction from the bolt. Strike plates, plural of strike plate. Strike price, the price fixed at the date of the initial transaction at which an option can be exercised, the price at which an asset may be bought for a call option, the price at which an asset may be sold for a put option. Strike prices, plural of strike price. Strike rate, the number of runs of a batter divided by the number of balls faced. Strike rates, plural of strike rate. Strike sail, to lower the sails in preparation for dropping anchor, to salute or signal submission in sudden gusts of wind, etc. Strike sheet, a newsletter or basic newspaper printed to support striking workers. Strike sheets, plural of strike sheet. Strike someone when they are down, synonym of kick someone when they are down, make things worse for someone in a difficult position. Strike someone's fancy, to attract or appeal to someone. Strike suit, a lawsuit of questionable merit brought in the hope of gaining a private settlement before going to court that would be less than the defendant's legal costs. Strike suits, plural of strike suit. Strike talus, to act in correspondence or alike. Strike team, a group of fighters to be sent on missions. Strike teams, plural of strike team. Strike the colors, alternative form of strike one's flag. Strike the flag, alternative form of strike one's flag. Strike the iron while it's hot, alternative form of strike while the iron is hot. Strike the tent, to pack up and leave. Strike through, to partly obliterate text by drawing a continuous line through the center thereof, usually to indicate the deletion of an error or obsolete information. Strike twice to impact the same location, person, etc. again. Strike up to start something with somebody else, such as a conversation or relationship. Strike while the iron is hot, to strike a hot piece of metal, especially iron, with a mallet or other tool before it cools while it is still hot enough to be shaked. Strike work, to go on strike. Strike zone, the area through which if a pitched ball passes, it will be called a strike, typically from the batter's knees to the belt and the width of home plate. Strike zones, plural of strike zone. Strike rake, alternative form of strike break. Strike raking, alternative form of strike breaking. Strike breaks, third person singular simple present indicative of strike break. Strike broke, simple past of strike break. Strike broken, past participle of strike break. Strike out, alternative spelling of strikeout. Strikeouts, plural of strikeout. Strike slip, short for strike slip fault. Strike slip fault, a fault where two blocks move horizontally in opposite directions along the fault line. Strike slip faults, plural of strike slip fault. Strike slips, plural of strike slip. Strike stick, a stick passed along the rim of a corn measure for the purpose of sweeping off excess corn in order to provide an exact measure. Strike sticks, plural of strike stick. Strikeable, able to be struck. Strike ball, as oft. Strike bound, not operating normally because of strike action. Strike break, to break a strike, to work for a business where the union members are on strike. Strike breaker, a non-unionized worker hired to replace a striking union worker. Strike breakers, plural of strike breaker. Strike breaking, present participle and gerund of strike break. Strike breakings, plural of strike breaking. Strike breaks, third person singular simple present indicative of strike break. Strike broke, simple past of strike break. Strike broken, past participle of strike break. Strike, simple past and past participle of strike. Is tricky, the recipient of a strike, especially a physical blow, one who has been struck. Strikes, plural of stricky. Strike fire, alcoholic liquor. Strike force, a group in an organization such as the police or the army that has been trained especially for dealing with serious and urgent threats. Strike forces, plural of strike force. Strikeless, without strikes industrial actions. Strike-like, resembling or characteristic of a strike industrial action. Striken, past participle of strike. Strike-off, a fabric sample. Strike-offs, plural of strike-off. Strikeout, an instance or the act of yielding nothing. Strikeouts, plural of strikeout. Strikeover, strikeover or strikeout text, i.e. fonts where each letter appears to be crossed out. Strikeovers, plural of strikeover. Striker, a surname. Strikerless, without a striker. Strikers, plural of striker. Strikes, plural of strike. Strikes a blow, third person singular simple present indicative of strike a blow. Strikes a chord. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike a chord. Strikes a false note. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike a false note. Strikes a lie. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike a light. Strikes back. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike back. Strikes down. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike down. Strikes dumb. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike dumb. Strikes gold. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike gold. Strikes thin. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike in. Strikes it lucky. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike it lucky. Strikes it rich. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike it rich. Strikes off. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike off. Strikes off strength. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike off strength. Strikes oil. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike oil. Strikes one's colors. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike one's colors. Strikes one's flag. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike one's flag. Strikes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike out. Strikes someone when they are down. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike someone when they are down. Strikes someone's fancy. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike someone's fancy. Strikes talus. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike talus. Strikes the colors. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike the colors. Strikes the tent. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike the tent. Strikes through. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike through. Strikes twice. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike twice. Strikes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike up. Strikes while the iron is hot. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike while the iron is hot. Strike slip fault. Alternative form of strike slip fault. Strikes. Second person singular simple present indicative of strike. Strikes through. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike through. Striker. Third person singular simple present indicative of strike. Strike through. And horizontal line overlaid on other characters. Strike-throughs, plural of strike-through. Striketober, a series of strikes in October 2021 in the United States. A Shrike, pronunciation spelling of striking. Striking, making a strong impression. Striking a blow. Present participle and gerundive strike a blow. Striking a chord. Present participle and gerundive strike a chord. Striking a false note. Present participle and gerundive strike a false note. Striking a light. Present participle and gerundive strike a light. Striking back. Present participle and gerundive strike back. Striking clock. A clock that regularly plays a sound chiefly by the striking of a bell to audibly communicate the time. Striking distance. A distance at which a soldier, military force, vessel, etc. is sufficiently near to be able to attack an opponent. Striking distances. Plural of striking distance. striking down, present participle and gerund of strike down. Striking dumb, present participle and gerund of strike dumb. Striking gold, present participle and gerund of strike gold. Striking in, present participle and gerund of strike in. Striking it lucky, present participle and gerund of strike it lucky. Striking it rich, present participle and gerund of strike it rich. Striking off, present participle and gerund of strike off. Striking off strength, present participle and gerund of strike off strength. Striking oil, present participle and gerund of strike oil. Striking one's colors, present participle and gerund of strike one's colors. Striking one's flag, present participle and gerund of strike one's flag. Striking out, present participle and gerund of strike out. Striking plate, the plate against which the latch of a door lock strikes as the door is closed. Striking plates, plural of striking plate. Striking range, alternative form of striking distance. Striking someone when they are down, present participle and gerund of strike someone when they are down. Striking someone's fancy, present participle and gerund of strike someone's fancy. Striking tallies, present participle and gerund of strike tallies. Striking the colors, present participle and gerund of strike the colors. Striking the tent, present participle and gerund of strike the tent. Striking through, present participle and gerund of strike through. Striking twice, present participle and gerund of strike twice. Striking up, present participle and gerund of strike up. Striking while the iron is hot, present participle and gerund of strike while the iron is hot. Striking mist, superlative form of striking, most striking. Strikingly, in a striking way. Strikingness, the state or condition of being striking. Strikings, plural of striking. Estrict, obsolete spelling of strict. Estricter, obsolete form of stricter. Erectus, obsolete spelling of strictest. Strowers, a musical instrument, especially a piano. Shrim, to cut using a strimmer/string trimmer. Shrimmed, simple past and past participle of strim. Strimmer, synonym of string trimmer, a powered, handheld garden implement that uses a rotating monofilament line to cut grass, etc. without damaging other objects. Shrimmers, plural of strimmer. Shrimming, present participle and gerund of strim. Shrims, third person singular simple present indicative of strim. Stranates cave salamander, a small salamander Speleomontes strinatiae found in northwest Italy and southeast France. A shrend, a ditch or water channel. Strindbergen, of or pertaining to Johann August Strindberg, 1849–1912, Swedish playwright and novelist, or his works. Shrending, present participle and gerund of strend. Eshrens, plural of strand. Shry, an Australian. Shrines, plural of stry. Shring, a long, thin, and flexible structure made from threads twisted together. String along, to keep somebody falsely believing that one has certain intentions. String attach, a condition, catch, limitation, caveat, restriction, or requirement. String band, a music group consisting solely of stringed instruments. String bands, plural of string band. String bass, synonym of double bass, lowest pitched of instruments of violin family. String basses, plural of string bass. String bassist, a double bassist, someone who plays the string bass double bass. String bassists, plural of string bassists. String bean, any long, slender green bean. String beans, plural of string bean. String bet, action where a player first calls, bets, or raises a certain amount and then adds more. It can be used to gather weakness/strength tells from opponents before deciding how many chips to add into the pot. It is not allowed in most games. To prevent string betting, player's action is considered final as soon as the player orally states the amount they bet/raise, say for example call, or the first chip touches the table in front of their stack/cards. String bets, plural of string bet. String betting, present participle and gerund of string bet. String bikini, a woman's two-piece swimsuit that is more revealing than a regular bikini, consisting of two triangular pieces connected at the groin but not at the sides, where a thin string wraps around the waist, connecting the two parts with a top that is similar and is tied in place by the attached string pieces. String bikinis, plural of string bikini. String bog, a bog consisting of slightly elevated ridges and islands with woody plants, alternating with flat, wet sedge mat areas. String bogs, plural of string bog. String cheese, any of various cheeses that can be peeled in strings or strips. String cheeses, plural of string cheese. String citation, a long list of multiple legal authorities, typically precedential cases that are cited together to support a single legal proposition. String course, alternative form of string course. String courses, plural of string course. String distance, any of several metrics that represent the degree of similarity between two strings of characters based on the smallest number of transformations that can change one into the other. String distances, plural of string distance. String ensemble, a music group consisting solely of stringed instruments. String ensembles, plural of string ensemble. String hoppers, rice noodles as prepared in the cuisines of Sri Lanka and South India. String instrument, a musical instrument that produces sound by means of vibrating strings. String instrumentalist, someone who plays a string instrument chordophone. String instrumentalists, plural of string instrumentalists. String instruments, plural of string instrument. String of beads, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See string bead. String of pearls, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See string pearl. String on, to continue to convince someone of something untrue, to maintain a lie or scam aimed at someone. String orchestra, a music group consisting solely of stringed instruments. String orchestras, plural of string orchestra. String organ, a reed organ having a graduated set of vibrators or free reeds connected by rods which cause the vibration of corresponding wires or strings stretched over a sounding board. String organs, plural of string organ. String out, to extend on or as if by strings, wires, etc. String pea, a pea with edible pods. String peas, plural of string pea. String plate, a metal plate bearing the spring block of a pianoforte. String plates, plural of string plate. String player, a musician who plays a string instrument, one where a bow is used, often in an orchestra. String players, plural of string player. String quartet, a group of 4 musicians playing string instruments, usually 2 violins, a viola, and a cello. String quartets, plural of string quartet. String quintet, a group of 5 musicians playing string instruments, usually adding a second viola or cello to the string quartet's formation. String quintets, plural of string quintet. String saver, each of the small pieces of plastic or other material placed at the intersections of strings of a tennis racket to reduce friction and extend the racket's life. String savers, plural of string saver. String section, synonym of string the stringed instruments as a section of an orchestra. String sections, plural of string section. String sedge, a sedge of species Carex corderiza. String show, a carnival sideshow featuring a number of different performers and acts. String shows, plural of string show. String stop, an organ stop having the tone of a string instrument. String stops, plural of string stop. String substitution, the semantics-free search and replacement of one sequence of text characters with another. String substitutions, plural of string substitution. String theoretic, based on or inspired by string theory. String theories, plural of string theory. String theory, a candidate unified theory of all physical forces and particles, a theory which suggests that subatomic particles are one-dimensional strings rather than zero-dimensional points. It also suggests that space-time can have up to 9 dimensions, plus the dimension of time. String to one's bow, a skill, ability, or resource. String together, to connect or attach some things using string or a string-like material. String trimmer, a powered, handheld garden implement that uses a rotating monofilament line to cut grass, etc. without damaging other objects. String trimmers, plural of string trimmer. String trio, a musical ensemble consisting originally of 2 violins and a cello, and now typically a violin, cello, and viola. String trios, plural of string trio. String up, to kill a person by hanging, especially to lynch. String vest, an undergarment made from a see-through mesh fabric, usually worn by men. String vests, plural of string vests. String with, to agree with. Stringette, a proposed extended object whose collective behavior is considered to model the existence and properties of some subatomic particles. String mats, plural of string net. String of sausage lichen, a pale greenish-gray, densely branched lichen of species Usnea articulata with a prostrate or pendant growth form. Stringable, suitable to be strong. Stringback, stringbacks. Stringbacks, driving gloves with a string mesh on the back. String beanie, tall and slender. Trend, the matrix of strings within the oval frame of a racket. Strings. Plural of stringed. Stringboard. A string piece. Stringboards. Plural of stringboard. Stringbog. Rare spelling of stringbog. Stringbogs. Plural of stringbog. Stringbush. The plant Veronia cylindrasticea sin. Cardia cylinisticea. A string course. A thin projecting course of brickwork or stone that runs horizontally around a building, typically to emphasize the junction between floors. String courses. Plural of string course. Stringed. Having strings. Stringed instrument. Any musical instrument in which taut strings are plucked, bowed, or struck in order to produce a sound. Stringed instruments. Plural of stringed instrument. Stringencies. Plural of stringency. Stringency. A rigorous imposition of standards. Stringenti. Plural of stringendo. Stringendo. A passage in music to be played gradually faster, a section of music within which the tempo slowly increases. Stringendos. Plural of stringendo. Stringent. Strict, binding strongly, making strict requirements, restrictive, rigid, severe. Stringently. In a stringent manner. Stringentness. The state or quality of being stringent. Stringer. A surname originating as an occupation for a stringer. Stringers. Plural of stringer. Stringfellow. A surname originating as an occupation for a stringer. Stringfellows. Plural of stringfellow. Stringfield. A surname. Stringfields. Plural of stringfield. Stringfish. Hucho Perry, a large freshwater fish of Sakhalin and Hokkaido. Stringful. A set of objects tied to a string. Stringfuls. Plural of stringful. String halt. A kind of lameness in horses, causing the animal to twitch its leg up suddenly. String halted. Affected with string halt, lame. String halts. Plural of string halt. String halty. Of a horse, having string halt or spring halt, lame. Stringham. A surname. Stringhamite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Stringhams. Plural of stringham. Stringhole. A hole for a string, for example, in a seal, so a string could be passed through it and used to attach it to a document. Twee. Comparative form of stringy. More stringy. Tweeëst. Superlative form of stringy. Most stringy. Stringification. The act or process of stringifying, conversion to a string. Stringify. Simple past and past participle of stringify. Stringifier. A process or algorithm that stringifies. Stringifiers. Plural of stringifier. Stringifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of stringify. Stringify. To convert to a textual representation. Stringifying. Present participle and gerund of stringify. Stringily. In a stringy way. Stringing. Pronunciation spelling of stringing. Stringiness. The state or quality of being stringy. Stringnesses. Plural of stringiness. Stringing. Present participle and gerund of string. Stringing along. present participle and gerund of string along. Stringing on, present participle and gerund of string on. Stringing out, present participle and gerund of string out. Stringing together, present participle and gerund of string together. Stringing up, present participle and gerund of string up. Stringing with, present participle and gerund of string with. Stringings, plural of stringing. Stringization, the process of stringizing. Stringize, to convert to or treat as a string of text characters. Stringized, simple past and past participle of stringize. Stringizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stringize. Stringizing, present participle and gerund of stringize. Stringini, synonym of string bikini. Stringkinas, plural of stringkini. To stringless, without string. Stringlessness, the quality of being stringless. String-like, resembling string or a piece of string. String-line, describing a derailment typically occurring when a train having improperly distributed weight starts or accelerates on sharply curving track. String-lined, simple past and past participle of string-line. String lines, third person singular simple present indicative of string line. String lining, present participle and gerund of string line. Stringly typed, alternative form of stringly typed. Stringly typed, characterized by an excessive use of strings to represent non-textual data. Stringocephalid, any brachiopod of the family Stringocephalidae. Stringocephalids, plural of stringosephalid. Stringology, the study of algorithms and data structures used for processing text strings. Stringpiece, a long piece of timber forming a margin or edge of any piece of construction, especially one of the longitudinal pieces supporting a flight or run of stairs. String pieces, plural of stringpiece. Strings, plural of string. Strings along, third person singular simple present indicative of string along. Strings attached, plural of string attached. Strings of beads, plural of string of beads. Strings of pearls, plural of string of pearls. Strings on, third person singular simple present indicative of string on. Strings out, third person singular simple present indicative of string out. Strings to one's bow, plural of string to one's bow. Strings together, third person singular simple present indicative of string together. Strings up, third person singular simple present indicative of string up. Strings with, third person singular simple present indicative of string with. Strings full, plural of stringful. Stringston, a small village and civil parish without a council in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Raf SD 1742. A stringware, an element in cake decoration consisting of strings of icing draped from or over the side of the cake. Stringy, composed of or resembling string or strings. Stringy floppies, plural of stringy floppy. Stringy floppy, An early computer storage medium, a cartridge of looped tape. String bark, any of a number of Australian eucalyptus trees with fibrous bark, or the wood or bark of such trees. Stringybarks, plural of stringybark. Strinkle, to sprinkle or scatter. Strinkled, simple past and past participle of strinkle. Strinkles, third person singular simple present indicative of strinkle. Strinkling, present participle and gerund of strinkle. Tehoa, a curved ridge in the middle of the macula of a utricle. Tehoa, relating to the striaula. Tehoas, plural of striaula. Tehaulate, finely striped. Seapolido, alternative form of striatopolidal. Striapolido and tate, palidostriatal and dentate. Seasomal, relating to a striosome. Striosome, a patch of tissue within the striatum. Striosomes, plural of striosome. Isra, ellipsis of Gaza Strip Levant. Strip away, to remove, whether bit by bit or suddenly. Strip bar, an entertainment establishment with typically female strippers. Strip bars, plural of strip bar. Strip cartoon, a series of illustrations depicting a humorous narrative. Strip cartoons, plural of strip cartoon. Strip cell, a barren prison cell in which a prisoner is kept without clothing, sheets, etc. Strip club, an establishment offering striptease or other erotic dancing. Strip clubs, plural of strip club. Strip cropping, the cultivation of a field partitioned into long, narrow strips that are alternated in a crop rotation system. Strip down, to remove all of one's clothing. Strip farming, synonym of strip cropping. Strip jack naked, synonym of beggar my neighbor. Strip joint, an establishment offering striptease or other erotic dancing. Strip joints, plural of strip joint. Strip loin, alternative form of strip loin. Strip loins, plural of strip loin. Strip mall, a shopping center consisting of a row of stores with separate entrances from the outdoors, typically along a road and / or with a parking lot in front. Strip malls, plural of strip mall. Strip me naked, raw gin. Strip my, a mine where the material above the ore is removed, stripped to expose it for removal and use. Strip mines, plural of strip mine. Strip mining, a mining technique wherein the material above the ore is removed, stripped to expose it for removal and use. Operation of a strip mine. Strip off, to remove anything by stripping, for example, items of clothing or paint from the side of a ship. Strip out, to remove a part from a machine. Strip parties, plural of strip party. Strip party, a party at which a stripper performs. Strip poker, a variant of poker where the loser removes his or her clothes. Strip sander, synonym of belt sander. Strip sanders, plural of strip sander. Strip search, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See strip search. Strip search, simple past and past participle of strip search. Strip searches, plural of strip search. Strip searching, present participle and gerundive strip search. Strip stake, stake from upper part of the short loin. Strip steaks, plural of strip steak. Strip stea, a steel product that is produced from a hot rolled strip that has been pickled. Strip strategies, plural of strip strategy. Strip strategy, a bearish options strategy that is established by buying a 2 puts and 1 call option with the same exercise price. The trader is betting on volatility. Strip the willow, a particular country dance in which a pair of dancers go down a set of dancers, alternately swinging each other and other dancers on the sides. Strip the willows, plural of strip the willow. Strip to the waist, to remove all of one's clothes worn above the waistline. Strip leaf, tobacco stripped of its stalks before packing. Striplet, illuminated by one or more strip lights. Strip me naked, alternative form of strip me naked raw gin. Strip my, alternative spelling of strip mine. Strip mind, simple past and past participle of strip mine. Strip mines, plural of strip mine. Strip mining, present participle and gerundive strip mine. Strip poker, alternative form of strip poker. Strip search, alternative form of strip search. Strip search, simple past and past participle of strip search. Strip searches, third person singular simple present indicative of strip search. Strip searching, present participle and gerundive strip search. Stripogram, alternative form of stripogram. Stripograms, plural of stripogram. Stripboard, a type of prototyping board characterized by a regular rectangular grid of holes, with wide parallel strips of copper cladding running in one direction all the way across one side of the board. Strip boards, plural of strip board. Strip down, the disassembly of a mechanical system into its separate components. Strip downs, plural of strip down. Shroud, a long region of a single color in a repeating pattern of similar regions. Stripe-breasted tit, Melaniparus fasciavinter, a small bird of the tit family Paridae. Stripe-breasted tits, plural of stripe-breasted tit. Striped, having stripes, decorated or marked with bands differing in color. Striped alder, American winterberry, Ilex verticillata. Striped bass, a popular fish among sport fishermen along Atlantic coast north of Virginia to Canada, Morin saxatiles. Striped beakfish, a tropical fish of species Oplognathus fasciatus, found primarily in waters around Japan, with young distinguished by alternating stripes or bars of light and dark gray, whence the names. Adults, which grow up to 15 inches, tend to be charcoal gray. Striped blister beetle, a North American beetle of species Epicotta vittata. Striped catfish, Platypus lineatus, a type of eel-tail catfish with a long, cylindrical body, black with horizontal white stripes and venomous spines on its dorsal and pectoral fins, found in the Indian Ocean, the Western Pacific, and invasive in the Mediterranean. Striped catfishes, plural of striped catfish. Striped cat shark, synonym of pajama shark Poriderma africanum. Striped cat sharks, plural of striped cat shark. Striped cowfish, a species of boxfish, Araucana aurita. Striped cucumber beetle, the beetle Acalma vittatum. Striped cucumber beetles, plural of striped cucumber beetle. Striped dolphin, an extensively studied dolphin Stenella coeruleoba, found in temperate and tropical waters of all the world's oceans. Striped field mice, plural of striped field mouse. Striped field mouse, a field mouse of species of Podmus agrarius, native to much of western Eurasia and to East Asia. Striped gopher, synonym of 13-lined ground squirrel. Striped gophers, plural of striped gopher. Striped honeyeater, a species of honeyeater Plectorhyncha lanceolata of eastern Australia, having black and white streaking on the head and mantle. Striped honeyeaters, plural of striped honeyeater. Striped hyena, the smallest of the true hyenas, hyena. Striped hyenas, plural of striped hyena. Striped maple, moosewood acer pennsylvanicum. Striped maples, plural of striped maple. Striped marlin, any of species Cajikia audax. Striped marlins, plural of striped marlin. Striped mussel, striated mussel. Striped mussels, plural of striped mussel. Striped owl, any of species Acioclimator of the tropical and subtropical Americas. Striped owls, plural of striped owl. Striped panchax, a small fish endemic to the fresh and brackish waters of India and Sri Lanka, Aplachelus lineatus. Striped panchaxes, plural of striped panchax. Striped Raphael catfish, a catfish of the family Doradidae. Striped ruff, a species of perch, Gymnocephalus treatser. Striped ruffs, plural of striped ruff. Striped shield bug, a shield bug with black and red stripes, Graphosoma lineatum. Striped shield bugs, plural of striped shield bug. Striped skunk, a carnivore of the species Mephitis, known for the persistent pungent aroma of the scent it sprays when threatened. Striped skunks, plural of striped skunk. Striped swamp dragon, a libellulid dragonfly Agrianoptera longitudinalis biserialis of Australia and New Guinea. Striped swamp dragons, plural of striped swamp dragon. Striped threadfin, a threadfin of species Polydactylus plebeus of the Indo-Pacific. Striped threadfins, plural of striped threadfin. Striped whipsnake, a species of snake Masticophis tenuatus. Striped whipsnakes, plural of striped whipsnake. Striped wren babbler, Canopia striata, a species of jungle babbler native to southern Asia. Striped wren babblers, plural of striped wren babbler. Striped pants, a diplomat or civil servant. Stripedness, the state or condition of being striped. Stripeless, without stripes. Stripelessness, absence of stripes. Stripely, resembling a stripe. Striper, a device that applies stripes. Stripers, plural of striper. Stripes, plural of stripe. Stripesea, any of a number of species of tropical flowering plants in the genus Pyroqueta, especially Pyroqueta cystoides, Pyroqueta viscosa, and Pyroqueta racemosa. Striped tail, having a striped tail. Striped tail darter, the fish Aethiostoma kennicati. Striped-tail darters, plural of striped-tail darter. Striped-tails, plural of striped-tail. Stripe-wise. In stripes. Stripey, alternative spelling of stripey. Stripies, plural of stripey. Stripe, comparative form of stripey, more stripey. Tridiest, superlative form of stripey, most stripey. Stripiness, the state or condition of being stripy. Striping, present participle and gerundive stripe. Stripings, plural of striping. Strip leaf, tobacco that has been stripped of the stalks before packing. Stripless, without the use of paper control strips. Strip light, a fluorescent lighting tube. Strip lights, plural of strip light. Strip light, resembling as strip. Stripling, a surname. Stripline, a form of electromagnetic transmission medium that uses a flat strip of metal sandwiched between dielectrics. Strip lines, plural of stripline. Stripling, a surname. Striplings, plural of stripling. Striplins, plural of striplin. Stripline, beef tenderloin. Striplines, plural of stripline. Stripogram, alternative form of stripogram. Stripograms, plural of stripogram. Strippable, suitable for strip mining. Striped, material stripped from something. Stripogram, alternative form of stripogram. Stripograms, plural of stripogram. Stripase, an enzyme that, along with helicase, is involved in DNA unwinding. Stripases, plural of stripase. Stripped, made of strips. Stripped away, simple past and past participle of strip away. Stripped down, reduced to essentials without enhancements. Stripped off, simple past and past participle of strip off. Stripped out, simple past and past participle of strip out. Strip down, alternative form of stripped down. Stripped envelope supernova, a supernova whose spectrum lacks or is highly deficient in hydrogen lines, and where the star has already blown away its outer hydrogen envelope, having exposed the lower enveloping helium layer prior to the explosion. Stripped envelope supernova, plural of stripped envelope supernova. Strippedness, the quality of having been stripped or laid bare. Shredder, someone who removes their clothing in a sexually provocative manner, especially as a form of paid entertainment. Stripper cake, a large cake from which a concealed strippergram emerges as a party novelty. Stripper cakes, plural of stripper cake. Stripper clip, a pressed metal or plastic clip holding a set number of cartridges for a firearm and used for rapid reloading of the weapon or its magazine, and which is then removed or ejected from the weapon or magazine before firing. Stripper clips, plural of stripper clip. Stripper heel, a tall platform shoe, often with a transparent base. Stripper heels, plural of stripper heel. Stripper plate, part of a die assembly that separates the material strip from a punch during the return stroke. Stripper plates, plural of stripper plate. Stripper pole, a dance pole used by a stripper. Stripper poles. Plural of stripper pole. Stripper shoe. Stripper heel. Stripper shoes. Plural of stripper shoe. Stripper date. A 2003 government scandal and criminal conspiracy in Seattle masterminded by Frank Calicurcio Sr., a strip club magnate, and his son. Strippergram. A stripper hired to deliver a message or greeting. Strippergrams. Plural of strippergram. Stripperies. Plural of strippery. Stripperish. Characteristic of a striptease artist. Stripperless. Without strippers, entertainers who remove their clothes. Stripperly. Resembling or characteristic of a stripper. Strippers. Plural of stripper. Strippery. An establishment offering striptease or other erotic dancing. Ishrebest. Second person singular simple present indicative of strip. Istreve. A small stream. Stripe. Third person singular simple present indicative of strip. Strippets. Plural of strippet. Stribuse. A female stripper. Stribuses. Plural of stripuse. Estredes. Plural of strippy. Stripping. Present participle and gerund of strip. Stripping away. Present participle and gerund of strip away. Stripping down. Present participle and gerund of strip down. Stripping off. Present participle and gerund of strip off. Stripping out. Present participle and gerund of strip out. Strippings. Plural of stripping. Strippogram. Alternative form of strippogram. Strippograms. Plural of strippogram. Ishredi. Sewn in vertical columns separated by bars of color. Ifribs. Plural of strip. Strips away. Third person singular simple present indicative of strip away. Strips down. Third person singular simple present indicative of strip down. Strips off. Third person singular simple present indicative of strip off. Strips out. Third person singular simple present indicative of strip out. Isret. Simple past and past participle of strip. Striptease. The act of slowly taking off one's clothes to sexually arouse the viewer, often accompanied by music and in exchange for money. Striptease bar. Synonym of strip club. Striptease bars. Plural of striptease bar. Striptease. Simple past and past participle of striptease. Stripteaser. A person who performs a striptease. Stripteasers. Plural of stripteaser. Stripteases. Plural of striptease. Stripteasing. Present participle and gerund of striptease. Striptease. A female stripper. Stripteases. Plural of striptease. Stripwise. In the strips. Stripy. Having stripes, striped. A surname. Stritches. Plural of stritch. Ishrai. A surname. Strites. Plural of strite. Stritmeter. A surname. Stritmeters. Plural of stritmeter. Try. To try to achieve a result. To make strenuous effort. To try earnestly and persistently. Strive. Simple past and past participle of strive. Shrema. Past participle of strive. Schreiber. one who strives. Strivers, plural of striver. Strives, third person singular simple present indicative of strive. Strivus, second person singular simple present indicative of strive. Strive, third person singular simple present indicative of strive. Striving, present participle and gerund of strive. Strivingly, with effort. Strivings, plural of striving. Esrex, a bird-like demon feeding on human flesh and blood. Ekrixas, plural of strix. Strizavajna, a municipality of Croatia. Israt, plural of Stria. SDRNY, abbreviation of Severn Trent. Stro, a wide, fast road with a large number of intersections and driveways attached. Stroads, plural of strode. Strody, characteristic of a strode. Stroke, obsolete spelling of stroke. Stroke, obsolete spelling of stroke. Stroked, simple past and past participle of stroke. Stropach, obsolete form of stroketh. Stroking, present participle and gerund of stroke. Strokes, plural of stroke. Strom, to wander about idly and without purpose. Stromed, simple past and past participle of strom. Stroming, present participle and gerund of strom. Stroms, third person singular simple present indicative of strom. Shro, a stroboscopic lamp, a device used to produce regular flashes of light. Strobe light, synonym of strobe light. Strobe lighting, the use of strobe lights. Strobe lights, plural of strobe light. Shrobe, simple past and past participle of stro. Strobel, a surname. Strobe-like, resembling strobe lighting. Strobles, plural of strobel. Strobes, plural of stro. Strobe, stroboscopic. Straddle. Strobilus. Strobella, a jointed series of segments of an organism, as of the body of a tapeworm, posterior to the enjointed column. Strobalaceous, of or pertaining to a strobile or cone. Strobili, plural of strobila. Straddler, relating to a strobilus. Strobile, to produce a strobilus or strobila layered, cone-like structure. Strobilated, simple past and past participle of strobilate. Strobolates, third person singular simple present indicative of strobilate. Strobulating, present participle and gerund of strobilate. Strobilation, a form of asexual reproduction by division into body segments, as in tapeworms and jellyfish. Strobilations, plural of strobilation. Strabile, a scaly multiple fruit resulting from the ripening of an ament in certain plants, such as the hop or pine, a cone. Strabiles, plural of strabile. Stradily, plural of strabilis. Strabiliferous, bearing strabiles. Strabiliform, shaped like a strabile. Strabili, of or relating to a strabile, strabulaceous, strabiliform. Strabilization, alternative form of strabiliation. Strabilizations, plural of strabilization. Stradaloi, resembling a strabile. Strabilomystaceous, of or relating to the Strabilomystaceae. Strabilopsid, any snail in the family Strabilopsidae. Strabilopsids, plural of Strabilopsid. Stradals, plural of straddle. Strabilurin, any of a group of chemical compounds used agriculturally as fungicides. Strabilurine, alternative form of strabilurin. Strabilurians, plural of strabilurine. Strabilurins, plural of strabilurin. Stradalus, a cone-shaped fruiting body sensu stricto of gymnosperms and vascular plants other than angiosperms, bearing either seeds or spores, but sensu lato may refer to similarly structured catkins and cones in angiosperms. Usage arbitrary according to preferences of various authorities. Strobing, present participle and gerund of strobe. Strobings, plural of strobing. Schravel, a surname. Schravel, a surname. Straddles, plural of strabel. Strabels, plural of strabel. Strabogrammatic, appearing the same whether viewed normally or upside down. Stroboscope, instrument for studying or observing periodic movement by rendering a moving body visible only at regular intervals. Stroboscopes, plural of stroboscope. Stroboscopic, of relating to or produced by a stroboscope. Stroboscopical, synonym of stroboscopic. Stroboscopically, by means of a stroboscope. Stroboscopy, the examination of a vibrating object, for example the vocal cords, using a stroboscope. Strobosci, a particular steroid glycoside. Strobotron, a cold cathode tube designed for high current narrow pulses, used in high-speed photography. Strobotrons, plural of strobotron. Strock, a surname. Strocks, plural of strock. Stroud, a surname. Strouds, plural of strode. Stroudus, second person singular simple past indicative of stride. Strasti, a village in Musatsti, Argeș County, Romania. Shrat, both strong and soft. Strar, acronym of Strait of Gibraltar. Strar, clipping of Stroganoff. Stroganoff, a surname from Russian. Stroganoffs, plural of Stroganoff. Stro, a surname from German. Stroviolin, a violin that amplifies its sound through an attached metal resonator. Stroviolins, plural of stroviolin. Strohecker, a surname. Stroheckers, plural of Strohecker. Stroh, a surname. Strolls, plural of stroll. Strom, a surname. Stroman, a surname from German. Stromans, plural of Stroman. Strohmeyer, a surname from German. Strohmeyers, plural of Strohmeyer. Stroms, plural of Strom. Strovile, Synonym of stroviolin. Stroviolin. Alternative form of stroviolin. Stroviolins. Plural of stroviolin. Stroviles. Plural of strovile. Stroke. Suitable for stroking. Stroke. A sudden interruption of blood supply to the brain, causing minor to major brain damage and possible death. Stroke alley. Synonym of stroke belt. Stroke belt. A region in the southeastern United States known for its unusually high incidence of stroke and other forms of cardiovascular disease. Stroke book. A pornographic book or magazine. Stroke books. Plural of stroke book. Stroke City. The city of Derry, Northern Ireland. Stroke house. A cinema that shows pornographic films. Stroke houses. Plural of stroke house. Stroke mag. A pornographic magazine. Stroke mags. Plural of stroke mag. Stroke of business. Of business or trade a large or considerable amount. Stroke of fortune. Synonym of stroke of luck. Stroke of genius. A sudden mental insight that solves a problem. Stroke of luck. An instance of unexpected luck, usually good luck. Stroke of work. A small amount of work. Stroke order. The standard sequence in which a Chinese character is written in Chinese, Japanese, or Korean writing. Stroke orders. Plural of stroke order. Stroke out. To suffer a stroke interruption of blood supply to the brain. Stroke play. Batting, especially excellent batting. Stroke volume. The volume of blood pumped from a ventricle of the heart in one beat. Stroke volumes. Plural of stroke volume. Strokeable. Alternative form of strokeable. Stroked. Having a replacement crankshaft with a longer stroke than normal. Stroked out. Simple past and past participle of stroke out. Strokes. Second person singular simple past indicative of stroke. Strokey. Someone who has suffered brain damage due to a stroke. Strokeys. Plural of strokey. Strokeless. Without a stroke in various senses. Strokelessness. Lack of strokes. Strokelet. A small or minor stroke in various senses. Strokelets. Plural of strokelet. Stroke-lie. Characteristic of a stroke medical incident. Stroke maker. A skilled batsman. Stroke makers. Plural of stroke maker. Strokeman. The stroke. The rower closest to the stern of the boat. Stroke master. A player who hits the ball excellently. Stroke masters. Plural of stroke master. Strokeman. Plural of strokeman. Stroke play. Alternative form of stroke play. Stroper. A surname. Stropers. Plural of stroker. Strokes. Plural of stroke. Strokes of business. Plural of stroke of business. Strokes of fortune. Plural of stroke of fortune. Strokes of genius. Plural of stroke of genius. Strokes of luck. Plural of stroke of luck. Strokes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stroke out. Strokes I. Left hand side of a rowing boat. Strokesman. The member of a rowing team who rows the aftermost oar and whose stroke is to be followed by the rest. Strokesman. Plural of strokesman. To strokes. Second person singular simple present indicative of stroke. Stroka. Third person singular simple present indicative of stroke. Strokeomics. The study of all aspects of strokes. Stroking. Present participle and gerund of stroke. Stroking out. Present participle and gerund of stroke out. Strokingly. With a stroking motion. Strokings. Plural of stroking. Stropy. Resembling or comprising a stroke or strokes. Stroh. A surname from German. Strolls. Plural of stroll. Stroll. A surname. Stroll in the park. Synonym of walk in the park. Stroll on. Expressing surprise or disbelief. Strollable. Suitable for strolling. Strolled. Simple past and past participle of stroll. Stroller. A seat or chair on wheels, pushed by somebody walking behind it, typically used for transporting babies and young children. Stroll aerobics. An exercise routine for new mothers which incorporates their babies' strollers. Strollers. Plural of stroller. Strollist. Second person singular simple present indicative of stroll. Strolla. Third person singular simple present indicative of stroll. Strolle. Present participle and gerund of stroll. Strollingly. In a strolling manner. Strollings. Plural of strolling. Strallo. A surname from Italian. Strallos. Plural of strallo. Strallat. The rollout of COVID-19 vaccines at a relatively slow pace. Strallats. Plural of strallat. Strolls. Plural of stroll. Stroma. An island off the north coast of Scotland. Uninhabited since the 1960s. Stromogenesis. The formation and development of stromata. Stromogenic. Relating to stromogenesis. Stromane. As surname. Stromanes. Plural of stromane. Stromal. Relating to a stroma. Stromal cell. A type of connective tissue cell most abundant in bone marrow. Stromal cells. Plural of stromal cell. Stromalin. A subunit of the cohesin ring complex which encircles sister chromatids after DNA replication. Stromalins. Plural of stromalin. Stromally. In a stromal manner. Stroman. A surname. Stromus. Plural of stroma. Stromata. Plural of stroma. Stromatal. Relating to stromata. Stromatade. Any fish in the family Stromatidae, the butterfishes. Stromatades. Plural of stromatade. Stromateiform. Any butterfish of the order Stromateiforms. Stromateiforms. Plural of stromateiform. Stromatic. Relating to stroma. Stromatiform. resembling stroma. Stromatization, the formation and development of stroma. Stroma toy, resembling a stroma. Stromatolite, a laminated, columnar, rock-like structure constituting a large share of all fossils from 3.5 to 0.5 billion years ago, with some still being formed at present, some or all of which result from the deposit of minerals by microorganisms such as cyanobacteria. Stromatolites, plural of stromatolite. Stromatolite, alternative form of stromatolite. Stromatolith, plural of stromatolith. Stromatolitic, of or relating to a stromatolite. Stromatology, the history of the formation of stratified rocks. Stromatoporoid, synonym of stromatoporoid. Stromatoporids, plural of stromatoporoid. Stromatoporoi, any of several fossil sponges of the clade Stromatoporoidea. Stromatoporoids, plural of stromatoporoid. Stromatus, stromatic, relating to stroma. Stromotoxin, a peptide toxin in the venom of the spider Stromatopma calcidum. Stromovascular, stromal and vascular. Straw, any marine univalve mollusk of Strombus and allied genera. Stromer, a surname. Stromers, plural of stromer. Strombi, plural of strombus. Strombe, any conch in the family Strombidae. Cerambe, any cilia of the family Cerambidae or order Cerambidae. Cerambides, plural of Strombidae. Strombeds, plural of strombid. Strombine, the derivative of alanine 2-carboxynthylamino-propanoic acid. Strombi, a fossil shell of the genus Strombus. Strombites, plural of strombite. Stromboi, of, pertaining to, or resembling the genus Strombus of sea snails. Stromboli, one of the Aeolian Islands in the Tyrrhenian Sea. It has an active volcano. Strombolian, or pertaining to the island or volcano of Stromboli. Strombolis, plural of Stromboli. Stroms, plural of Strom. Strombus, any conch of the genus Strombus. Most subspecies are known as forms of fighting conchs. Strombuses, plural of Strombus. Strom, a surname. Stromfairy, alternative form of Stromfairy, Scotland. Stromptaw, ivermectin. Stromfourie, a hamlet and former ferry over Lough Carron, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NG 8634. Stromycin, any of a family of metalloproteinases that cleave extracellular matrix proteins. Stromycins, plural of stromycin. Stromer, a surname. Stromers, plural of stromer. Stromurite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing copper, silver, and sulfur. Straw, a surname from Norwegian. Strommel, Schra. Schramen, a surname from Norwegian. Stramens, plural of Stramen. Istrams, plural of Stram. Stramus, a town and seaport in Orkney, Scotland. Stromogenesis. The growth and development of stromata. Stromogenic. Relating to stromogenesis. Stromolysin. Misspelling of stromlysin. Stromovascular. Relating to stroma and blood vessels. Stromur. An instrument for measuring the velocity of blood flow. Stromus. Plural of stromur. Stromule. A microscopic stroma-filled tubule found in plant cells such as chloroplasts. Stromules. Plural of stromule. Strana. A surname. Stranach Lechar. A small settlement on Loch Katrine, Stirling Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NN 4010. Stronelsai. An orthorhombic pyramidal white mineral containing aluminum, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and strontium. Strand. Obsolete spelling of strand. Strand. Plural of strand. Shra. A surname. Strom AI. Abbreviation of Strong Artificial Intelligence. Strom AIs. Plural of strong AI. Strong arm. Alternative form of strong arm. Strong artificial intelligence. Synonym of artificial general intelligence. Strong artificial intelligences. Plural of strong artificial intelligence. Strong as a bull. Very strong. Strong as a horse. Very strong. Strong as an ox. Very strong and powerful. Strong as death. Very strong or emotionally powerful. Strong atheist. A person who is certain that no deities exist or who thinks that the existence of deities can be disproven. Strong breeze. On the Beaufort scale, a force 6 wind 22-27 knots. Strong breezes. Plural of strong breeze. Strong city. A minor city in Chase County, Kansas, United States, named after William Barstow Strong. Strong copyleft. A form of copyleft where all derived works inherit the copyleft license. Strong declension. A class of words in many Germanic languages including English, which decline irregularly rather than by suffixation, for example goose, whose plural is geese. Strong declensions. Plural of strong declension. Strong drink. Synonym of liquor, an alcoholic beverage, particularly a distilled beverage with a high alcohol content. Strong enough to trot a mouse on. Of tea, made very strong. Strong equivalence principle. The principle that the laws of gravity are independent of velocity and position. Strong flour. A wheat flour with a high gluten content, which produces bread with high rising and long-lasting properties. Strong flours. Plural of strong flour. Strong force. The color force, a fundamental force that is associated with the strong bonds created by the associated bosons known as gluons between quarks and other subatomic particles. Strong forces. Plural of strong force. Strong gale. On the Beaufort scale, a force 9 wind 41-47 knots. Strong gales. Plural of strong gale. Strong hand at the tiller. Synonym of steady hand on the tiller. Strong hand on the tiller. Synonym of steady hand on the tiller. Strong hands at the tiller. Plural of strong hand at the tiller. Strong hands at the tillers. Plural of strong hand at the tiller. Strong hands on the tiller. Plural of strong hand on the tiller. Strong hands on the tillers. Plural of strong hand on the tiller. Strong interaction. The kind of interaction caused by the strong force. Strong interactions. Plural of strong interaction. Strong Island. Long Island in New York. Strong language. Language considered offensive or vulgar, especially in movies/films. Strong man. Alternative form of strongman. Strong men. Plural of strong man. Strong nuclear. Describing the strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force. The color force, a fundamental force that is associated with the strong bonds created by the associated bosons known as gluons between quarks and other subatomic particles. Strong nuclear forces. Plural of strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear interaction. The fundamental interaction responsible for the strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear interactions. Plural of strong nuclear interaction. Strong personalities. Plural of strong personality. Strong personality. The qualities of self-confidence and assertiveness in a person. Strong point. A characteristic or ability at which one particularly excels. Strong points. Plural of strong point. Strong reference. A reference that does protect the reference object from collection by a garbage collector. Strong references. Plural of strong reference. Strong room. Alternative spelling of strong room. Strong rooms. Plural of strong room. Strong silent type. A physically strong man of action who is quiet and emotionally reserved. Strong silent types. Plural of strong silent type. Strong suit. A field in which or task at which one is quite capable. Strong suits. Plural of strong suit. Strong typing. A system that places any of various kinds of restriction on the interactions between objects of different data types. Strong verb. Any of a class of Germanic verbs which use ablaut as opposed to a dental affix to indicate tense. Strong verbs. Plural of strong verb. Strong water. A strong solvent, specifically nitric acid. Strong waters. Plural of strong water. Strong arm. Bullying, extortionate. Strong arm. Simple past and past participle of strong arm. Strong armor. A strong arm. Strong armors. Plural of strong armor. Strong arming. Present participle and gerund of strong arm. Strong arms. Third person singular simple present indicative of strong arm. Strong box. Alternative form of strong box. Strong boxes. Plural of strong box. Strong-handed. Having hands that are strong, by extension strong, mighty. Strong-handedly. In a strong-handed manner. Strong-handedness. The quality, the state of being strong-handed. Strong-hearted. Alternative form of strong-hearted. Strong-heartedly. Alternative form of strong-heartedly. Strong-heartedness. Alternative form of strong-heartedness. Strong-minded. Having a vigorous, independent will and views. Strong-mindedly. In a strong-minded manner. Strong-mindedness. The state or quality of being strong-minded. Strong waters, plural of strong water. Strong will, having a vigorous, independent will. Strong arm, alternative spelling of strong arm. Strong-armed, simple past and past participle of strong-arm. Strong-arming, present participle and gerund of strong-arm. Strong-arms, third-person singular simple present indicative of strong-arm. Strongback, the fore and aft sparks extending from stem to stern on a lifeboat and serving as a raised spreader for a boat cover. FM 55-501. Strongbacks, plural of strongback. Strongbox, a sturdy box with a lock for storing valuables. Strongboxes, plural of strongbox. Stronger, comparative form of strong, more strong. Strongest, superlative form of strong, most strong. Strongta, both strong due to muscle mass and fat. Strongful, full of strength, powerful. Strongfully, in a strongful manner, powerfully. Stronghand, violence, force, power. Strong-handed, alternative form of strong-handed. Strong-handedly, alternative form of strong-handedly. Strong-handedness, alternative form of strong-handedness. Strong-headed, synonym of strong-minded. Strong-hearted, resilient, enduring. Strong-heartedly, bravely, courageously. Strong-heartedness, resilience, endurance. Stronghold, a place built to withstand attack, a fortress. Strongholds, plural of stronghold. Stronghurst, a village in Stronghurst Township and Media Township, Henderson County, Illinois, United States. Strongish, quite strong. Strongly, comparative form of strongly, more strongly. Strongest, superlative form of strongly, most strongly. Strongoling, one who is strong. Stronglings, plural of strongling. Stronglink, part of a permissive action link that ensures resilience to accidental activation of the weapon through physical damage, such as a ruggedized component or munitions designed not to be circumvented by fire, vibration, etc. Stronglinks, plural of stronglink. Strongly, in a strong or powerful manner. Strongly connected, of a directed graph, such that for every pair of vertices U and V there is a path from U to V and a path from V to U. Strongly connected component, given a directed graph, a maximal strongly connected subgraph. Strongly connected components, plural of strongly connected component. Strongly interacting massive particle, a candidate type of dark matter composed of particles that only interact through the strong nuclear force, one of the fundamental forces of nature and gravity. Strongly interacting massive particles, plural of strongly interacting massive particle. Strongly symmetric matter, a predicted very high energy state of matter, present in the very early universe for perhaps 10 seconds after the Big Bang, when strong, weak, electromagnetic, and gravitational forces were undistinguished. Strongly typed, belonging to a tape system that enforces variables matching or easily convertible to the expected tapes. Strongman, someone who performs feats of strength, sometimes in competitions or in a circus. Strongman game, a high striker. Strawman games. Plural of strawman game. Strawman. Plural of strawman. Straw-minded. Alternative form of strong-minded. Strong-mindedly. Alternative spelling of strong-mindedly. Strong-mindedness. Alternative spelling of strong-mindedness. Strongness. The state or condition of being strong, strength. Strongpoint. A fortified position, a stronghold. Strongpoints. Plural of strongpoint. Strong room. A strongly built room or vault where valuables may be safely stored. Strong rooms. Plural of strong room. Strong side. Of or pertaining to the strong side linebacker position, which typically lines up across from the tight end. Strongsville. A city in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, United States. Strongwilled. Alternative spelling of strong-willed. Strong woman. A woman who demonstrates physical strength, sometimes in contests. Strong women. Plural of strong woman. Strong. Alternative spelling of strong isle. Straw isle. A nematode worm of the family Strongylidae, often parasitic in the gastrointestinal tract of mammals, especially horses. Strong isles. Plural of strong isle. Strongylid. Alternative form of strongyloid. Strongylids. Plural of strongylid. Strongylocentrotid. Any sea urchin in the family Strongylocentrotidae. Strongylocentrotids. Plural of Strongylocentrotid. Strongyloid. Like or relating to genus Strongylus of parasitic nematode worms. Strongyloidean. Relating to tapeworms of the genus Strongyloids. Strongyloidaceae. Plural of Strongyloidiaceae. Strongyloidiaceae. Infection by roundworms of the superfamily Strongyloidea. Strongyloidosis. Plural of strongyloidosis. Strongyloidosis. A disease caused by infection by roundworms of the superfamily Strongyloidea. Strongyloids. Plural of strongyloid. Strongylophomia. Any fly of the family Strongylophomeidae. Strongylophomeids. Plural of Strongylophomia. Strongylosis. Plural of strongylosis. Strongylosis. Infection with worms of the genus Strongylus. Strongylls. Plural of strongyl. Shrunk. Deliberate misspelling of strong. Strunker. Comparative form of strong. More strong. Strongest. Superlative form of strong. Most strong. Strarks. Plural of strong. Stronsay. An island of the Orkney Islands Council area, Scotland, OS grid ref HY 62. Strasha. A pale earth composed of strontium oxide SRO. Strachan. A small village in Highland Council area, Scotland, that gives its name to the element strontium and the mineral strontianite, which were discovered there. OS grid ref NM 8161. Strontianiferous, yielding strontium. Strontianite. A gray or yellowish mineral, SrCO3, strontium carbonate, that is an ore of strontium. Strontianites. Plural of strontianite. Strontians. Plural of strontian. Stronte. Of or pertaining to strontium. Strontiferous, containing or producing strontium. Strontium, a monoclinic sphenoidal colorless mineral containing boron, hydrogen, oxygen, and strontium. Strontium, a monoclinic prismatic